Hello. Hello? 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 There we go. Hey everyone, we're going to get started in just a second. What? Okay. You guys can file on into the front if you'd like. You don't have to stand in the back. Wow, you have a lot more to say than I do.
Oh, these are really fast.
Oh, okay. I'm like, mine is pretty much like thank people, say welcome, give it to you, take it back, and be like, okay, we're going to start our next match.
Thank people again.
Okay, that's good. It's a good look.
Tell people where to go. Like,
Yeah, I'm going to give people like some tips. And
I'll hand it back to you when I'm done to like wrap up.
Awesome.
Let's do whatever. And then after I hand it back to you, I'm going to run away.
Hey, Sam made it out. Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah.
We need to stop yelling at the AV push classroom. She's getting stressed out.
Okay, I'm not trying to yell at her.
Yeah, I think she's just stressed out. So just be nice. She's really sweet. She helped us get all the stuff open this morning. So.
All right, we're going to get the opening ceremony started over here. So if everyone could file in, we'll get started. All right. Hello, everybody. If you don't know me already, my name is Isaac. I am the event coordinator / event manager for you guys this weekend. First of all, I'd like to say thank you guys for all being here. I know how much work you guys put in on your robots, and to be able to just come out here and compete in the first place is a great achievement in itself. So congratulations on making it this far. All right, so the first thing I want to do today is thank all of our staff and volunteers. This event is really hard to put on, especially with the very small staff that we have. So I'm going to say a few names. That doesn't mean those are the only people that matter. Those are just a few of the names that I can think of, but we have so many people who have put a lot of work into this event. I'd like to thank Natalie over here. And we've got Derek over here. These are what we call our new Yibros. If anyone is a RoboMaster North America veteran, you might remember who Yibo is. He used to do so much RoboMaster himself, we called him the RoboMaster. And so these guys are taking over for Yibo, which are some huge shoes to fill. So thank you guys so much for helping throughout the entire year and giving your own time. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. We also have Austin over here who's doing AV management, and he's always helped consistently. We've got Preston. We've got so many more people. Thank you guys, everybody. We don't need to clap. Again, not that these guys aren't great, but I just don't want to make you keep clapping. So thank you, everybody. Or you can clap. Sure, go for it. And I'd like to also thank all of our volunteers. Everyone with the green badge, it means so much to me. Every time you signed up to volunteer for a position, I saw it and it made my day. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for helping. I know you guys are waking up early, you're going to sleep late. It really means a lot to me personally. Thank you so much. So by the end of this tournament, we're going to give out 2 trophies. Dylan from our team, shout out to Dylan, made custom trophies for the first time in RoboMaster North America. We have a 3v3 trophy, modeled after the mountains of Colorado, of course. And we have a 1v1 trophy, which is just a smaller version of the 3v3 trophy. If your team wins the competition, you will be given a trophy, and I will be holding nice white gloves, and it'll be a very fancy ceremony. So you want to win. Try to win as hard as you can so you can take home this trophy. I'd also like to share that we have merch at the front. So if you'd like to buy merch, it supports our competition. It's how we make this thing run. If we sell out on the merch, I will do a challenge. And the challenge is to be decided, but it will be probably painful for me, and it will be on video. So please make sure we sell out the merch. We've got plenty of it. We've got earrings custom made by Natalie. Thank you, Natalie. We've got T-shirts. Some people are wearing the T-shirts. And then we've also got stickers, which will be coming tomorrow to give out. So make sure you get those. The commentators will also be giving out free merch. They'll be throwing them into the crowd. They'll have a great time. So make sure you come into the room and are chilling out here, and your chances are high of getting some merch because we have a lot of it. Speaking of, Natalie, could you grab some merch? Just grab whatever you want. Grab a bucket hat, maybe a few other things. I'm going to throw them out to the cloud. So yeah, we have lots of merch, RoboMaster branded merch, RoboMaster Colorado branded merch. I don't want to throw these. We're going to start with our ceremonial RoboMaster bucket hat. I'm going to throw it out into the center. Somebody can grab it. There you go. RoboMaster bucket hat. There's the first merch throw. Yeah, I don't want to throw those. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, for being here. This is a free event, so you can invite your friends, you can invite your family. Anybody can come in at any time. We have sign making in the front. Tell them to make a big sign. Hold up a sign. As long as it says SCO Buffs, you're allowed to make a sign. If it doesn't say SCO Buffs, you cannot bring a sign into the venue. Hold it up for the team. You know, be like, "Yay, go team!" And you know, your teammates will really appreciate it. It goes a long way. A few tips if you're in Colorado. First of all, drink a lot of water. If you are not used to that high altitude, you can get altitude sickness, and you can wake up in the middle of the night super parched. You get a headache. So you just need to make sure you hydrate. And by hydrating, I don't mean drink a bunch of water all at once. Just keep drinking water every once in a while. Then you'll be totally fine. You don't have to worry about this whatsoever. But that is very important. We've already had a few people feel this, issue if you're coming from low altitude. So keep that in mind. I also want to shout out, there are a few places to eat here in Colorado if you are looking for food. If you're up late and doing some, late night grinding on the robots, which I know most of you are, there's Bova's over that way, and there's Gaia Masala over that way. Bova's is open till 2 a.m. Gaia's open till 4. Make sure to grab some food if you need to. Stay, keep the food. And if you need breakfast in the morning, there's this place called Village Coffee Shop. You can look that up on a map. We've got a special deal with them. If you go to Village Coffee Shop in the morning and tell them you're from Robotics, you'll get a special treat. So tell them you're from Robotics. The food is really good there, to be honest, and it's really cheap. So get some breakfast there if you have time. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to hand it over to Natalie.
All right. Hi, everybody. I just want to thank everybody again for coming, and I want to get a big round of applause to Isaac and CU for hosting. It is a lot of work to host a competition, so make sure to tell them thank you when you see them. All right. I am so excited to be here. I want to get another round of applause for all the staff, the volunteers, all the team members who showed up and helped set up early. Just thank you to everybody who helped make this happen. All right, I am so excited to announce that we have 25 or 24 maybe now. Some of them, sadly, the player plane. We have a lot of teams at RMNA this year, and there are teams from countries all around the world. So can we get a big round of applause for the US, Canada, Mexico, Italy, Singapore, and Japan, all here at RMNA. You guys traveled a really long way, and we're so happy to have you here. All right. Now some more serious stuff. We have a lot of teams here, which is really great, but it's also really important for us to keep on schedule, okay? So that means get to inspection on time, pay attention when you're in inspection, listen to the people escorting you from inspection, just like, we gotta lock in right now, okay? And everybody has gotta play their part to keep the schedule on track. All right, with that being said, that's all I have to say, so I'm gonna hand this back to Isaac and run back to inspection. Oh, I'm Natalie. I don't know if I introduced myself, but hi, I'm Natalie. I'm head inspector, and I figured out a lot of stuff to make this competition work. So anyway, thank you guys for coming. Big round of applause.
I don't have much to say either. Thank you guys for coming. We're about to start our next match. Let's go RoboMaster Colorado. Thank you.
Alrighty, fam, welcome back. Preston and Nikhil. We're going to be bringing you the real group stage matches. We're starting with the match from Group A, the University of Washington versus Rose-Hulman, RHIT. Nikhil, any other year I would have said this should be a stomp. This is going to be so quick. Don't even worry about it. Poor RHIT. What a tough opening match.
I think I'd still say that. Not going to lie.
Okay. That's what we said yesterday.
That's what we said yesterday, but the Udub people, they were working all night. They were grinding these robots out, fixing all the imperfections, and now they're ready. I believe they are ready. Isn't that right, guys?
Alrighty. We've got some nice signs in the crowd. UW always bringing a group. They got a whole row. Very exciting, very exciting. The robot's not on the field yet, but both teams in their staging area. We're getting prepped and ready. I'm going to give you a super brief overview. Each team has a base. You can see the blue base at the top right-hand corner of your screen. That's what the team is trying to protect. And then in the center, you have an XP buff, which is going to help a team gain more XP. And each team's going to have 3 robots, 2 driven and 1 autonomous. All right, so UW on the red side, RHIT on the blue. You can see both sentries making it out onto the field. The double-headed sentry for the University of Washington was not very effective in their first match yesterday in the warm-ups. This match will be a best of 2 rounds and count towards groups progression. If you are just joining us, welcome to 2024 Colorado RoboMaster. The group stage works as follows. If you go 1-1, so if you each win a round of the match, you will each get 1 point. If you're able to go 2-0, so if RHIT wins 2 and UW wins 0, then RHIT would gain 3 points, right? The sum of parts greater than the whole.
And from each group, we have we're going to have the top 2 people going to be going on to the top 8 final bracket, which is going to be very interesting. And in that, we're going to have a best of 3, and the winner from each best of 3 will move on, and the loser will go into a loser's bracket where they can try to have a quick.
Something quick. They're going to have something quick, I guess, Nikhil.
I'm sorry.
All right. It's all right. It's our first match of the day. RHIT getting on the field, looking good. So yesterday in their warm-up match, their problem was that bump. That small black piece of tape you see in between the 2 walls on the right side of your screen is actually a raised piece of wood. Most of the black lines on the field are just seams between the flooring. There we go. But that black piece of tape in front of the base is actually a raised bump that is there to just increase the difficulty for these teams. Level 1, each robot is only allotted like 50 maximum watts of power. That's like a nice phone charging brick. It's not a lot of power.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams struggle trying to get over that bump, especially in the practice matches. So I hope I hope they made changes. I'm not sure what changes they could have made mechanically or software-wise that could allow them to go over that bump. But yeah, it seems that everyone is still setting up the robots. There's no one. There seems to be some technical issues, maybe.
I don't think so. So we're still in our first 2 minutes of setup. It is our first round, so we sure might have a technical issue or a technical timeout. In chat, you will learn very well the difference as we go through. The yellow indicator at the bottom of your screen would be there, and it would say technical timeout. Those can be called by the referees or by the teams. If it's called by a team, they're allotted 2 minutes. If it's called by a ref, it's because of some sort of external issue, and it can be as long as needed. But with RHIT clearing the field and the University of Washington just doing some last-minute fiddling, looks like they will have a technical timeout. I'm not sure if that's a team or a ref called, but RHIT looks good. It's exciting. Either it means they've accepted defeat or they've fixed their issues. Either way, they're ready.
They're ready. Yeah, their sentry's already started. That's a very fast Beyblade spin. That's what a lot of robots do to avoid projectiles from hitting their plates. I'm not really sure if people are familiar with the game or not, especially for the people watching at home, but the way that robots take damage, one of the ways that robots take damage is by projectiles that each robot's launch hitting the armor plates. And the stronger the impact, the more damage a robot will take.
Looks like the University of Washington now off the field as well, which means we're probably dealing with a small referee issue here. But hopefully they'll get that resolved. RHIT now back on the field. Quite a back and forth here of experience. But okay, so what am I hoping to see? I think that if RHIT made some small mechanical changes to the front of their robot, right? They've got those tiny Mechnum wheels. But I anticipate if they change, maybe if they're able to change the height of their RFID module on the bottom or add some sort of slope to the front of their robot. I heard you and Shar theory crafting earlier that maybe you could push your teammates over the bump.
Yeah, that was something because we saw UCSD kind of stuck in their base area, and we were thinking if you were able to push your robots, you were able to get at least one robot out and working, But they weren't able to do that as well, so that was a little tough because you don't want to damage your own robots.
Very true. Very, very true. And like we said yesterday, these robots are driven first-person view, keyboard and mouse, from little cameras. And so you typically can't see your wheels. You can't see below you, right? You're looking forward with this camera. You're not able to see your feet, as it were. And so pushing something in front of you is very difficult because you can't see how close that gap is, right? You don't have that backup camera that you might use in a car to see how close you are to the car behind you. So trying to gently push your own robots would be really tough. Looks like that ref system is finished, and we're ready for the first round of 2024 RoboMasters NA. Three, two, one, let's go! All right, there we go. Udub and RHIT out of the base. Love to see that. Both teams going to go and immediately start picking up ammo.
Oh, it looks like Udub is trying to look for a fight, and it's taking a fight with the blue standard.
The blue sentry for RHIT looks like it's either locking on or it's just not panning, but it's not able to fire any projectiles.
Oh, they are taking some hits. It seems that the blue standard is half health right now. And they're just trying to melt the... Oh, they melted the blue standard, UW.
All right, University of Washington retreating back to their base. You can keep an eye on their ammo underneath each bot. That's infantry bot, this red standard 4 going to need to reload before entering combat again. In 4 seconds, that central buff point will open up, allowing a team to get an XP advantage.
Looks like the standard is taking another fight with the hero this time. The hero does not have any ammo, it seems.
Yeah, but red standard 4 for the side of UW only went up with like 6 projectiles. So it emptied out maybe 50, I don't know. Not enough to take a robot out, even early in the match.
I mean, it's also that getting some shots off is also how you get a little bit of XP. So they could also be trying to just grind a little bit of XP, get a level boost above.
University of Washington putting out a lot of projectiles, but not a lot of them landing as the sentry now ticks down to 580 health, 570. Each hit deals 10 damage, so it means they've hit about 12 shots. Now they're firing at the invincible base. Pro UW strats. Nikhil, I'm nervous for you. This is not the stomp that I think you would have predicted 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
University of Washington seems to be having accuracy issues this year. They're the team we've seen run out of gold and projectiles repeatedly. You can see they're still out of gold. They just refilled, so they've got 217 millimeter projectiles. That's more than enough to take out a sentry, get a triple kill. That's a lot of damage if they can land the shots.
And the red standard is taking a fight with the hero. And the hero's almost 1 HP, but it goes into the repair zone, it's healing up. And now they're taking a 2v1 with the 2 standards, and now they're hitting. Now the red standard is trying to get some damage off on the sentry. The sentry's half health, and it's kind of slowly melting away. The aim seems to be a little bit better this time around, and they're going out for the flank, just trying to get away from the other robots.
This is the game state that I was mentioning. University of Washington, again, out of gold, out of projectiles from their standard. They've got 12 in their hero. So, once that base is vulnerable, they can push. But frankly, they've misallocated their resources here. A misplay from UW. RHIT not able to capitalize on it, though. They've got a minute and 50 seconds. Sentry health, the current win condition.
Yeah, the red sentry. Blue is currently winning with the sentry health.
The red sentry is defending itself. It's firing. Right now, you can see it taking some shots all the way towards the resupply zone of blue.
Oh, and now the red standard is trying to take some more damage off on that.
What happened to the red sentry? I looked down, I looked up, it's at 88 health, and now RHIT trails by 2 health.
Currently, red is winning by 2 HP, so it's a very neck-and-neck match right now.
20 seconds left to go. Let's go, RHIT. Get a shot down.
Oh, and they destroy the sentry. And we're going to chip damage down on the...
Both sentries down. It's a base race.
It's a
University of Washington, RHIT, the nail-biter no one expected. A minute left to go. RHIT's base falling. The hero finally utilized, and Udub takes round 1.
That's a red win.
Woo! All right, UW takes the dub, but by a hair. Nikhil, I'm going to go out on a limb and say if that was any other team in your group, I think you lose.
I don't know about that. It's a tough, first match of the day. It's going to be a little bit hard. Everyone's trying to, wake up a little bit.
Sure, I'm waking up. You're waking up.
Exactly.
Like you said, the University of Washington definitely pulled some all-nighters. Maybe their drivers are a little sleepy. Who knows? But, okay, so a good performance. They were able to finish it off, right? They got a base destruction in the last 30 seconds. That's what we want to see from a team like UW. Versus these younger teams, these newer teams like RHIT. I believe this is their first year competing in 3v3 as a solo team. They should be winning as base destruction. The reason that I'm saying critical things about UW is, man, they almost lost.
That's true.
With a minute left to play, it was a base race, and there was like a 4 HP health difference. And then they brought in their hero that had just waited patiently all game. It was able to chunk through the base quickly, and they cemented that victory.
Yeah, UW really plays the 1v everyone until the very end there.
Yeah.
But it's like, they just need to get that initial momentum rolling, and once that comes, like we saw at the end there, it's just a melt away at the base.
Yeah, chat, if you saw it, let me know in Twitch chat, what the heck happened to the UW Sentry? Did it run into the wall at a high speed? What it
was just the standard. I was watching.
Really got chipped down by RHIT?
Yeah.
Wow.
It just slowly.
Great job, RHIT.
Yeah, that was a great play by them.
I just looked away and then I looked back and boom, it was almost dead. Crazy. You can see the damage here. We've been talking all weekend long about the total damage done by bots. 3,700 damage is a lot from UW. They were hitting quite a bit there, but RHIT doing a fantastic job of fighting from the resupply zone, allowing them to just kind of damage soak.
Just kind of heal up while the damage is happening.
4K damage, but only 2 kills.
Exactly. So they were just kind of but what this also shows us is that UW is really on the aggressive right now, right? Keeping RHIT inside their zone, really. And I think the reason the sentry took so much damage is because they moved the sentry from the protective barrier. So that's really why the red sentry took a lot of damage, is because it was just from the supply zone. Blue was able to just slowly snipe it.
Yeah, a well-played round. Round 2, I am pumped. I'm so excited. This could be a really close game again. It's a best of 2. If RHIT can take round 2, Group A is going to explode with just possibilities. Right, because you've got CU in there, you've got UW in there, you've got some teams that we already knew were going to contest with each other. And I said early on that sweeping the newer teams in your group was going to be critical for those more experienced teams to make sure that they were able to get out of groups.
Exactly. So it might be a little bit of a tough competition this time, or as well as RHIT just having a great performance. It seems like their accuracy was also pretty good. With 455 projectiles fired, and then 908 damage.
Yeah, so that's 2 damage per projectile. So they're hitting 1 out of every 5 shots. I think it's a 20% accuracy.
Oh,
we're back,
and we're back onto round 2. And
looks like University of Washington getting to the resupply zone very well. RHIT now having that same struggle that they had yesterday. I'm not sure what changed here. They did so good in round one.
And their sentry's just not moving at this moment.
Yeah, RHIT seems to have thrown game 2. UW gonna just slip through all nice here.
All nice. There's no...
This should be insurmountable.
Simple. And now...
This should be insurmountable for RHIT. They've gotten their standard over the bump. The hero is high-centered, not able to get those last 2 wheels over. Your Mechnum wheels have some issues. Maybe they drove over it straight last time. They drove sideways this time. University of Washington doing some damage to the base, chunking it down.
They're just trying to get some more damage, more XP. They got a little bit of the base down, and it's just a minute into the round, the sentry's already down.
Hey, Twitch chat, I can now see your chat. I see you making some comments about audio quality. I appreciate the feedback. We're gonna have Austin, our producer, working on that, fixing it up for you, as the base for RHIT is chunked very, very low. That stream overlay will be back here in a minute. We'll get it in for our next round, but all you need to know at this point is RHIT kind of getting wrecked with that early advantage. Their blue standard doing a good job of contesting that red sentry.
Yep.
Red team UW pushing back up. The hero poised to take a shot.
Red hero just kind of waiting to take a shot right now. And it seems that the red standard went back to resupply, probably get some more chip damage down, and the blue base seems to be very low.
Yeah, last year we saw UW actually in a more confident position, but they would play with their food in these early rounds of groups, allowing their drivers to get more practice. I'm surprised. Yep, there's the yellow card coming across onto red 4. He's bumped into 2 robots in a row. A little bit of nasty play when you're up that high.
No. It must have just been an accident.
UW resuppliers are waving like madmen, trying to get their robots to drive over and give them projectiles. Reminder that in order to launch projectiles in this game, you have to have physical projectiles in your bot, and you also have to purchase them in-game with the in-game gold currency.
Yeah, and it seems that they're trying to test out the sentry just moving right now, and that's a very important thing to have, especially because if the sentry is able to get to the central buff zone, you get more points, more XP, and it's faster XP as well, which is very advantage in higher levels to get that extra, to level up your robots much faster.
University of Washington still not finishing this one out. RHIT giving them a run for their money in the later game. There's the base.
There's the overlay. And as we get the overlay, it's a red victory.
Very nice. University of Washington does finish that clean sweep, 2-0. Will get them the 3 points that they need. Nikhil, that was close. RHIT, we've seen now if they can get out of the base, they can actually be relatively competitive. They're keeping that same accuracy percentage here, 600 launched, 1,300 damage. Much better accuracy even inside of UW, but that's not saying much. The enemy robots couldn't move for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. However, I think it was just like they were still playing with their food, as you said. It was like
at the end, yeah.
That's what it seemed like, especially because the sentry was trying to move around and stuff. So it just seems that they were trying to test out the sentry movement. In my opinion, and as you said, RHIT getting out of that base, they're very dangerous. So that's just they just need to figure out how to do that more consistently.
I'll have to go back and take a peek at that first round. But in the second round, the hero that got stuck was trying to go over sideways. So these Mechnum wheels allow you to drive forward, back, and left, right. You can strafe. But it seemed like strafing was not giving them the mechanical advantage that they needed to get over. I don't know if they approached straight on round 1. They got out so quick, I thought, oh, they fixed their problem. It's not even a concern anymore. Obviously, still relatively problematic.
Yeah, there seems to be other issues too, because this time their sentry was also not rotating or Beyblading, so that could have also been a different issue that they could have faced, maybe software-wise.
Up next in the 3v3, we should have Caliber versus the McFalcons.
Oh, I'm really excited to see this one. Especially because I was talking about in the pre-match, the McFalcons McMaster have a really cool sentry with a dual-headed design, but this one is top-down. It's similar, which is also very interesting because I want to see how that is, and it could be very dangerous if utilized well.
That's true. That's true. McMaster had that large malfunction yesterday where one of their whole wheels fell off of the SpiderBot. So we'll see if they were able to fix that, or if they perhaps brought a fourth robot that they could field in lieu of the SpiderBot. A three-legged spider is not very effective, is all I'll say.
Yeah, you need at least 4. And Caliber, I know that they've spent a lot of time working on their hero design to really make sure that it doesn't jam. But however, yesterday's practice matches, we did see it jam a little bit. So I'm hoping they fixed that problem, whatever they were facing. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and then again, shout out to RHIT. Their first year competing as a 3v3 team solo. They were able to have a base race with Udub. That's going to be a game they're proud of. That's going to be a game they're excited to have competed in. With a competition like RoboMasters, you will be happy as a team, as a newer team especially, if you show up with robots and your drivers get the experience of getting to drive and launch projectiles and get to play it as a game. If you're just sitting in the chair and your robot keeps dying to power draw, it's not fun. You're playing gray screen simulator.
Exactly.
It's just kind of awkward.
But yeah, it's really cool that RHIT, I think they can be a really strong contender for maybe even like top 2 for the group, or maybe even try to get like in the 3rd place, because I think they could be good. They could get a lot of points off of the other matches.
And it does look like our next 2 teams are in their loading zone, so they'll be making their way over to the field soon. To kind of talk you through a little bit of the schedule, what we've got on the docket for today, we just watched UW versus RHIT. Next up, we have Caliber versus the McFalcons, followed by Texas A&M versus UT Austin, a bit of a classic for the Lone Star State.
Yeah, I heard that it was a rivalry.
It's a bit of a football rivalry from the days when they were in the same region. It's a whole thing.
I see.
And then we'll have Virginia Tech versus Queens, which should be good. And then McKinney versus CU Robotics. If you're like Preston, that was a whole bunch of gobbledygook, give me the schedule. You can go to rmcolorado.org and check out the schedule for yourself.
Oh, and we have the groups up right now.
All right, so let's talk about Group A here. We just watched UW versus RHIT. The reason I was saying you've got to sweep those low teams is because of how the math works out. If UW had lost a round to RHIT, they would have 1 point. They're going to play each team in their group once. Now let's say they lose to CU Boulder. Lots of people are talking up CU Boulder this year. They say it's their year. So now CU Boulder has 3 points, UW has 1 point, RHIT has 1 point. If RHIT can sweep Penn State and UCSD, Penn State now has 7, or RHIT now has 7 points. If UW has that 1 point, sweeps UCSD and Penn State, they now also have 7 points. And so if they had been able to take a round, RHIT actually would have put themselves into contention to knock UW out of groups.
Which is crazy.
Wild. And so that doesn't just go for RHIT, of course. Each of these top 2 teams, the seeded teams, which are the top 2 rows on your screen, have to be careful to not lose very many rounds individually to those newer coming up teams. That's how you'll get knocked out.
Or else they will just not be able to play in the finals and the semifinals, and that would be very unfortunate. But that also gives a great opportunity for these new teams to come up and actually take placement, which is really cool to see, especially for new teams like RHIT.
So up next, we're going to be switching over to Group B for the McFalcons versus Caliber.
Yes.
Group B is a really interesting one. NUS has been really strong. New York University, I haven't seen their bots at all.
Me neither.
I've heard that they've just been building them in their dorm, that they put it together in the dorm. They haven't come to the pits. So absolute wild card in my mind.
It's going to be a surprise.
Yeah. Wash U. I watched some practice of last night. They did fairly well. Group B is going to be very contested. I expect to see many 1-to-1 best of 2 rounds.
So it's going to be hard to figure out who's going to come out on top.
Chat, what do you think? Which group would you like to be in? How did your team look? Paywall, thank you. That's a funny name. Paywall, thank you so much for the kind words to the staff and the volunteers. We got some SCO Huskies. Oh, snap. Some SCO Huskies in the chat. It'll be interesting to see how that mixes together.
It seems that our mics are still a little bit distorted.
Austin and Christian are on it, trying to figure out what's wrong with our mics this time. The Twitch chat is giving you some feedback about our microphones. They say we sound like a Call of Duty lobby, which I'm led to believe is not a positive thing. So I'm not sure what might have changed audio-wise from yesterday to today, but we'll give it a try. They're on it, chat. Don't worry. Hey, John, welcome back. Hey, Dom, look at that. A&M in the chat, getting ready for their game coming up after this round. So around 11 o'clock, A&M will be playing against UT. And then we got RoboGrinder versus Queens. So RoboGrinder versus Knights, and that'll be in the Group D. Nikhil, talk to us about Group D a little bit.
I'm actually not really sure. This is like my second year at RMNA, and I haven't really seen many of these teams play yet. So I would actually like turn it back to you, Preston. I want to know like the lore behind these teams. How well do they play, and like what do you think that is gonna like come out of it?
Sure. So Group D is really interesting to me. Virginia Tech and Nagoya both really strong. Torino had a rough warm-up match, but their bots are mechanically sound. They had some experience issues. This is their, I believe, second year competing in 3v3, so still a relatively new team at the full RMNA size competition. Queen's University, similarly, their robots look good. They've got some experience issues. So Group D, because of that bye, it's going to be even more pivotal that these teams perform well in every round. They're not going to be able to drop a match. They're not going to be able to drop many rounds and still get out of groups. If I had to put down money or channel points, I think just based on driver experience, I'm probably going Virginia Tech and Nagoya. But in my pre-stream podcast, we talked about Torino, maybe Torino actually being the dark horse upset of the team.
Yeah, that's gonna be really cool to see, especially because I think I have a lot of faith in Queens and Torino because I seen them play yesterday, and they were decent. I could see that they needed a little bit of more driver experience. However, I felt like they could have gone that with the practice matches, and just being able to drive it around maybe in the pits and just maybe at the dorms even. So it's just like a understanding the UI type of thing, and hopefully they can put out a good performance.
Oh, we're getting some Gigums in the chat. We're getting some Tamu Pogs in the chat. Glad to see y'all here. We did not stream the Texas A&M practice match from yesterday, but honestly, Texas A&M fans, you're probably glad that we didn't. It was rough.
Oh.
It was rough. The Sentry fired all 700 projectiles at their own base at one point.
700 projectiles is crazy.
Yep. The Standard only competed in one of the two matches. The Hero didn't fire. So it was a tough time for Texas A&M. But again, a lot like what we're discussing with several of these teams, the hardware looked fine. The hardware looked good. They had hopefully very small and fixable software issues, which is the purpose of those warm-up matches.
Exactly. And they also had all of last night to keep on testing, especially in the dorms. So hopefully like any software issues kind of like fixed up, but software is always hard to do, always hard to debug, especially because you change one thing and then something else just randomly changes.
Man, we got some good matches coming up. RHIT, congratulations, guys. If y'all are watching the stream, come let me give you some merch. That was awesome. Round 1, taking Udub to a base race.
Yeah, that was close. I was on the edge of my seat.
Really, really close. Great showing. I know they were nervous yesterday. They showed up. They didn't know they hadn't noticed the bump in the manual for the season. They showed up, realized that they would have some issues. And it appears that as long as that issue is overcome, that they will be just fine. Let's talk a little bit about Caliber. Is that the University of Alberta?
I believe so.
Heck yeah, one of our newer teams as well. The University of Alberta, they did do a practice round yesterday. It went okay. I think this game is really going to depend on robot robustness. As we see these robots being loaded onto the field, it'll be interesting to get a sneak peek and see if McMaster has their spider bot out, or if it is still in the robot hospital.
Yeah, as the teams just are
excuse
setting
me.
up their robots.
Caliber's NUS.
NUS.
They did great yesterday.
They did.
With one robot. Their other 2 bots were non-functional.
Exactly.
So if they were able to get all 3 bots working overnight, I expect this to be a very confident showing from NUS.
I'm really looking at their hero, because their hero, they said they spent a lot of time on it, a lot of adjustments with the loading, and so hopefully that works out and they won't have any jams right now. And if that works, I think they're going to be pretty good. They're looking really good to take this, maybe even sweep. We're not sure.
That's right, chat. Hey, we'll start a prediction for you. Let's get one in the chat. Gamble your channel points. Who do you think is going to take round 1 between University of Singapore and McMaster? McMaster car. McMaster car here in the blue with that double-headed sentry we saw yesterday. An over-under barrel setup, allowing them to have different vantage points and also potentially target different robots. But it does appear from our current viewpoint that there are only 2 blue bots on the field. Spider Standard not on the field, tragically so. I know it's a fan favorite, not only here in America, but there's actually a lot of Chinese fans that like to watch on RoboMaster.live and on Bilibili that really love Spider Standard, so they'll be bummed to see it out of commission. Hopefully, McMaster's able to get it back up and running here in a second. NUS, I would assume with all 3 of their bots, if they can keep them functional, it'll do wonders. And they were able to take down Udub yesterday, so even just with 1 bot, I anticipate that they'll be okay. Dom asking about driver cams this year. We'll be getting driver cams this year. We got nodding from production saying, of course, Preston, we're amazing. Why would you think we don't have driver cams? Dom, the production team said, scoff. Of course, bro.
Of course.
Is word for word, telepathically. 27 seconds left to go. Laptops on the field always makes me a little nervous, Nikhil.
Yeah, it does. That gives me...
it's a scary indicator.
It's a scary indicator that there might be a technical timeout soon.
Yeah. Last minute code flashing, not what you want to see, but with the Sentry, right, they could just be using it to double check some things. 7 seconds left to go.
They're running off the field.
McMaster does not want to use their technical timeout. There is a limited number of timeouts per team. So we will jump straight into round 2.
Those who excel are admirable. I love these inspirational quotes. They really make my day.
Get you going in the morning. 10:50 in the morning, and I can remember that a life without examination is worthless. 2, 1, let's go. NUS versus McMaster car.
All right, a little bit of a slow start. The robots are trying to inch towards the barrier, and it seems that McMaster got out and heading towards the resupply zone.
That's good news for the McFalcons. They had some power draw issues yesterday. Getting into that resupply zone is going to allow them to get ammunition. They don't really have to move from there if they have issues.
Hey, it seems that McMaster only has 1 robot on the field other than the Sentry.
Yep, Spiderbot is down and out for the count.
That is quite unfortunate, but I hope they can still have a good performance.
Well, it does make economy a lot easier as McMaster's 1 standard has all 200 projectiles early. It's trading across the field here. You can see both standards taking a little bit of chip damage.
Oh, and McMaster's Sentry is moving towards the buff zone.
The Sentry for NUS does fire 10 to 15 projectiles as the standard for McMaster falls very low, and he's taken out by Red Standard 3 from the side of NUS.
And Red Standard 3 now locks onto the Sentry, melting it away.
That's the fire rate that we saw against the University of Washington. Standard 3 for NUS, absolutely obliterating. Their hero, not to be outdone, is firing today. It originally had 6 projectiles. McMaster trading back. Their Sentry down to 50 HP. The base shielded but vulnerable.
McMaster just reloaded and are now trying to...
NUS's hero getting a kill. That's huge. Their standard with a stellar performance yesterday. Their hero now joining the crew. NUS going to be a force to be reckoned with as they take the Sentry down to 10 HP.
Just 1 more projectile. There we go. And now the base is vulnerable for the hero attack.
Speaking of one projectile, the standard from McMaster really risking it staying out there, and it is taken out.
It seems that it might be a sweep for NUS here, as they're just reloading and going back to just take the base down.
Round 1 confidently going the way of NUS.
And it seems McMaster's standard just respawned, and maybe it would be able to do a little.
Got to get out of dodge, but carefully. It's only level 2, so it doesn't have a lot of chassis power to work with, as it's got to make its way past the standard. It's not going to be able to. Red standard 3 takes it out as the hero for NUS chews through the base of McMaster, and in our quickest round yet, NUS is victorious. It's a red team win. Heck yeah, we wanted to see the RHIT captain. Nikhil, throw this man some merch. Thank you for taking Udub to a base race round 1. That was crazy. Hey, pro tip, leave the base area. It helps. All in good jest. All in good jest. Thank you so much. All right. So NUS, obviously, it's great news that their hero's working. It really upped the damage output that they're capable of, the speed that they can make the game accelerate. Unfortunately, their sentry not only was not firing, but at some point in the game was just staring straight up, right? Like it had lost gimbal power.
Possibly. But what do you think the strategy is for McMaster here with just a single standard? They would have to just be on the attack, but they don't have enough ammunition or econ to really take a base down as well.
Yeah, I think if you're McMaster, I think you have to play around your sentry. So in this, before First Blood, your base is invincible. After First Blood, if the sentry has not gone down, your base has a 1500 HP shield. McMaster has to play really, really heavily around those two mechanics. So before your sentry goes down, you've got to play safe so that you don't give over First Blood, and just try to make it to the late game, I think.
Exactly.
I don't know, because on the other hand, the heroes really come online in the late game, and now that NUS has a hero available,
it's scary.
Taking it all the way to the late game means that eventually that hero is probably just going to get one kill on a standard and then just chew through the shield.
Yeah, and so they really need to just try to play around the sentry, as you said, and just try to get some chip damage off on on their sentry, and try to win by sentry points HP. In my opinion, I think that's the only way they could really take this to a victory. We see all the teams setting up again. Hopefully, we have the computer coming back onto the field, probably flashing some new code onto the blue sentry.
Yeah, without the spider bot, sentry functionality is going to be pivotal for McMaster to be competitive in their group.
Yeah, if the sentry can start launching projectiles, that is so good for McMaster, as that's just another player. It would be another 2v1. And as we get started, let's do
prediction 1. We're gonna select that outcome, and then we're gonna start our second prediction here. Round 2, NUS versus McMaster car. Who do you think is taking round 2? Round 1 was pretty telling. I think your safe bet might be NUS, but we've seen crazier things even in just the 8 matches that we've watched so far. McMaster might be able to pull one out here and get themselves some points in this group stage. Friendos that are chatting to me in the unofficial chat, if you type to me, if you could just put who's typing to me, because I don't know who's saying what in that unofficial chat, but sure, I'm down to have OB music at the field. Mostly the contestants just get frustrated at listening to RoboMaster's music 24/7. In the real chat, thank you guys so much for being here. The real audience, y'all as well. We're cruising through rounds. 1 minute left to go in the prep.
All right, it seems that everyone's off the field, so I hope the sentry is working for McMaster here.
Yeah, and it looks like the pitch is level. It's either just a really well-balanced mechanical build by NUS, or it looks like their pitch is back online for their gimbal. So hopefully we'll see a nice matchup here. As a reminder, these are our group stages. We're currently playing best of 2 to get out of groups. The top 2 teams from each group advance into our 8-team double elimination bracket. Currently, we're watching a game in Group
B.
B, thank you. NUS and McMaster, the top and bottom of Group B. So NUS seeded, right, being one of our top 4 teams from last year. And McMaster not seeded, being one of our bottom 8 teams from last year. So realistically, you know, the underdog coming into the season. But if they can get, you know, if they can get around, it'll be huge. It'll allow them to make some progress.
We're just getting into round 2. Seek ultimate truth, guys. Very important.
On your iPad or tablet.
Yes. Nowhere else.
Thank you so much for interacting and being respectful. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. McMaster. There we go. A nice clean exit from the base. Looks like they've got their power troubles taken care of, and that's great news.
Oh, it seems that NUS is now having a little bit. Oh, never mind. They're just planning their attack.
NUS slower to the depot, though. They're not going to have ammunition quite as early as McMaster, as that single standard for McMaster playing on the same side as their sentry as we had hoped. It's a good move.
It's a good move. The sentry's trying to come back up the standard here, and they're just trying to get a little bit of damage off on that
sentry. The sentry for NUS firing at Blue Standard 4. Chipping away, and it's taken out. Blue Standard 4 is taken down. The kill credit did not go over to the sentry, but you can see the projectile count as the blue sentry now starts to take damage. Wow. That's an incredible mechanic from NUS. They're getting that first kill. Once that first kill comes over, they put it into a lot of points into projectile rate, launching rate, and then they just absolutely go full automatic with Red Standard 3. Firing projectiles gives you experience, which lets them level up even more, which lets them just snowball those projectile rates.
It's a little scary seeing that hero approach the base, and it's just melting it away. No shot missing, just slow. That's another red victory. That's faster than the previous match.
NUS really showing the threat here, expressing the fact that if you can't stop their standard from getting the early kill, they will snowball faster than you thought possible.
That fire rate was insane.
Heck yeah, NUS goes 2-0 versus McMaster's Falcons. A great job. Look at the accuracy. 129 projectiles, 1342s, 2,200 health.
That's so close to 100%.
Yeah, that's like triple the accuracy rate we just saw out of Udub, and orders of magnitude over what we saw from RHIT.
Exactly.
NUS, terrifyingly accurate, terrifying firing rate.
This is going to be a really great bracket. I can just tell.
Where do you think they land right now? Top 3?
I'd say top 3 definitely. NUS is in the top 3 definitely.
All right, chat. Next up, we should have the Texas Aimbots versus UT's Stampede. Really excited for that round. Great job to NUS. Still looking good. Glad to see their hero engage. Their sentry was launching some projectiles. Not many. I think 15 in that second round. But you know what? Any projectiles is scary from a sentry because then you don't know when it's just going to come online and melt you.
Yeah, you don't know because that's just like a little bit of a tweak away from just working. And when a sentry works, it's scary. It's like 2 standards combined into 1. So any fight just becomes a 2v1 at that point.
Texas Aimbots on the red, UT Stampede in the blue as our excellent volunteers take to the field to sweep up those projectiles. You know what we need to do, Nikhil? We need to have a secondary robotics competition for a projectile unlauncher.
Unlauncher?
Yeah. So in between each match, we'll have some like high schools or whatever build robots that just drive around and pick up all the projectiles, sort them into size. Bada bing, bada boom, double robotics competition.
It's basically like a very specific like iRobot, like Hoover.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like if we tell one of these teams to make one for next year, they're able to do it. Like one of the bigger teams.
That'd be real fun.
Yeah.
That'd be really, really fun. Chat, Nikhil's going to drop in the chat right now the link, rmcolorado.org. Just type it on in there and hit enter. rmcolorado.org is where you can find the full schedule. Hey, Colonel John, glad to see you in the chat. Let's get some hype in the chat. Thank you for being here. Almost 100 live viewers on Twitch, like 50 or something people in the live audience. Super hyped that y'all are here. A&M versus UT, a classic rivalry. Aimbots versus Stampede. Taking a peek over the monitor, it looks like the teams are getting ready, so it shouldn't be too long.
Preston, who do you think is going to win?
Oh goodness, both of these teams were so close to like functionality, right? A&M, their hero wasn't firing, their sentry went crazy, but UT, they didn't turn on their flywheels, they weren't using their yaw, so really easy issues on both sides, but you know, hopefully very fixable. So it's a toss-up. It's really whoever fixed more last night.
Yeah, and also a lot of these problems are very much like, I feel like a lot of it comes down to like driver experience, in which they have gone, especially like the flywheel thing. So hopefully that works, and hopefully TAMU really spent time working on their sentry and their robots last night, because it would be because it'd just be nice to see a really close matchup for like a long rivalry like this one.
Yeah, I would love. We always want to see the robots competing at their best. Yeah, Nikhil, I agree. If both of these teams are at their peak, I think it'll be a pretty close game. We always want to see these teams competing at their best, right? Not only is it more entertaining, but also just knowing the time, the effort, the money, the just soul that these teams have put into their robots. You don't want to see a bot come out and fall apart. You don't want to see a bot come out and die to ref issues or module disconnects. Yeah, hopefully they both go out and do great. If both sides are working fully functional, A&M should have the leg up. From our interviews, UT was really focusing on base functionality. So that's kind of where the give and take goes, right?
So wait, what does base functionality mean?
That means that UT is focused more on robot reliability. They hopefully should have been able to fix all their issues last night. They weren't trying to build in crazy CV models and all of this extra stuff, super caps. There is a YouTube link. We'll drop the YouTube link in the chat. We are dual streaming Twitch and YouTube and RoboMaster Live. So you can check that out. We're going to drop that in the Twitch chat for you now. Oh, thanks. My wife's in the Twitch chat. I appreciate her support. It's real fun to come and spend a week commentating straight for you guys.
Yeah, this is a very long competition. 1 week, that gives a lot of time for the robots to really improve from the beginning to the end, which is really interesting. Is this one of the longer competitions, you would say? Yeah.
As far as robotics competitions go, there's not a lot of comps where your robot has to compete so many times a day, so many days in a row. I will say, sure, it gives you opportunities to fix things. It also means that robust nature that we were describing about UT is super important. A&M, on the other hand, has been trying to work on a lot of fancy stuff because they're going to China this year. So they've got computer vision enabled on all their bots. They've been working on a variety of robots, not just the 3 for 3v3. Their sentry is firing, right? It's not one of those ones that's just going to sit there. Sometimes it fires at their own base, apparently, but it's launching. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, especially because maybe if they're able to get out of the group stages, UT could actually be very good on the reliability side, as you said, Preston. So like they could, like as we get to the qualifying matches and like to the actual bracket, it's possible that UT could just like endure their way out of it.
Yeah, if they have 3 bots that work every time and some of these other teams start having malfunctions, totally. All right, thank you so much, Nikhil, for the great commentary in these first couple rounds. We will now be joined from Austin, one of our long-standing AV staff. He's produced a lot with us. He's done some commentary with us, a UW alum. Austin, welcome back to the desk.
Glad to be here. Yeah, all right. Glad to be here. As long as I remember to actually turn up my volume, that would actually be helpful.
There we go. All right, so you just heard us talking about UT versus TAMU. What are your thoughts? Where do you think they end up? Obviously, we haven't seen what they got done overnight.
Absolutely, yeah. TAMU and UT definitely are pretty strong competitors over the past couple years. We have seen some exciting things from them. UT, they're super flashy robots last year. I don't quite recall seeing any much from them in the past couple weeks for the 2024 season. I'm not sure. Not completely up to date with the podcast. Maybe I think we had an interview with them. But otherwise, yeah. TAMU, as you mentioned, They do plan on going to China, so as you mentioned, they haven't worked on some of those, advanced features, CV, with all that resiliency and stuff that you need when you're shipping your bots over to China.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of work from them there.
A bit of inside info. So not from my time at A&M, but for the last 2 days I've been walking around the pits. Texas A&M has something like 5 3D printers in their pit at this point. They brought a couple, realized they forgot some spare parts, so then they ordered a couple 3D printers.
Oh, dang.
Set them up. They've been printing like mad. So that's either great news, it means they have replaceable parts, or it's terrible news, it means everything is broken. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty common story here of a lot of our teams here. We're here in Boulder, Colorado, pretty close to Denver. I've heard, I think, a story from a lot of teams, actually. But who I was talking to, but someone mentioned that they actually had a team member who drove down to a local store and picked themselves up a 3D printer as well. So definitely a lot of 3D printed parts being manufactured here for these robots.
Bamboo Lab sponsorship win. On the side of UT, their hero robot actually has one of the most unique feeding mechanisms. So as we're watching the round today, keep your eye out. It feeds the 42mm projectiles, those golf balls, at like a 45-degree angle. A lot of hero bots struggle with jamming. I don't know, chat, if you've ever, it's not a very common, ubiquitous experience, but if you have a bunch of golf balls going through a curved tube, the friction between the balls and the tube and the balls on each other starts to cause a lot of force backup, and you'll get a binding almost, where the projectiles will not move. So some teams mitigate this with rollers or bearings on the sides of those tubes. We've seen teams in China in the past do like a carousel or like a Ferris wheel design. Hey, just a friendly... Yeah, no, that's correct. Texas Aimbot's over here in the red. Oh, yeah, this current match. We're now on upcoming match 1. But Texas Aimbot's in the red, Stampede UT in the blue. Yeah, we just finished that one. Oh. Texas A&M Aimbots, their hero was not firing in round 1. Speaking of heroes that typically jam. So we'll see if they can shut the casting crew up and launch some projectiles into the armor plates of their enemies. We'll see, Austin.
Absolutely, we will see. As they do seem to be getting their bags of projectiles prepared for their match.
How many robots do you see over there?
Let's see. Over my right, I see Texas A&M in the red loading zone. I see a sentry. I see a standard for free. I do believe I see all 3 robots, actually. I think the standard is hidden just behind their hero.
Oh, good. For the past couple years, Texas A&M has had one of the best performing standards. They won the standard confrontation 1v1 last year. We saw in the warm-up match that the standard did really well and was able to carry the team. Hoping this year that they can get all 3 robots involved. It's going to be pivotal as they start thinking about RMUC. So keep an eye out for that standards performance, but also for the hero.
Absolutely. I have heard through the grapevine, however, if you've been with us for the past couple of years, we pretty much know Texas A&M's standard driver at this point. Elizabeth, super awesome person, really great at driving, really great at games as well. What I've heard a little rumor over the grapevine that she's not actually here at RMNA this year.
That's true. So because Texas A&M is competing in RMUL and RMUC, not many team members can take off that many weeks from internships. It takes about a week and a half of time off to come to RMUL, and it takes at least 2 weeks time off to go to RMUC. So round 1 prediction should be coming up live here for you guys in the chat. If you're joining us on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, hello, we love you as well. But if you want to gamble your channel points, you can come on over to Twitch, unless it won't let us end the previous one. Maybe if we refresh the page. Yeah, I don't think the previous prediction has ended. His computer's having a bit of time on the Wi-Fi.
Couple technical difficulties here as we work out through. It's our first day of group stages. We've got some exciting matches coming up throughout the entire weekend. So,
a friendly reminder, if you're in person, there's awesome RMUL Colorado shirts that you can get. Look how dope they are. If you are remote and joining us via Twitch, YouTube, RoboMaster Live, don't forget that you also have 1v1 matches you can be watching on YouTube as well. All right, there we go. Finishing our prediction from that last round. NUS taking down both rounds in the fastest match of all time. Hey, O'Baron, thanks for the tip. Yeah, we're having some internet issues. But we've got it fixed. Yeah, Bill, so what you're hearing is actually the projectiles. They're so loud now. You're hearing projectiles from the 1v1 field getting picked up by our microphones. So the 1v1 arena is on the other side of the room, but now that these robots are all launching projectiles at 30 meters per second, when they hit armor panels or they hit, there we go, roaming cam on the field here with the 1v1 bots. Standard confrontation on RoboMaster North America YouTube. Check it out. They're running matches concurrent with ours. But you have an option to go back, right? So you can scroll back in the live streams on, I believe, on YouTube, and after the videos are published on Twitch to catch any of the matches that you've missed. Both schedules are posted on rmcolorado.org, so check them out.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely exciting matches here, both at 3v3 and 1v1. Bit of a different format there in a 1v1, where they have one standard versus another. So here in 3v3, if you're not familiar with the 3v3 format, we have our standard. We have our hero, which shoots those larger 42mm projectiles, a bit more expensive, but they can deal more damage to each of those armor panels. And we have the sentry as well, that automated robot on the ground. Over in the 1v1 confrontation, there are no sentries, there are no heroes. Bit of a format's first to knock out their opponents in the 1v1 tournament. So definitely a bit of a format change there, exciting to watch. And we have a great commentary crew there as well. We have Steven, who you may know from the RoboMaster North America podcast. If you've been watching that over the past couple of weeks, we've been doing some preseason podcast episodes on YouTube as well. Definitely some exciting stuff to watch over there. Looks like we're still getting set up here for our next match here. That is, once again, Texas A&M, Texas Aimbots versus UT Stampede, University of Texas at Austin in the blue corner. Our folks are trying to figure out some of our last-minute circumstances here. Just figuring out some last-minute things as we get that match ready to go for you.
Commentator cam, Dom. Look, it's here, okay? It'll be here. Keep watching this weekend. All of the bells and whistles are spread out. You want to see who's talking? You know who's talking. It's me, Preston. It's Austin over there.
Heck yeah.
We're high-fiving right now, giving Austin a piggyback ride while we're commentating. You wish you could see it, but the commentator cam is not up, so just imagine it. It's awesome. Wonderful things. All right, so far, oh my goodness, people are dumping their channel points. Order of magnitude separating them, 2,600 channel points bet on Texas A&M to the 250 channel points for the University of Texas.
You know, I do want to call out, over here on my right, we were looking earlier at the robots, Texas A&M looking here, looking fine, looking fantastic. They got the robots over there. I do want to kind of point out the elephant in the room, or maybe the shark in the room, we might say. We might have a roaming cam up.
There it is.
There is our wonderful Texas A&M team over in the red corner, and looks like a bit of a special guest from them.
Yeah, you know, this makes a lot of sense. The mascot of Texas A&M is a dog, so here we have the shark.
Yeah, I'm sure we've any UW folks here. I see Robert here from UW. I'm pretty sure UW, if you've been with us again here with RoboMaster NA for a little bit, you might be familiar with UW's shark
Wait,
mascot.
I'm going to stop you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we see some Virginia Tech tape, but it's holding on cardboard. The hero for Texas A&M getting a close-up on camera, on stream, maybe getting blasted a little bit. That's a rough look. That's a rough look for round one of day one.
Yeah, definitely some interesting aesthetics. I think yesterday during practice matches, I think it was me and Kiri who were talking about, some of the nicest, you can walk through the pits, especially here in the venue. You can sort of see all the nice aesthetics. You see this team has some nice carbon fiber on their robots. This team has a nice clean aesthetic. Bit of an aesthetic shift here from TAMU, as opposed to what we've seen before in previous years. That black and yellow thing. It's definitely legal in terms of aesthetic design. It's a bit unique for them. Anyways, over in the blue corner as well is UT Austin, their team Stampede. They're getting set ready to go for their match as well, and hopefully all three robots. I can't quite see from my perspective. but I'd assume all three of us are there.
Guys, if you're saying, why haven't we
That's
started? What's going on? Preston, you and Austin are awesome, and you're doing such a good job filling time, and I love you guys, and you're super cool, and I want to give you my Twitch Prime subs. If that's what you're thinking, I agree with you, but we're actually just waiting for the schedule to catch up.
Oh.
We got ahead of schedule on accident. NUS literally finished their matches in less than like 30 seconds each. And so we got ahead of schedule by accident. And so we really are just waiting to catch up to the schedule. That way the teams have the time that they're allotted. If we get too far ahead of schedule, we'll come up to a team and say, hey, Udub, I know your hero just got decapitated, but you're supposed to play now. And they'll look at us and say, no, I got 30 minutes, dog. To avoid those issues, we stay on the schedule as close as we can. But being early is a new issue.
Absolutely, yeah. But speaking of staying on schedule, looks like we have now started our preparation time for that first round in that TAMU versus UT setup. 2 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock. These teams need to quickly rush into the field, get their robots set up, and get them ready to go.
We got some horns down from Moist Bread, some Gig'em, some Goags, A&M very active in the Twitch chat right now.
Come on, anyone from UT in the chat or in the venue, who's rooting for UT?
Hey, there we go. We got some in-person fans cheering with signs. Love to see it.
And okay, who's ready for TAMU?
They're all on Twitch chat. They're all on Twitch chat.
Oh, come on. I see some Texas A&M jerseys in the crowd. Come on, where's that enthusiasm?
There we go. The enthusiasm is being typed in all caps. Love to see it. All right, 2 minutes left to go in our regulation setup time. Austin, I don't remember offhand. Do you remember timeout-wise? How many do they get? Does it reset after groups? How does that work?
I do not recall, unfortunately. I mean, it might be in the rules somewhere. I believe there is I believe that's a call for our referees. So maybe they'll be able to get us some input there.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you on that one. You can see over at the top right of your screen, UT team members getting those projectiles set up and ready to go in their robots. They each start out with a bag of projectiles. I think it's roughly, I want to say 100 projectiles, might be completely wrong. But they're starting those projectiles loaded into their robots, but they do still have to actually purchase those projectiles before they can start firing them at their opponents. And then, of course, the 17mm projectiles, they are able to reload those at the reloading stations. You see that red sort of wrench icon at the top left corner of your screen. The red team can go over to that corner and get more projectiles into their robots. So hopping into our roaming camera once again here at the blue corner of the field, we can see all of those UT robots getting set up.
So one of the issues that we saw with these UT robots yesterday was a non-moving yaw and just some driver issues and inexperience, right? They didn't have their flywheels on for a little bit. So when we're on stream, when we're watching this match live, what we'll be looking for is, one, is the base of the robot doing the aiming, or is the gimbal moving properly? And two, are the projectiles coming out at velocity, or are they being simply pushed through by the feeding system?
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely a lot of complexities, I'll say, to work through. As you, like, even getting the robots 2 here in Boulder, Colorado, making sure those robots work, they stay working through all these tough matches. Just making sure all those projectiles are able to move through at the right velocity to actually hit those armor plates and actually do damage.
All right, and I believe that we have finished up that.
Oh, we are in a technical pause. Unclear once again if that is due to a team issue or a referee issue.
Doesn't look like there's very many humans on the field, so I'm gonna
Might
assume
be a VTM issue then if we don't see anyone on the field. So once again, for those who might not be familiar with RoboMaster, these robots, at least the essentially standard and hero that are in that starting zone by their base, are controlled by pilots from a first-person perspective. So they have a camera on their robot and they're controlling with keyboard and mouse just like a game. But you know, it is pretty technically complex, so there are some issues sometimes that the referees do have to work through. Shout out to our referees and field crew for making sure all those things work for our teams.
All right, so we had looked at groups a long time earlier as we were waiting for this to get going.
Mm-hmm.
This is a really important match.
Absolutely.
If UT could take a round, Texas A&M is honestly in a little bit of trouble. And that's not out of the question. If if A&M only has their standard operational again, I believe that a full UT squad could take out, even though Texas A&M has the best standard in the game, objectively from last year's results, the #1 standard. I do believe that UT might be able to 2v1 successfully.
We will see as we get that referee system finalization up and going. We will be starting that match in just a bit. That's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Go A&M!
Oh, come on. Don't be a little bit. Don't show your TAMU bias here, Preston.
UT and A&M making out of the base. UT's hero having a bit of trouble, but their standard is out, and that's really the most important thing. You can see both sides trying to get projectiles as UT is spinning their sentry, not in a traditional manner, but
UT's hero now making its way out of the base. Finally, all robots on the field out of their base here, making their way over that.
Texas A&M standard moving straight into that 1v2 that we've identified, trading very effectively. Gets that hero down to about half health, chewing through the hero. The hero doesn't have projectiles. That's not where you want to be. And he's taken out. A&M kind of going with that NUS strategy. Absolute. That, I believe what you're hearing is the sentry for Texas A&M ammo dumping for year 3 in a row. Just shooting the wall as fast as can be.
Wait, at least it does shoot. We were seeing those projectiles at velocity.
Yeah, but you could... It's already hurting itself. So sentry health is the win condition here. It's shooting at a wall that is exactly perpendicular to its barrel. So projectiles are bouncing back, hitting its own armor panels, and it's now tied. Texas A&M has hurt their own sentry and brought themselves down to a tie game.
Texas A&M does get themselves a central buff point there. That does net them an additional experience points, 250 points you can see on the right side of your screen. That will give them higher levels on their ground robots. And that sentry quickly dropping health there for the blue side. That's 10 HP now versus Texas A&M sentry still at 550 health.
Texas A&M successfully going 1v3 here. They're doing really well. They'll be able to take that sentry down. 3 minutes left to play. Their sentry's about to run out of ammo, which will make the volume in the arena quite a bit nicer. There we go.
But they do now lose their ability to help defend their basing their automated robot. And now it's losing health from somewhere. I believe that is standard free from UT. Successfully landing some shots on that sentry, lowering their health down just a bit.
Blue standard 3 ran out of projectiles as the sentry for UT goes down.
That does now make the UT base vulnerable to attacks.
Ooh, A&M trying to chew through. Oh no, UT misplaying here a little bit. They leave the resupply zone without purchasing projectiles. They've got to circle back, but that was a nice bluff. It actually scared off A&M even though they didn't fire any projectiles.
Absolutely. I do believe, however, the standard from Texas A&M is actually out of projectiles itself. You see that red standard free up in the top left corner of your screen. They now purchase another 130 projectiles, so we'll see if they make another push towards the blue side.
If UT wants to get back in this game, their heroes got to start doing stuff. Standard 3 for the side of UT, leveling up, getting up to level 8. The level gap disappearing with 2 minutes left in the game. It's close, but A&M has a nice lead.
Yeah, at the moment, it's still a game of sentry health. 470 sentry health for Texas A&M, 0 sentry health for blue. The way things stand, Texas A&M will take
Texas
this first
A&M
round.
hero trying to make that a different narrative, trying to deal damage to the base, trying to launch a single projectile, and it walks away, head in the hands. Didn't launch one.
Absolutely. If Texas A&M is able to land a shot on that base is our first win condition here. Texas A&M with their live sentry, their base is currently invulnerable to attack. Even if UT wanted to attack that base, they could not because it has that shield on it. UT's base is vulnerable to attack, so literally 1 damage on that base.
There we go.
And
Texas A&M finally
taking
turning their attention to the base. They're starting to chew through it with their standard. A small volley does give them a nicer lead.
Blue hero knocked out. Looks like that's created the red standard free, netting Texas A&M additional experience there on that standard.
Blue standard 3 firing a lot of projectiles, chunking down that hero from Texas A&M as it retreats back towards the base.
Oof, and looks like now blue hero down for a module offline. Looks like that'd be the last we see of that hero in this round.
Austin, we already knew that 1v1 standard versus standard A&M probably going to defeat Texas UT Austin.
Red standard free for Texas A&M. Best standard in the game. I think I did see, it looks like it's off kilter in one of its wheels perhaps.
Maybe. 35 seconds left to go. A&M, it's a good thing they got that base damage down early. They're now, it's pretty much a standard versus standard fight. Doesn't bode well for UT. They've got to get that hero operational, fix that module before round 2.
Here comes Red Standard Free once again, taking more HP off the base, 1100 HP, and quickly dropping as more 17mm projectiles hit those armor plates.
10 seconds left to go. Texas A&M will take round 1 as they chew through the base. With 6 seconds, can they finish it off? They have the projectiles they need. They have enough. They're getting really close. They could do 545
And
damage.
there we go, officially in the books, round 1 to Texas A&M.
A TAMU win, and it's kind of as predicted, right, Austin? We discussed that UT would need to 2v1. They're not going to win the 1v1 standard versus standard.
Absolutely, yeah. Excellent work there from that standard, although I am still a little concerned by that standard being a little bit off kilter. It seemed like it was sort of rocking back and forth on one of its wheels. So a little concerned for that standard, but still, yeah. University of Texas there in the blue with that module offline there on that hero. That just did not help them as they had tried to fight against that outstanding Texas A&M effort.
I think, okay, so obviously if UT can fix whatever hero problem they're having, that'll solve the issue. Other options that they have, though, Texas A&M Sentry is trying to pathfind, but it's not able to aim correctly. And so it is in a more exposed position than, for example, the Sentry of UT Austin, which is just sitting. And so if UT can exploit that and get the Sentry kill first, then maybe they have a chance at getting ahead with objectives, right? Otherwise, I don't really see a world where round 2 they're able to win 3v3, 1v1 version.
Absolutely, yeah, they do have to get some of these issues sorted out. Speaking of issues, though, on the Texas A&M side, we called early in that match that Sentry sort of navigating towards the wall and shooting projectiles, having them bounce off the wall and just taking HP off its own self. Like, we can't be seeing that as we move forward in this competition.
Yeah, that's very true. The sound, honestly, might be very intimidating for UT. When you're driving, they can't see in between those barriers until they peek around. And when you peek and a Sentry is just ammo dumping, maybe they're nervous that if it sees them, they get hit. Who knows?
We'll have to find out as we get set up for round 2 here in this match. We are in group stages, so not eliminating anyone just yet, but they are earning points to see who can make their way into our double elimination tournament.
Hey Britt, sorry in the chat, we are having an issue with our commentator cam, so it's not going to be up before lunch today, but I appreciate you being in the chat and saying hi.
You'll see Preston in due time.
Texas Aimbots, UT Stampede, round 2. Do we want to complete our outcome?
Yes,
our
that
prediction?
is a good reminder. That first round indeed going to Texas A&M. 91% of the chat thought that TAMU would take that.
Do they have the guts to double down, let it ride, and place those channel points again wagered on Texas Aimbots? 37 seconds left to go. That initial pause that we had for round 1 was a VTM. That issue's been fixed, so I would anticipate that in 30 seconds, this game will go off without a hitch.
Fingers crossed, and don't tell you Caster cursed that now.
Oh, I've Caster cursed it all the way, Austin. Special just for you.
Gotta love that. 15 seconds now on the clock as we see that blue Texas. Oh, and there we go. Technical timeout. What did I tell you, Preston?
Sorry, chat.
We do see that blue Sentry on the side of University of Texas spinning, and now no longer spinning as I say that.
Hey, Austin, you want to let it fly? You want to throw one of those flight day bags out into the live crowd? If you're in Colorado, if you're nearby and you want to come by and watch some games in person, maybe you're a team member. They're in that big brown box. They're all the way at the bottom. Maybe you're a team member and you want to come watch some games live. It's one of the #1 recommendations I give to teams is come watch some games. You'll get a lot of good meta and strategy.
But heads!
Great throw by Austin as the merch soars into the crowd. People are diving for it, crawling on the floor. Wow, that's some desirable merch right there.
Absolutely, yeah. If you want some free merch, at least more, if you want it more than this crowd, feel free to come on down here to Boulder, Colorado.
if you want some shirts, reminder that you can get event shirts. If you didn't get to come to competition this year, make sure that someone from your team grabs you an event shirt. They're for sale right outside the front of the field.
Absolutely, yeah. Lots of activities. I believe there's also an arts and crafts table outside. You want to make your own sign to cheer on your favorite team just
or
in the menu.
To jab at your least favorite team.
Ooh.
Or to cheer on your favorite commentators. I mean, you could make a sign that says whatever you like. You could advertise your favorite local food place.
Absolutely.
1-0 going the way of Texas A&M. UT Austin trying to claw one back here. Austin, do you think we see a hero projectile fired? I see some on the floor. Is that from spinning robots? I don't think either hero was able to launch projectiles.
I'm not sure. I think I did recall hearing some hero projectiles early on in that match. Maybe from the UT side. Yeah, we will definitely keep an eye on that. Hopefully they were able to resolve that module issue over that last sort of 2-minute setup period. We'll see what happens.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Texas aimbots in the red, making their way directly to the refill station, able to get out of the base without too much of a problem.
University of Texas in the blue here, briefly getting hung up there on the bump, but they do make their way successfully out of the base and towards that reload zone.
Shouldn't really cause an issue. I don't think they're putting any gold into their hero early. So getting the standard there quickly pretty much is all that you need. Both teams doing a full gold dump. It's a 1v1 confrontation again here.
Looks like it's all into those standards.
Sentry for Texas A&M, 750 projectiles purchased in-game.
Looks like those sentries currently holding under their ammo or projectiles at the moment. Not seeing a reprise of that Texas A&M sentry shooting itself.
Standard to standard to combat. These are going to be so impactful. Red Standard 3 actually taking the worst end of the trade. UT Austin doing a great job in this first confrontation.
Yeah, but UT Austin's hero does walk away with just under half health. You can see that top right corner of your screen.
That's the trade you're willing to take. Your non-firing hero health, as long as you don't die, you'd rather he tank up and just soak the damage. Texas A&M, also their sentry, has taken a shot or two. Slightly lower health, so UT in the lead with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to play.
That is fair. You do run the risk, though, of if you do end up losing that hero, if you don't back away quickly enough, you might end up giving additional XP to the
A&M able to grab that central buff, getting XP. They're starting to deal chip damage onto the sentry. First blood coming across for UT Austin as UT Austin makes round 2.
They might be back in the game, and they are, I believe, slightly ahead. 598 as they take out the red hero.
Number 1 standard. Who says UT Austin as they get a double kill? Wow, Texas A&M, quite an upset here. As the hero gets a kill.
Take the standard out again.
They could just spawn camp the standard. Being a 1-robot team hurts if that robot's dead. Oh my word.
With a slight lead.
UT Austin's got to capitalize. They need to move on. They need to be dealing damage to the sentry. Chasing kills is not as effective anymore.
And they do actually have that slight margin. 590 HP on that blue sentry, 554 for red. If things stay as they are,
Texas A&M, their standards back online, but look at the gimbal pointing straight up.
Well, let's see what Red Standard Free is doing as they circle around.
For Texas A&M, absolutely mechanically or software, something's busted. It can't see.
They're looking up. They're spinning in circles. They're heading into the blue base.
UT Austin's got to move on to the objectives. Ignore this broken standard and move on to the sentry.
We're hearing maybe some body blocking here as they try to defend against the red hero. Meanwhile, Red Standard Free knocked out again. Looks like I was credited to Blue Standard Free.
Austin, I wouldn't be surprised if Texas A&M kicks out their own standard. If it can't move, you don't want a driver that can't see driving your car.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what happens here as the red hero is knocked out again by that blue standard.
UT Austin showing their inexperience here, though. They need to be moving on to objectives. They have 2 bots that can both fire. They should be taking out Sentry or just chewing through the shield of Texas A&M.
Absolutely. Yeah, they do that slight margin, as I said earlier, but they can't just rest on that and call it good. There's still another 1 minute 33 seconds left in this round. They have to capitalize on this momentum that they've gained for themselves.
Texas aimbots. Their sentry has fired 200 projectiles. It looks like it's aiming. It fires in the general direction.
And looks like
And the hero for Texas A&M firing projectiles. Are they back?
looks like they do take out University of Texas's hero. That hero now back up and running, revived. Let's see if they can get themselves out of this precarious situation. If TAMU is able to capitalize on this.
A crazy change of events here as Texas A&M standard is the useless one. Their hero trying to clutch it up, trying to be the hero. 15 projectiles, both bases shielded. It's really going to come down to driver experience. Who understands where they should be putting their projectiles at this point in the game?
Under 50 seconds left to play as the red hero pushes towards the blue side once again. They now back off as blue side free chases towards
The hero for Texas A&M lands a hit onto the Sentry. They now have the lead. Texas A&M now leading by 50. UT has misplayed this. They've got to fire at the Sentry. They're still chasing the hero.
There goes red standard free, as you mentioned, that blind driver out of this round. But now with this round seemingly secured,
UT is throwing. Blue standard 3 for UT, throwing the game, runs out of projectiles. 15 seconds left. They will lose round 2 to driver error. UT Austin, this is devastating. They had the game in the palm of their hands and they threw it on the ground. Oh,
1
no.
second left.
Texas A&M, a very poor performance, are handed the win from UT Austin. Neither team walking away from this round happy. They're both going back to their pits to figure things out. Wow.
Here with our stats. Pretty close on the 42mm projectile shot. Blue shot so many of those 17mm projectiles out of their standard. They had that lead for so long. They started early on. They had a slight margin with their Sentry health.
That was rough.
And then they just threw it away.
They did. Yeah, the standard got kind of the bloodlust of the video game and just decided to keep chasing down the destruction of Red Hero 1. If it had just switched to doing damage to the Sentry, they could have honestly had base damage down by that point, but even there at the end, only 50 damage. That's 5 projectiles for a standard, 6 projectiles to get you a lead. UT Austin making a good showing. Both teams there with the heroes and standards firing. Texas A&M not in a good place. With only one robot working each round and it not being the same robot means bad things. They've got to get at least 2 bots working. The Sentry, I don't know if it was firing on purpose or on accident round 2. It's difficult to tell at this point.
Absolutely.
But effective nonetheless for the second round. I think it just happened to be not a close wall.
Yeah, hopefully they have some time to go back to their pits and figure out what is going on there. You know, get some of those fixes in, making sure that their ropes are in tip-top shape for the next round.
It is 11:40 and we're going into Virginia Tech versus Queens Knights.
I mean, on that prediction, 100% for TAMU. It was
That
really
was
close.
crazy. That was going to be crazy.
But
A shout out from John to their team and their drivers, keeping their composure. They did play it correctly, right? Obviously, they had some mechanical issues there. Their standard unable to perform in round 2. They did a good job of kicking it out, of having the hero miraculously come back to life and win that game.
Looks like we're getting set up for our next round. That's going to be Virginia Tech in the red versus Queens University in blue. Queens University is Knights Robotics. Virginia Tech, a long-standing mainstay here in RoboMaster and RoboMaster North America. It's going to be Virginia Tech's Robo Grinder.
Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Shar. Welcome, Shar, alumni of NYU.
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? I'm Shar. I'm from NYU originally. Currently doing tournament organization and stuff, but giving Preston a little bit of a relief so that he can go and rest his very, very amazing voice. But yeah, you were saying VT and Queens University coming on stage next.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're getting that field swept up and ready to go, getting it all set up for that match, which I believe is scheduled for the next few minutes.
Scheduled for 11:45.
No, Shar, you're the schedule master.
I don't know. I put it in the schedule. But yeah, we're actually running pretty well today. 1v1 and 3v3 have both been running pretty consistently on time, giving that 15 minutes of opening ceremonies. Pretty happy to see us getting matches in. Super excited. But yeah, that last match, quite amazing, honestly. I was happy to see it.
Yeah, we were
sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
I'll say I'm from Texas originally, so seeing UT and TAMU in general, always an exciting time. One of the greatest rivalries in all of history.
Absolutely.
And that particular match, exemplified it in my opinion.
Yeah, we were saying that UT versus TAMU match is going to be super important. They're in that group together. And that was sure something.
That match did not disappoint at all. I'm excited for this match. I haven't seen a whole bunch from Queens University. I think they've been having some issues overall getting their robots like fully functional, but hopefully they've got them down here. Virginia Tech, known as the consistency team, though. That is a team that brings their robots. They're the same robots almost every year, and they just play with them and and consistently place top 4 pretty much every time they've competed, from what I remember at least.
I believe that is accurate. I think our first RoboMaster North America at College Station in 2021, I believe, we did see
Udub VT Grand Finals.
VT Grand Finals. They did take second place there, and then I believe they did move onwards into. I think there was a bit of a gap there. I think 2022, 2023 maybe, where I think it was 2022 where they had a little bit of a lower performance than they would normally have, but they bounced back from that in 2023, and yeah, like you said, they placed pretty highly in that round last year. So hopefully we'll see more great performances from them here in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see.
Shout out to Glyphius here, one of our RoboMaster, I guess technically staff members.
Technically, he's a staff member. He's the fish wrangler.
Absolutely.
He's the fish farmer. He's currently our good friend Glyphius is running around grabbing people from the pits and taking them to the actual competition, so we run on time. But yeah, overall, I mean, Austin, looking at the looking at the brackets over here, looking at these groups, what are your most excited matches coming up, you'd say?
Let's see. We've got RoboGrinder Knights Robotics coming up here now on the field. Sea Robotics and McNatani. Someone told me to pronounce it yesterday. I can't quite remember. But they're the team from Penn State versus our gracious hosts here, CU. I think we can expect some great things from CU. I think we saw some exciting shows from them yesterday during practice matches.
Absolutely. That Sentry moves, and that Sentry moves a lot. So I'm excited to see it move even more. I'm excited to see CU Robotics as well. Ultraviolet Artemis, NYU and U of A. I haven't gotten a full report on how my team is doing this year, but they didn't do any practice matches yet, so we haven't seen them yet. Maybe they'll come out and they'll come swinging, man. You never know.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen McNitney as well from Penn State in practice matches either. They're a bit of an unknown at the moment, so we'll have to see how that plays out in our next couple matches.
And then yeah, Boilerbot, that's Purdue versus Polytechnique, Poly Montreal, yeah, Polystar. So yeah, quite a bunch of good, exciting matches coming up. In terms of the groups, though, looking at them right now, since we got a little bit of time while they reset the field, what is your most anticipated match, would you say?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think we were just talking about how CU's pretty excited. We got some exciting movement there on their Sentry. Udub, bit of an interesting round in that first match of the day. I wonder if what we'll see when Udub faces CU Boulder there in Group A.
I would agree. I think CU Boulder UW is one of the hyper matches. I'm also excited for CU Boulder and RHIT after that first match of the day. Now that RHIT has solved their problem of not being able to go out of the base because of the bump, and they're able to consistently get out, as long as they keep their Sentry working, and it's like that we see more of that performance from like the round 1 versus the round 2. I think that we could see a really good match there. They played the practice match earlier today, and they were able to. They were doing some good stuff. Or their real match, I think, was actually earlier today between UW and RHIT. But yeah, on top of that, I also think one other one that I'm really excited for is VT versus Nagoya.
Ooh.
Nagoya played their practice match earlier today, and their robots were almost fully functional to an extent where I was like, this could actually be an interesting time. Because I know VT, like I said, consistency, you see the same kind of robots, the same general design patterns, you see the same general strategies. Nagoya Union University, similarly, consistency team. They've got crazy consistent robots. They just work functionally. They might look pretty simple, but overall, working extremely well.
Yeah, but Nagoya is not a team to, you can't forget about Nagoya, As you mentioned, during that practice match, they had a really good showing, and it's really impressive in their team. They had issues getting the boulder. Their flight, I believe, got canceled on the way over, so they came back to here in Boulder, Colorado super late. They landed here, I think, 6 a.m. yesterday, right in the middle of various meetings and practices and all the other stuff you got to do. They had to, reassemble the robots and everything, bring them all the way from Japan.
Yeah. Really all the way from Japan, man. That's crazy. I keep thinking of surely there was an easier and closer location than North America, right? Surely closer than CU Boulder. But yeah, we're really excited to have them. We're so excited to have so many teams across all of the entire world. It's awesome. But
Question
yeah.
in the chat here, where is RoboGrinder from? So once again, RoboGrinder is the team from Virginia Tech. I don't quite know the city in Virginia, but somewhere in Virginia.
Somewhere in Virginia. Virginia Tech. That's all we need to know. Virginia's close enough. I'm sure you can Google it from there. But yeah, real quick, while we're waiting for the teams to get on the field, if we can cut to the caster cam real quick.
We cannot cut to the caster cam real quick.
Are they on the field now?
No, we do not have the caster cam at the moment.
We have no caster cam. That's so sad. So sad to hear. Apparently we've got some mic issues, chat. Can we get the verification here? Possibly is mic quality not great? If so, we can adjust on our end, but we gotta hear it from you.
Yeah, when we get that caster cam set up, we'll be able to see some of this sick merch.
We got crazy merch, man.
Isaac's been dropping off, and some of the merch.
Speaking a lot. Let me
adjust.
adjust some of these gains real quick here. All right. Okay, this should hopefully be a little bit better, but let's see. How is that sounding now, chat? Or is it peaking still?
Peaking
or are we
lot.
better?
Interesting. Maybe turn down some of this, turn down some of that. Got a lot of funny dials that we can play with.
Way better. Awesome. Great to hear. Yeah, sorry, chat. I have a very naturally loud voice, and so when we have the gain too high, I will tend to blow out microphones very easily. But yeah, so cleaning up the field still. We're almost ready to go. What are your expectations for this match, Austin?
That's going to be interesting. Well, as you mentioned, VT here with their consistency. Like I mentioned, I think they had that one gap one year, but otherwise pretty strong performances.
Yeah.
So, and I think they were fairly strong in their practice match as well. So expecting some great things here from Virginia Tech here on the red side.
Yep. They also play very aggressive is one thing. Oh, we're going to the 1v1 right now.
Yeah, as we're getting that free field set up, we're going to head over to 1v1. You can watch this stream and our crew, Preston and Kitty, doing some commentary there over on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@RoboMasterNA.
I wish I knew which teams were currently playing on the 1v1, but I actually have no idea. Let me check the schedule real quick and see. Oh, and we're back to the 3v3. Yeah, the field has been cleared by the refs, so pretty soon we'll be getting to see the actual teams get on.
We were seeing some of those teams earlier there. We were talking about those teams on the schedule and those groups earlier here in 3v3. We were getting that 3v3 schedule, the 1v1 as well. Don't forget, a lot of the same teams will be competing there with their standards. You can check out that schedule at armcolorado.org. Looking now here on a roaming camera at the Virginia Tech team. Team RoboGrinder there with their bright orange uniforms. You think some of their robots there, they get ready to go. I think earlier, Press was talking about some of the VT tape. Historically, we've seen Virginia Tech stick to a black and yellow pattern, especially black and yellow caution tape. I think they're switching it up this year, a bit of a black and yellow camo design there on that hero. Or, was that a hero? Wait, this is a hero. Wait, if I saw another one. I don't know. Black and yellow robots, though. Very nice aesthetic there from VT.
Love the aesthetic. Their aesthetic is always very clean. I also love the aesthetic of their team shirts whenever they wear them, the orange and the white. I think they're really sick, the jerseys. I think we can see a little bit of it there right now.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got one robot here right in front of us on the camera, number 1. But then right behind us, that black and yellow camo I was talking about is also on a robot label number 1.
Yes, they did bring 2 heroes. I am aware of this. They have a backup hero.
Teams can bring a backup robot through inspection. These robots have to pass through the inspection, make sure they're all rules compliant before they can make their way onto the field. So if something happens to go wrong, they have that backup robot there just in case. I think historically we've seen people bring a backup standard.
Yeah.
So if they have a hero, like I think yesterday during Area's practice match when they had that decapitation, they just swapped out that hero with their backup standard and ran 2 standards there in the match. Bit interesting to see a backup hero. I think it's a bit unusual. What we've seen before.
I don't think I've ever seen any team bring a backup hero to RMNA at least. But I think it's a smart idea if you have the resources, right? And again, like I mentioned, VT is not one for really changing up their overall strategies or their robots too much. So you might as well put that time into designing your extra hero so you have more robots to work with. Keep that consistency factor.
It is interesting. Although I'm tempted to say it's a bit of a risk because so let's say, okay, so hero goes down, great. Throw in that extra hero. But what if your standard goes down?
I think they also have a backup standard. I'm pretty sure they brought a total of 5 robots this year. if I'm not
Really?
mistaken. I'm pretty
see
sure.
one,
At least that's what I
two,
believe I was
four.
told. I believe that the extra standard is currently queued up for 1v1.
I see. Well,
Yes.
but if it's not 1v1, can they bring in the 3v3? I don't know. That'd be a real question for the referees.
They would not be able to bring in the 3. I'm assuming that they're bringing the extra standard for eliminations in that case, where they would not need to worry about the 1v1 schedule anymore. But yeah, I think that VT basically is telling us we are confident that we have a good amount of our standards are solid. We will not be breaking them. They are consistent. They will keep going forward, and they will push us all the way to victory.
We shall see.
We shall see. But yeah, we should be getting some live schedule updates soon as well, I know. But yeah, currently they're fixing a problem in the arena, it looks like.
Oh, and it looks like the problem is actually fixed as we get set up and ready to go. We're following on the blue side of the field. Queen's University now heading into the arena to set up their robots.
This is so exciting. All right, it's good to see that both teams have at least 3 robots on the field. Exciting to see that every team is fielding the maximum amount of robots today. But yeah, I think that this is going to be a very interesting match. I'm ready to see Queens in action. I'm ready to see them do their best over here, and I'm ready to see VT's consistency again. You know, I haven't gotten to watch a practice match with VT yet just because I didn't have the time, but I'm excited to see it.
Absolutely, this should be an exciting match for us to see. Here in the Queen's University setup area, you're at their base. Looks like they're getting those projectiles loaded, ready to go. Referees helping get their robots connected to the field. Looks like they're trying to get that standard. It looks like standard number 3.
Yeah.
Nice oriented in position, getting that all
Getting all
booted up,
set
ready to go.
Now they're connecting it to the server, and pretty soon we should see its gimbal shoot right back up.
Or we get the backside of a person. Oh! They really want to be on camera.
Yeah. Hey man, it's all about the teams, you know. The robots are cool and all, but it's all about the teams at the heart of it.
Absolutely.
We love our teams. We love the people in our teams. That's what really counts
I mean, yeah,
here.
but seriously, yeah, we have a fantastic community here in RoboMaster North America, on our Discord, here in person. You know, I said this yesterday during practice matches, but I want to say again, you know, everyone who's here in the venue and everyone was able to make their way to the venue, you know, talk to some folks, make some new friends. You got a lot of great people here. There's some fantastic ideas.
Oh, look at that
Look at
sentry
that.
design
Ooh,
on
look.
Queen's side.
Ooh.
That is a long boy. Very
is
tall,
long
it seems like,
indeed.
too.
Yeah, I can't quite tell from the overhead angle, but yeah, that is a bit of a unique design.
I love that design. It looks funky. I'm excited to see what exactly it does. I wish we get a little bit more of a close-up on it right now.
Oh, what will we get?
Maybe we will.
We get Virginia Tech
Virginia Tech
side.
That's also good with
That's
me. I'm
exciting.
excited.
Oh,
we're moving through. We're lagging a little bit, chat. Sorry. Hold with us. Hold with us. Stay alive. All right. Looks like Virginia Tech's having maybe some connection issues with Red Standard 3, but they still got some time to figure it out. As it stands, we've got 35 seconds on the clock currently for setup, so hopefully they get it figured out then. Maybe they will call a technical timeout. Maybe this is on the ref side. Either way, we should be starting this match very, very soon.
See that red health bar loading up. That serves as a loading bar while setting up. So hopefully that red Standard 3 is able to join the game shortly.
Oh, and it looks like it got connected with a module fault, so probably the VTM still hasn't connected properly. We've been having a little bit of these VTM issues here and there, I know. So yeah,
Yes,
we're on a
indeed.
technical timeout now. I'm assuming this is a ref called timeout and not the VT timeout because it was a VTM issue, but we'll see soon.
We will see indeed. I think that blue Standard 3, I saw a bit of a head movement there from the, yep, looks like blue 3 is able to be controlled from their driver's perspective over there with their VTM.
Yeah,
That
doing a little bit of nodding,
module.
doing a little bit of moving around. It was just surveying the area, just looking around, wondering what's going on. One thing that I wanted to point out, Austin, that's kind of interesting, neither of these robots have started spinning yet. Now, traditionally, it seems that when you put your sentry on the field, many teams will just let their robots start spinning, Beyblading, you know? I wonder if these sentries move. These sentries will be actively participating in the game today. Or if they're just going to kind of sit there and be, you know, just a little bit of an extra shield for their base.
We will see. Yeah, for those who aren't familiar, that sentry is autonomously controlled. So those drivers can, they do have a remote to sort of set up those different configurations, you know, flip the switch up to turn on this mode, but then that remote gets put down and no one's allowed to touch it as that robot has to operate on its own sensor input.
Setup time is ending, and we are now transitioning into the final referee system initialization. Preston is killing it on commentary. We'll be happy to have him back soon.
That is a shout, I believe, from Preston's wife, I believe.
Hilarious.
Preston's on a bit
Right,
elevated for his
5,
throat.
4, 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
5 minutes to go
Immediately,
in round
Queens
1.
University coming out with their Blue Standard 3 and Blue Hero 1 coming out. Looks like VT's Hero can't seem to clear the bump yet. Oh, but finally makes it out.
We do see both of those sentries spinning. So like you mentioned earlier, that important movement and spinning there. Looks like they were just waiting for that match to start.
Oh, we've got engagements. The standards are having a little bit of an engagement there, taking some damage off each other.
Yeah, here at the front.
Blue's Hero is taking damage, trying to move out of the base, not able to get through.
And that is indeed first blood.
Taking out the Blue Hero. First blood. The base is now vulnerable, and here we see the VT strat. The typical VT strat. Take your hero straight to their base and just chew through it. Who cares if the sentry isn't attacking you?
Blue Standard Free trying to put up a bit of a fight though as they try to land some projectiles there from the middle onto Red Standard Free as it backs off into its reload zone.
And we see that the new system change where you get healing now whenever you're in your reload zone.
Yeah, both red robots at full health. Red Standard Free back in the fight.
Yeah, taking some damage from that Blue Standard 3, though. Blue Standard 3, level 3 now, it looks like, versus a level 2 hero and a level 3 Red Standard on the left side.
Yeah, VT playing a bit conservatively. They pull back once against their sentry, get it back to full health before they go pushing again. Let's look at the front of the field now, back against the blue robot.
All right, we got another engagement. Oh, and there we go.
No.
Hero is down again. Now we have
overpower.
Look at the level gain there. Went from a level 1 standard to a nearly level 5 standard. That was an insane amount of level gain there by killing one hero.
These level bonus is extremely important as they just keep increasing the power of these robots.
Central buff point captured, giving the red team even more experience.
And blue one overpowered again. Looks like Queens does have an issue to work out there as their robots just drawing simply too much power.
Yeah. Their standard is pretty solid. It's engaging with the other standard and it is dealing a decent amount of damage, but the hero fight, you know, I say this every time, Austin. The sentry, when it moves and it moves accurately, best robot on the field, but otherwise your hero has to be top notch. That is the robot to look out for. That hero can take objectives, can duel, can do everything when it gets a higher level. Oh, and here we go. Red Standard 3 is leveled up again. Leveling up with shooting is such an interesting mechanic, honestly. Blue hero healing up. Engagements are now being taken off. Both the blue team robots going to heal right now. All right, VT is sneaking in there with their Red Standard 3. Going to go and take out Blue Standard 3, trying to get them off of their sentry. Will they get the kill here on the hero again? And the infantry is down.
Blue Standard 3 down.
They also get the hero down. That is nearly the entire team knocked out, taking some hits on the sentry now. But here we go.
In our main objective, that blue base shielded. Has 100 HP left on that shield, but that is still technically not base damage.
And there we go.
There it
VT
goes.
has now hit the base, which means now base health is what is going to be our objective.
We've gone from a marginal lead. Earlier it was just sentry health, 540 HP for red, 530 HP for blue. That 10 HP margin for red for VT. But now it's a stronger lead as they take that, they shave that health off of the Queen's base. 1400 HP versus a still invulnerable base off Virginia Tech as none of the robots have yet to go down.
Also, VT just kind of playing the waiting game, it seems like. VT has no projectiles at all on either of their robots and is just sitting in the middle point trying to get that last little bit of XP, I guess. This red infantry might go down if they're not too careful. Oh, but the hero sneaking by, going straight for the objective, you know. Doesn't matter if you get the XP. The objective is what matters in this case. Queens University, good on them to go into the center.
Here comes the red hero taking shots off that blue base, and they do take it out.
Has killed the
with
base.
those 42mm projectiles. Extremely effective damage here as red takes the win.
And yet again, we see what I would call the VT classic. You focus your hero in on their base, and you just plunk its health down to zero.
Yeah, they just drove right past that sentry as we've seen them do year after year. Get right up into that base, burn right through that shield, and take out that base.
Absolutely stunning performance from VT yet again. I am always impressed when I watch them. Just the consistency, the level of their strategy. We still got another round to go though, Preston. Queens University could still make this back. If they figure out the way in which if they can figure out a way to move their hero that doesn't automatically killed them. The standards were dueling well. They were keeping up with the standard economy until their hero got killed and the standard got a level 5 advantage on their level 3. And then from there, VT just snowballed out. So if they can keep their hero alive in some capacity and not accidentally give VT first blood, making it way easier to hit that base, I would say that would be the strategy for Queen's University. That's the adaptation you have to be able to make.
Absolutely. We shall see what's going on here as if we could go back to the field as these teams get set up once again.
All right, we're back in our setup time.
2 minutes 10 on the clock. We see it up there in the top right corner, Queen's University working on their hero. Looks like they're collecting some more 42mm projectiles to load into that hero.
Absolutely, Austin. Absolutely.
What are we expecting? Char, what do you think? What do you expect any changes here between round 1 and round 2?
I mean, you can't make a ton of mechanical or like I mean, maybe you've been working on the software the whole time and you've got it ready to upload. You just need a little bit of tuning for your like power leveling. But my thought process here is your hero, you need to park it kind of somewhere safe. Get it kind of out of the way. Maybe just park it in your reload zone, honestly, and just shoot from there. Because moving it is clearly an issue for you guys, right? If you're Queen's University right now. So I would say park your hero maybe in the reload zone. Keep that passive healing while you're getting shot at. And let your standard take the engagements for now, you know? You got to beat VT at the hero game. Their hero is their main robot. That's what they're going to try and push the objective-wise. You kill their hero, get a level advantage on their standard, and then you just duel it out with their sentry. Because I don't think you can get through to their base with your hero currently. So you gotta evaluate what's your win condition versus VT's. And in this case, I think personally that your win condition as Queen's University should definitely be to take out their sentry, not their base.
Absolutely. We'll see if that shift in strategy happens as they get their robots set up.
Yeah. 48 seconds left. Austin, what do you think should be their adaptations if you're Queen's University? What are you thinking? What's going on through your mind? How are you going to fix this problem? You can't necessarily change the software. You can't necessarily change the hardware. What do you do? What is the strategy changes you make?
It's a tough one. You know, I think VT, as I said, they've been a pretty strong, consistent team. You know, they had a fantastic performance there, so they just burned through that base. You know, that hero was pretty strong, you know, as those 42mm projectiles burning through that base HP. I would maybe say you have to, you know, maybe focus on taking out some of those robots, or really taking out any of the robots. Like we called out earlier, that base was still completely invulnerable. None of the VT ground robots went down at all in that match, so
yeah, at all.
Taking down something at least to get that shield down, so you can take out some of the HP.
All right, we're initializing the referee system now. I'm excited. I hope Queen's University can make that change and can make the actual like changes they need to make. But yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're off. All right, Queen's University, their standard does make it through already. VT's hero struggling again to make it over that bump, but we know that they can make it.
Lining up against that bump, will they make it
Queen's
over?
University's heroes out first.
Quickly, that standard free, on their way towards the blue side. We'll see what they do. They have, looks like 91 projectiles in the bank.
I think it's interesting. So the red hero won now. Going to probably go and hit that base again. Just go through. Oh, no. They're going to duel the hero.
First blood. There goes down the blue hero. That removes the invulnerability of that blue shield. That red hero. Yep. Oh, as we talked about, they're already there at the blue base, burning through that shield already with those 42mm projectiles. That hero firing its last one, knocking a couple hundred HP off that shield. They not even make their way back.
The hero is back down because of overpower. The infantry's at low health, and it goes down on the blue side.
VT standard knocking out blue's standard as well. Both robots down, quickly reviving, but we'll have to see if they can recover.
It's going to be hard to recover from here. It's going to be hard. You're already down to the level advantage. I mean, I guess you can still do it, actually. I won't put it across Queen's University. Technically speaking, no objective has been claimed yet. The sentries are both equal, and the base virtual shield does not count as objective health. You need to hit the base health directly.
Absolutely. Bit of a confrontation here, center field, standard on standard. It's like blue standard free, that's Queen's.
And blue
shooting projectiles at VTech, but
rushing that standard by yourself is an interesting strategy. I think the problem is that you're just giving it too much of a level advantage now. If you look at the levels here, VT is at a level 8 standard versus a level 5 standard now. You got to run back, and your blue hero keeps overpowering. Here we go. We got VT again, hitting from across the field onto the base and landing some shots to hit that virtual shield. Absolutely amazing. Currently, though, if you notice, Queen's University is in the lead by 10 sentry health because, again, the virtual shield does not count for any amount of damage to the actual base.
Absolutely, and VTech is not in a position to actually do any offensive damage at this point. Okay, well now the infantry just purchased 36 projectiles, but at the moment, okay, and the heroes purchased 9 projectiles. At that moment, they had 0 projectiles in any of their controlled robots. They now have a few. We'll see what they do with them. As Blue 1, the hero for Queens, overpowers again.
Overpowering, man.
Will Blue standard free. It's trying to capture that center buff point. It has another 44 seconds till it unlocks. It's trying to defend itself against VTech standard. They're at center field.
This is a pretty equal engagement, actually. Now that the standards are both at the same level of XP, they're doing pretty similar amounts of damage to each other, keeping a decent amount. VT standard actually dropping health on the blue standard. If you can push your advantage here, could maybe get through this, but you need to watch out because the actual important robot here is not the standard. Yes!
Virginia's hero moving on, actually backing away back towards home. Just about a third of his HP shaved off.
Smart idea to get it off because, again, if that base health goes down, you have a lot more to worry about. Currently, you're keeping it at sentry level. You can maybe make this back. Base shield goes down. It's a lot harder. It's a bigger climb.
Looks like we're back tied again as both sentries now at 590 HP. Let's see if anyone's able to push to try to take any of these win objectives.
Commentator's almost getting hit by the projectiles as the blue hero is yet again killed by this VT standard.
Base health quickly dropping. So it sounds like I hear the sounds of 42mm projectiles hitting those armor plates.
They're across the field. Look at these shots. The base health
and
is
there it
down.
goes. VTech takes that victory objective back. 1,200 HP, 1,000 HP. They're burning through that health on the base.
Hiding? They're so far away.
Behind that barrier. There it goes.
Amazing job from Virginia Tech.
Base destruction, and Virginia Tech takes the win in that second round.
Fancy lights. Amazing job from Virginia Tech. Absolutely stunning performance. Yet again, like I said, just the consistency. The same strategy they've been using for 2 years now, and it keeps working, man. It's absolutely amazing to see. And as we see here, yeah, Virginia Tech yet again did not go down once the entire 2-round match.
28 42mm projectiles fired by Virginia Tech's hero. Those projectiles are pretty expensive. They use up a lot of that gold that you get over time. But as we can see, totally worth it for Virginia Tech here.
Absolutely worth it. Yeah. Unfortunate for Queen's University. I think that you take that hero back, you figure out what the overpower issue is. That's your next step here, honestly.
Absolutely, yeah. Just getting those robots up and running. I think there's also during that round there was also the standard that went down for over speed. That's just a referee system limiting the number of projectiles you can fire at a certain instance. Just gonna have some ref system issues to figure out here as they try to advance through our group stages.
Overall, though, their standard seems to power limit decently well. Only having that happen one time, that's a solid amount of power limiting already built in. I would say also one thing about that standard is that it was dueling the VT standard pretty solidly. I think if the standard driver was a little more experienced, was able to pull into seeing oh, the actual criteria here is to hit the sentry and hit this VT's hero, we would have seen a little bit more of more of a fair game. But you're new to the game. You learn as you go. You'll get better as time goes on. Absolutely amazing showing from Queen's University regardless. One of the newer teams and yet did so well. Absolutely amazing to watch them do stuff. And it's just exciting. Robots are working, Austin. Robots are working well. They're actually moving. Some of them are moving well, but they're moving. And that's more than I could say we could see in most group stages. Some of these matches have been actually pretty close and surprising, I would say.
That is true.
While the refs clean up this round, can we move to the schedule and the groups real quick and we can talk a little bit more about what's coming up next? Yeah.
We can move over to the schedule.
Production, can we get the schedule, please? Production, can we get the schedule? Production, you there? Anyone home? Someone will get it, I'm sure, soon.
Technical difficulties.
Sometimes production can't hear us.
There we go.
They tune us out eventually. We talk too much.
It's a loud room.
Next up, 12:15, so about 5 minutes from now, we're going to see CU Robotics and PSU. I am excited.
Our host team here, CU Robotics in red. As we were saying earlier, we've seen some exciting stuff from them over our practice matches.
For anyone in chat who has not seen CU Robotics yet, this is a team that has endured so much hardship. Robots stolen. Other things have happened, I'm sure. Regardless, the narrative here is that CU Robotics practice match yesterday stunning performance from their Sentry. I am in awe at the way that that Sentry moves, honestly. It is, by and large, my favorite robot currently in terms of its overall design, its mechanical design, its code. It's just a beautiful robot, and I'm so excited to watch it and play. And PSU as well, I'm excited to just see them play as well. I haven't got to check out any of their practice matches, but I'm sure that they'll do amazing as well. It's going to be an exciting match. I'm ready to see some cool stuff today, for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we were saying earlier, like, oh, we want to at least see the Sentry move, CU Sentry moves, and more.
And more!
So hopefully we'll have an exciting show here between CU and Penn State.
Yeah. So we're actually going to be playing with CU and Penn State. This is going to be the A2 versus A4 match. So we're back into Group A now. That was our Group D match that just finished up. We're back into Group A now. From here on out, we're going to basically be alternating groups, just for people who aren't aware of the schedule. We're going Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, so on and so forth. To give teams enough time to, like, you know, focus on their matches, etc. But yeah. Also, what are you most excited about in this match, would you say? Sentry as well? Are you a Sentry bro like me? Are you interested in the Sentry?
You know, I just think overall, just the complete cohesive team of robots that CU is able to field. The kids I seen them earlier during practice matches. CU, if I remember correctly, they do share a common chassis across all their robots. You know, it's scaled differently. You know, their hero's a bit bigger, Sentry and Standard a bit smaller, but they have a nice cohesive team across all three robots, and they perform super well.
They've got the aesthetics down.
Absolutely. Shout out to our field crew here. Our volunteers help to clean up the field for that next match that we see on the UI, on the overlay here. CU Robotics here in red, and Penn State in the blue corner, on the blue side. Looks like here in our musical chairs of commentators, Char's going to take a quick break. Shout out to Char for helping be on our commentary crew. But welcome back, Nikhil from Udub. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I am doing well. Thanks for asking. What are you excited for, Nikhil, in this upcoming match?
So I just want to see. I haven't actually seen CU or PSU any of their practice matches. So I'm actually just really excited to see. Ready to be surprised. Have you taken a look?
Absolutely, heck yeah. So we were just saying earlier at CU, I believe, we saw in a practice match earlier, they had a super strong performance. I mean, you know, there were a couple kinks to work out there in their practice match. You know, it's good practice, they're getting things up and running, but they had a super awesome performance. Char was just talking about how they were seeing, you know, their Sentry moving, doing a lot of awesome things, really great design from their Sentry as well. Penn State, I believe, is a bit of a wild card here. We haven't really heard much from them in the competition. I'm not even sure we've seen a practice match from them, at least I'm not remembering. So we'll have to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, it's a little bit of wild card, which is kind of interesting. They could be really good right out of the box, or they could, you know, first round, you know, try to get out of some growing pains, and then second round, you know, come back for that.
We will have to see as we get that round set up here in the next couple minutes.
And this is back into Group A, right?
Yes, this is back in the Group A, where we have the likes of Udub and CU and Rose-Hulman and Penn State University, RoboX. Looks like we have a Sentry on the field already, even though the timer hasn't started.
Oh, are they taking it back? They're taking it back. Undo, they're waiting.
Yeah, these teams getting set ready to go. I see to my right the team from right here at University of Colorado Boulder as they go in. That 3-minute timer now on the clock.
Now they can go put their Sentry on the field. All right, Austin, I was wondering, what are you most excited for this RMNA?
This RMNA overall, I think we're expecting some fantastic matches, especially, I think we're going to eliminations. I mean, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen as we move towards our elimination matches here in the group stages? But, you know, I feel like we could maybe expect to see some of our higher performing teams, the teams that have been, you know, competitive year after year. I'm talking about Udub, I'm talking about Virginia Tech, I'm talking about University of Colorado Boulder, and even some of them are maybe, you might call them newer teams, but like for example Singapore, we saw them for the first time last year here in North America, and they had a super amazing performance last year, and they blew us away this year. So I'm excited to see some of those matches there later on in our eliminations coming up over the next couple days.
Exactly, dude. Especially in the Group A, what we saw in the first match with Udub versus RHIT. It's like it could go either way. Like it could sway. Like these underdog teams could come and like take their positions, which is going to be really interesting to see how it works out in the top 8 bracket.
Absolutely. We will see what happens in that double elimination format. But first, this group stage match got a laptop on the side of the field. Looks like they're figuring out something. Connor, referee here, helping to turn on the robot, connect up to the server.
Yeah, I hope all the referee systems are working properly. We don't want to go into another technical timeout.
don't cast a curse. Caster a curse. I could say word.
Knock on some wood.
We're here on the blue side, which I believe is Penn State. Looking at the robots here.
Oh, that's a pretty cool design. That's a small hopper.
You might notice that standard is labeled 5. That is because it's labeled 4 to 1v1, which uses the number 5. That is, I believe, going to count for standard 3 here at the 3v3 tournament.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a very aggressive stance from Penn State with the 2 standards, because yeah, they just have to go out and get as much damage as possible.
Yeah, 2 standards. You can build the same robot twice, or it might be a little bit cheaper to build a smaller standard robot, and plus in the game, about those 17mm projectiles are cheaper, and you're able to reload them as opposed to your 42mm projectiles. But you lose out on that huge amount of damage those 42mm projectiles can do. We saw just last match Virginia Tech sneaking in and chomping off huge bits of HP off of that base with those 42mm projectiles. That's an advantage that Penn State here will not be able to utilize.
Exactly. And then we see CU's Sentry just starting to spin up.
Yeah, if we can hop over to the red side of the field. Quick spinning there from the CU Sentry there in its starting box.
Yeah, they're spinning very fast.
Yeah, and you see that staggering the armor plates. So first off, that spinning, quickly spinning those armor plates away from any opponent's view. And the staggering there, where one is higher than the other, those armor plates, still within tolerance. But that's going to make it even harder for any opponent computer vision or even manual aiming systems to land shots on those armor plates.
But however, I would have to say, because they have 2 standards, that's just going to be a spray and pray, and hopefully they hit something.
We shall see. Looks like we are in a bit of a technical timeout here. The referee's taking a look at, looks like the blue Sentry there for Penn State.
Unfortunately, I guess the commentator curse has struck.
Got our crew once again. We got Derek and Connor here from our RMNA volunteer staff, taking a look at that robot, trying to get it connected up and ready to go for this match.
Yeah, we're unsure. Oh, and
got a call in the venue here. A couple CU fans in the audience going Skull Buffs. We got someone in the Twitch chat as well rooting for the Buffs.
And we're just starting up the prediction to see who's gonna take up this match. So please bet your channel points to see, to figure out who is gonna win. We really want to know what you guys think as well.
CU versus Penn State. Maybe if you were here watching some of the practice matches yesterday on stream and in the venue, you might see some of the performance there from CU. You might have a bit of an advantage there in that prediction.
Yeah.
We will see what happens.
No, I'm really rooting for Penn State here. I feel like they could have a pretty good double standard.
A bit of a slower spin here from blue standard forward up in the corner already. You know, spin the wind, definitely a good technique to have here in RoboMaster. Oh, but you can see how quickly that CU Sentry is spinning compared to that robot up in the top right corner.
It seems that the Penn State Sentry is having a little bit of a problem. Probably on the bottom is that the RFID scanner.
Maybe. Oh, so something gets thrown into the competition area. We'll see what the referee crew is able to do. Oh, looks like another module, potentially a capacitor bank module, has to be installed on their robot. Not sure if anything.
Oh, and it seems that. Yeah, I think they just stopped spinning so they don't waste battery, probably.
Yeah, making sure to conserve energy here.
Yeah, these robots just take a lot of battery juice, just to run for a little bit.
Absolutely. when we get a better look at that blue side as they set up that, or as they try to get that robot connected and running. Yeah. Or maybe not. Maybe, there we go. And we can see the underside of that robot. Oh, as they put it, bring it back onto the field and turn it back on.
All right, hopefully it works this time.
We shall see.
Ooh, they have a really nice design, I'm not gonna lie. I like the white.
And once again, those aesthetics across all of our teams here in RoboMaster North America.
Yeah, the aesthetics keep on improving every year, which is really nice to see. You know, it's like they're cool robots and they're just, you know, nice to look at, which makes it really great.
Absolutely. You can also see some of those signs in the background from our audience members. If you are here in the venue, if you're here in Boulder, Colorado, come on down, come to the venue. You can watch some of our matches, potentially get yourself in the running to earn some or to win some free merch, courtesy of RoboMaster.
I love all the
Cheer on your team. Yeah, cheer on your teams. Who's here? Who in the audience is ready for CU? Crickets.
Crickets. All right.
Well, we got some cheers for CU in the chat as well. Looks like we are getting set up and ready to go for this next round.
Oh, there's no inspirational quotes this time.
It cycles, it cycles.
It cycles. It's okay. Next time. All right,
here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, CU Sentry coming out directly.
Yeah, remember that Sentry is autonomously controlled, auto-navigating, using those vision targets on the field and its knowledge of the field itself as well. Although it looks like we do have a red robot still in the red base. Now, standard free for blue, not moving either. We saw that first standard for Penn State rotating during startup, and no action from that blue standard in the corner.
The blue standard trying to shoot, trying to fire at the Sentry.
Yeah, it looks like CU Sentry navigating, getting up close and personal with that blue Sentry. Blue Sentry quickly up, and it is out. Looks like that's credited to CU standard. That takes out the invulnerability and the shield off of Penn State's base.
But it seems that CU's hero has not left the base.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting situation here with the CU hero. Although it looks like one robot down on each side. It's going to be a standard on standard confrontation here in the 3v3.
But CU just takes the lead with the... they're just melting away. They're just chipping away at the
CU
base.
Immediately with those 17 projectiles. We don't even need those 42 projectiles from that hero stuck at home. We can just fire off 17 projectiles and chop off a bunch of HP off that blue base.
That CU Sentry is moving really nicely across the map.
Absolutely, yeah, this is something that technique from the technology from the CU Sentry. We've been excited to see. We saw how this in the practice map, and they've just been refining it. More HP, we're under 1,000 HP on the blue base, under half health.
Red Standard has to just go back and reload a little bit more. But yeah, they're just chipping away. They don't need the hero. They can 2v3 everyone.
That Sentry just chilling back home, defending against their base, but Blue Standard 4 not moving either. They're stuck out in their own territory. Here at the bottom of your screen, you see the Red Standard getting refilled with the 17mm projectiles from their pit crew. Ladlefuls of 17mm projectiles at 8 time. In they go. Off goes Red Standard 4 again. Yeah. What will they do?
Yeah, although the Sentry was moving, it wasn't firing at all.
Yeah, looks like it has all 750 HP or 750 projectiles. You can see in the top left, still in its bank, still in its chamber. Red Standard 4 now taking out Red Standard, Blue Standard 3. That Standard wasn't moving before it shoots its eye, sets its eye once again on the base, taking it out.
That's a red victory.
Match there. CU destroys the base of Penn State.
Okay, so looking at the stats, it seems that PSU has launched some projectiles and did a little bit of damage, but it seems that their accuracy is not the best, and as well as their standard now moving it towards the end there.
Yeah, only able to fire off 18 projectiles are on the side of Penn State.
And CU's accuracy seems to about be about 50%, which is pretty good. That's like on par with what we see for most of the teams.
Yeah, pretty solid there from CU, and they were able to kill 3 of their opponent robots 3 times, as well as take out the entirety of that base.
Yeah, with a single robot too, just the standard.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that in the VT match, they used that hero to chop off those huge chunks of damage with those 42mm projectiles. Without having that hero up and running, they were still able to chop off all that health and to completely take out that base. But that takes a lot more of those 17mm projectiles. It's not impossible. We just saw it happen, but it does take more time and more gold, more currency to purchase those projectiles.
It could just be a little bit technical difficulties on Penn State's side this round, but I feel like round 2 they could have a potential comeback.
We shall see. Looks like we've got some Penn State members up in the top right. Take a look at that blue standard free. Remember, we saw that blue standard free was not able to leave the starting zone last round, so hopefully they take a look at that and try to fix up what's going on there.
Yeah, especially if the Colorado's hero is not working. That double standard would have been really useful to be able to just take control of the map.
Yeah, looks like CU's members as well on your left side of your screen, taking a look at their sentry. I suspect you called it earlier, Nikhil, that that sentry didn't seem it was moving super smoothly, but it hadn't actually fired off any of its projectiles. Got a full 750 projectiles in the tank.
I guess they're trying to fix that now.
Yeah,
No,
maybe a jam, perhaps?
Yeah, that sentry is scary. The way it moves, I just thought another player was like controlling it. But it was scary. So if it's able to start firing, that is a beast. They don't even need the hero at that point.
Absolutely. We will see. Although, these issues might work for that. Like, having a sentry that doesn't fire, having a hero that doesn't move. That might work well in this match, in this round. But remember, we are in Group A. CU has a lot of tough opponents to face, including our reigning champions, Udub, University of Washington. They had some issues of their own in their first match, but they've got a big hill to overcome if they want to make their way further in this tournament.
That's true. Oh, and it seems, can we take a look at the red side real quick?
Maybe.
Possibly.
We'll see.
Yeah. Because from what we can see from the commentating desk right now, is that their hero rotating?
Can't quite tell, so we can maybe see the red side, perhaps.
It's okay, we'll see
possibly.
it in game.
Look at the roaming cam instead. We get to see the CU fans.
Yes. Can the CU fans please cheer on your team real quick?
A shout out for Rishi of CU Bus. You got SCO Bus.
All right, and now
98 participants fail, 100% gain. Some inspirational quotes here, courtesy of Mr. RoboMaster themselves.
John RoboMaster.
Here we go.
All right.
Round 2,
Let's
CU
see.
versus Penn State.
Oh, it seems that both robots are moving forward.
Here we go. And yes, I wasn't need that hero spinning.
Unfortunately,
in the reload zone.
But Penn State, neither robot is coming out of the base right now.
Also a little surprising here. Earlier in that match, the first round we were calling out that CU Sentry spinning, moving, doing all these awesome things. No movement from CU Sentry here in this round.
CU just might have a 2-robot curse.
They may have indeed. But here we go. Immediately off their Sentry. Melted that Sentry, that first round of projectiles from that CU standard. They have, looks like, no more projectiles in their tank, but here comes the hero now with those 42 more projectiles. They can't purchase that many. They are now out of those 42 more projectiles. They don't have enough gold at the start of the round, but they carve up basically 2/3 of that base health. This will be, looks like it might be a quick one if Penn State can't recover.
Exactly. Yeah, they might be having some like ICR issues or some type of ref system issues, because it seems that the robots are just not moving right now, for Penn State at least.
We will see. Hopefully we can figure out some of those technical difficulties. We did see earlier in the setup period the pit crew members looking at that robot. Here we go, 100 HP, and that's the round!
That was a fast win for CU there.
Red win once again, CU taking the second round of a base destruction.
Yeah, CU seems to be a very good contender. Like, I think one of the top contenders right now, especially with if they're able to get all 3 robots to work with the movement of their sentry and with their hero and just standard being on point and consistent, they could be, I think, maybe a solid top 3 contender.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely an amazing performance there from CU. But again, they do have some pretty tough hills to climb with other teams like Udub in their group. That'll be an exciting match to see. CU versus Udub coming to your screens at some point. I don't have the schedule to hand at the moment, but we'll see at some point as they are in the same group.
Yeah, that was a fast match.
Absolutely. Yeah, CU they got that hero up and running. They just burned through that base, burned through the center there with the 70mm projectiles coming out of their standard. Let's look at the stats. 75 70mm projectiles fired, 9 42mm projectiles fired. They just completely wiped the sentry in base.
And that was, I think, one of some of the highest percentage accuracies. Albeit, like, none of the robots were moving, but, you know, that's still pretty high accuracy.
Absolutely, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if Penn State can get their robots up and running, get all those technical difficulties out of the way. We see their robots moving in future matches.
Exactly.
As we get set up for our next match, that is two rounds to CU there. That nets them some additional points in the overall group stage tournament. And I believe the top 2 contestants of each group will move on to our double elimination tournament. That will be happening over the next few days. So I believe next up we are moving our way out of CU versus Penn State into our next match.
Which is Boilerbot versus Polystar.
Boilerbot versus Polystars. That is going to be the team from Purdue University on red versus the team from Polytech Montreal over on the blue side.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good matchup. I think I've not really seen their practice matches, but have you, Austin? You know how Purdue and Polystar are doing?
I think I've seen bits and pieces as well. The Boilerbots from Purdue have had pretty strong showings over the past couple years. I think there's a whole backstory behind them, if I recall correctly. If they technically exist as a team back prior to 2020. They have previously competed at RMUC in China, the big 7v7 9v9 competition. But then that team, all those members graduated. They had a new crop of folks come up. That team got revived in 2021, 2022. And now they have pretty sharp performances. They, in fact, host their own little sort of scrimmage tournament up in the Midwest at Purdue's campus.
Yeah, so they could have had a lot of practice, a lot of refined detail, like refined designs and well. So like we could see a pretty good matchup here, or just a domination from Purdue.
Absolutely, but we can't forget about Polytech Montreal. Polystar, also a name known to those in the RMUC community from prior to 2020. They had showed up before to those competitions in China. Now they're here in North America. We will see how their robots fare when they face off against Purdue.
Yeah. So how's your day going so far, Austin?
So right now, excited to see some of these exciting matches coming up. You know, we're starting to see some of these teams. I think we saw a little bit of them in their practice matches, but they're still working out the technical difficulties, still working out the issues, and hopefully as we start to see them here in our real group stage matches, these matches do count for points. As we start to see them on the field, we hopefully will see some more exciting things going on and see how these robots fare in the tournament. How are you feeling, Nikhil?
Pretty good, actually. Some of these matches are so cool, like the Texas A&M and UT Austin match. That was so fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a pretty close one indeed. UT Austin just throwing that last one away.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, hoping they can regroup and figure out their strategy. Look here at the schedule. Looks like, as we mentioned, Boilerbot versus Polystar come up as our next match. Scheduled, actually, hold up. It's scheduled for 2 o'clock. I believe that means we are on our way to lunch, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's a break for us, it seems.
It does seem indeed.
Oh, we were just going to sit here and yap for like 2 hours.
Indeed. So, folks, here in the venue, here in Twitch chat, in YouTube chat, in RoboMaster.com/live chat, we are going to be on, I believe, break until 2 o'clock Mountain Time. 2 o'clock here in Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah.
We will see you later for Boilerbot versus Polystar.
Yeah, please on this break, make sure you're hydrated and grab a snack because these next matches might be so fun to watch.
See you then.
而且红色方的上海交通大学已经开始对对方的前哨站进行调色了，效率非常之高。
哇，直接是一波推掉对方前哨站
，30秒钟的时间。
叫洪任新，我是上海工程技术大学木源 Bodyboard 的队长，在队里负责队内管理、运营、进度管理和超级电容的研发。就是今年有很大的突破，靠我们队伍有一个很强的凝聚心吧。每天晚上熬夜修车就可能是最大的挫折吧，但是最后结果是好的，就是好的。在16进8或者8进4，前2年都会碰到一些很强的队伍， 然后都会差一步，然后踏进更高一步的排名。其实我已经在这个队里3年了，然后有很多老队员离开，有很多新队员加入，但这个过程中，老队员会一直帮助我们很多东西，然后就让我们队伍越来越壮大，然后越来越有凝聚力。
大家好，我是来自上海工程技术大学牧原战队的1号操作手周雨欣，我是今年才刚刚入队的。因为在高中的时候，一个偶然的机会能够线下去感受到了 RM 的氛围，所以就一直抱着对 RM 的期待来到了大学，并且一直在为能够进入 RM 的赛场而努力。我觉得这是我所喜欢的比赛，喜欢的事情，所以我会一直做下去的。我们的战队其实相对于其他老牌强队来说是一支比较新的战队，所以进去之后能够感受到所有的东西处于一个上升期。我们作为新队员，其实还是需要更加的努力，让我们的队伍能够走得越来越稳。
大家好，我是东南大学 4IC 战队的队长肖浩宇。我们队伍从15年建队到现在已经有8年了。21年我们拿了一个中部分区赛的殿军，我们全国赛由于疫情被挡在了深圳的春节体育馆外面。接着22年，由于队里的一些问题，包括我们自己做的不够稳定，22年输得比较惨烈。然后希望他们上过赛场之后，带着这股冲劲，再一届一届的传下去吧。首先，我觉得我们的队伍的凝聚力会比去年更高一些。然后其次呢，就是我们把稳定性这个问题虽然没有很好的解决，但是我可以说解决了个60%左右吧。我们现在基本上摸索出了一条做新技术的一个路线，就是从我们的制定这个预案到研发，最后到上车，再到最后调试。然后现在我们基本上把这个路线摸清楚了。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的项管项安黎。说到队史，就必须提一下我们的老队长，建立我们长空御风战队的一个老学长，他是16级的研究生，然后他是一手把我们这个战队建立起来，然后就他制定了一套我们完整的培训体系，然后还有一些精神的内核吧。每一个年级联系都非常的多，像我们今天就来了特别多的同学，有上至16级的，下至22年级的，就是从创队历史到现在，就所有年级的都在。21年的时候，就是一个断代比较严重的年，然后当时就是输得比较惨，心里也有很多不甘心。然后当时我是大2嘛，然后大4就回来就继续带队了。就是每一个机器人相比于之前都有不小的进步吧。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的队长蔡志豪。要去控制一个物体去空间中的旋转，你靠用遥控去控制各个关节转动，这很不直观的。但是如果你能够通过一些运动学解算方法，然后给它同一条关键电极上，就有一种把矿石拿在手上的一种感觉，减少操作手的负担，使得操作手的这个操作更容易上手。是大2开始参赛了，现在也是大4。当我踏入这个赛场的时候，当现场的氛围就已经深深的感染我。这种比赛所带给我来的很多这种非常有实际意义的这种收获，我觉得。RoboMaster 的有一句话说得很好，98%的队伍在这里被打败，然后变得更强。我觉得这句话也深深激励我，就是暂时的技不如人并不可怕，我觉得知耻而后勇方为丈夫。
它是安装了一个激光测距的装置，然后在它的那个底盘那个位置，然后我们有个自动跳跃模式，开启这个自动跳跃模式之后，然后主动靠近台阶，它就会自动上距离，然后自动在合适的位置起跳，然后完成一整个跳跃工作全是自动完成，然后跳跃完成之后就会退出模式。
比较特殊的是在去年寒假，因为一些原因，所以我们队伍提前放假回家，然后我个人就把平衡步兵的初代 板通过邮寄的方式带回家里调，在家里的近2个星期内，这个平衡步兵由一个还没有任何功能到一个完全站立和能够顺地流畅的移动，以及能够实现一些小的跳跃和一些稍微复杂的功能。
RMNA第一台全向的步兵，然后他在19年的时候就是被我们一个学长给设计出来。他现在这一版是经过迭代和那个不断优化的，然后才变成这样的。当时设计出来之后呢，在我们南宫消音战队第一次打进国赛，然后还打到了8强，然后非常的强大。
初心高于生活后面还有一句话叫"成长胜于输赢"吧。我其实对于这句话的感受是更深的就从我个人来说吧，当然从什么都不会到一步一步，然后跟着队伍一路走过来，真的说实话，在这里面成长经历了特别多的东西。然后那颗初心的话，怎么说呢？我觉得也是永远没有改变的吧，就是你不断的去面对不同的挑战，然后你不断的尝试去解决它，然后你一步一步的成长起来。我觉得这是这个比赛带给我们最大的意义。初心高于胜负成长胜于输赢。
怎么穿着华南回去的？对，
又藏着。我不是，你今天没在群里说官方要来啊？我还选了选呢。我说今天穿件黑的。
参赛队伍在检录完成后，需要进入候场区等待。工作人员将在候场区核实场地队员身份，并发放队长袖标。不符合要求的队员将无法进入赛场。参赛队员可以在候场区做最后的赛前准备工作。当临近比赛开始时，将有工作人员引导参赛队伍携带机器人到达战场入口附近待命。此时，参赛队伍可提前给机器人预装弹丸，但不可提前上电调试。比赛开始前，裁判询问参赛队伍是否准备就绪，若准备就绪，边裁放行。在进入3分钟准备阶段后，参赛队伍需将机器人放置在对应的初始区域，为机器人上电。裁判将尽快为机器人连接裁判系统服务器，需要注意哨兵机器人需放置在哨兵启动区内。在准备阶段内，场地人员可继续为机器人装载初始弹丸。机器人如需进行发弹测试，需使用氢弹带，测试时需注意安全。在此阶段，场地人员可在对应的机器人初始区域进行机器人的其他调试，如有问题，及时需求裁判帮助。准备阶段还剩1分30秒时，裁判会提醒操作手进入操作间检查确认机器人操控以及官方设备是否运行正常。操作手进入操作间后，请尽快检查官方设备以及设置赛事引擎选手端。若官方设备无法正常运行，操作手需在准备阶段还剩15秒前提出。准备阶段还剩30秒时，战场内所有机器人需上电，未上电的机器人需搬离战场，战场内人员有序离场，到指定区域观赛。佩戴队长袖标的队员在准备阶段倒计时15秒前申请参赛队伍技术暂停，申请时需说明时长以及原因。参赛队伍技术暂停一旦发起，无法取消，期间双方均可进入战场调试机器人。时间耗尽后，恢复准备阶段倒计时。需注意，准备阶段结束后，场地人员需将哨兵机器人的遥控器放置于战场入口指定区域。首局准备阶段，裁判会确保所有裁判系统正常工作。次局准备阶段，裁判会确保机器人能够正常连接服务器，机器人图像能够正常传回操作间。如参赛队伍需更换裁判系统模块，可向裁判提出申请，借用裁判系统进行更换。准备阶段结束后，将进入裁判系统自检阶段。自检阶段期间会自动检查所有系统模块的状态。裁判系统自检时间进行到最后5秒时，会有明确的倒计时生效和现场动画显示，并锁定机器人控制指令。倒计时结束后，选手端恢复响应机器人控制指令，比赛立即开始。 比赛过程中的所有机器人可进入补给区补给17毫米弹丸，补弹时补弹员需佩戴手套、护目镜、身穿长袖，注意补弹安全。当机器人正确识别到补给区的场地交互模块卡后，操作手可通过赛事引擎选手端兑换允许发弹量，允许发弹量为0的机器人发射机构将无法上电。当一局比赛时间耗尽或一方队伍提前触发胜利条件时，一局比赛结束。如继续进行下一局比赛，机器人在准备阶段开始后回到初始区域进行调试。当一场比赛决出胜负或者结束所有局次后，一场比赛结束，请将机器人断电，有序离场。队长需到裁判席进行签字确认成绩。当比赛结束后，3v3对抗赛的参赛队伍需将机器人带至退弹区进行退弹，归还袖标，撕除 pass 卡。退弹时需注意17毫米弹丸需要退至无法打出为止，42毫米弹丸需将机器人弹链中所有弹丸归还。步兵对抗赛队伍在战场内完成退弹操作。
再次激活大能量机关，创造了纪录。
我们的打符逻辑主要可分为2部分，在我们解算过程中，我们会提取我们能量机关的需要击打对象，也就是它的箭头指示部分，然后我们会对箭头和装甲板进行一个特征提取，以解算出我们需要击打的点的位置。在第一部分侦查的过程中，我们会把我们需要击打中心点的坐标解算出来，存储在数据中，并判断我们此时的模式是静止符、小符还是大符模式。如果进入大符模式，我们采用的是一个对角2乘的拟合算法，得到一个我们需要击打的一个预测的角度。然后得到预测角度之后呢，然后我们就会通过一系列的坐标变化，然后得到枪口坐标的需要转动的 pitch 和要，从而达到击打符文的目的。
我是来自湖北工业大学21制造及其自动化的谭志康。我其实是从高中的时候就了解到了 RM 这个比赛，然后我报的湖北工业大学也是因为我了解到这个学校有能打这个比赛的队伍。因为大学对我来说是一种全新的开始，是我当时所处的不同层面的我的向往，所以说我需要一种东西去让我的热爱得到发挥，而且我觉得我们实验室的口号特别应和了我高中的想法，热爱我的热爱，不管是热爱还是责任感，我都觉得我在大学4年我应该要把这个比赛打好，我觉得这是对我的一种挑战，也是一种热爱。
我叫林鹏飞，来自中南大学 RHIT 机器人战队， 是 F2T 战队的队长。我主要负责是步兵和工程的机械，从15年到现在了，应该是时间最长的那一批，就是从第1年开始一直打到了今年。我们有一个历届队长队员群，15年到现在学长学姐都在里面。像我们这次在长沙办比赛，就有好多学长都回来看了。当然是希望他们能够踩着我们走过的路往前走远一步吧。而且新一代的队员，更有激情，然后潜力也更大。
我是武义大学 RMNA 今年的队长，就有那句话，那个初心高于胜负，是吧？因为都是本着初心来打这个比赛的，从一开始接触到 RoboMaster 这比赛，就是对他有一种特殊的那种热爱吧。具体化一点，就是我们师兄当初带我们一步一步走到这个，我觉得就有传承，还有一种先人带着后辈的这种一种情感，然后再慢慢融入到这个比赛里面，然后就是一直让我坚持走下去的一个事情。然后传承这方面的话，倒不是说有多少的技术传承，反而是一种那种感情的传承。只是师兄师姐只是一个引路人的作用，真正热爱和喜欢还有坚持下去的，还是要靠自己。其实我觉得参加这样一个比赛，因为 RoboMaster 赛程很长，能够坚持1年下来，然后打到分区赛这边的话，基本上都是对这个比赛非常的热爱。所以说，时间就是证明一个参赛的对这个比赛的一个热爱。
我是来自武义大学 MCA 战队，我在战队中主要是担任相管，然后技术部分是负责哨兵电控和硬件部分。这目标都是能够更加有进步。备赛过程中也不是一帆风顺的，我们经常都会出很多问题，然后我们整个战队的初心都是一样的，都是为了完成自己内心的机甲梦吧，支撑着我们一直走到现在，一直从联盟赛到区赛，然后但是我们都觉得这是值得的。
我想这个建筑结构最大的特点就是它的悬挑系统，这是一个为大疆量身定制的一个空间系统。
这种悬挑系统的结构设计非常难实现，落地的核心筒需要承担所有的荷载，因此我们采用了钢结构支撑加强的设计。考虑到悬浮的体块最大挑出21.5米，我们在其顶部设置了悬挂横架，令它可以安全地附着于核心筒上。
从最上面的这些试飞空间，让同事们能够灵活地去测试、创造，到下面悬挑或者吊着的这些办公空间，非常的灵活通透。
值得一提的是，我们打造了一座轻盈的高空联桥，抛物线的几何形态、拉锁节点等，都有很多设计细节。我们还通过设置导流孔、透风栏杆等方式，确保了桥梁的风正稳定，最终呈现了独特的联桥形态。
这个联桥连接了塔楼与塔楼，也连接了人与人，也是从一个以人为本、连接自然的一个出发点。这种理念也体现在大堂的设计上，你能够看到它的自然、简约、通透，它没有任何额外的装饰，更像是一个博物馆或者是美术馆。我们在体块之间也穿插了几个空中花园，让我们的员工有更多亲近自然的机会，能够接近阳光，能够摸到植物，能够在这工作休息，也提供了更多元化的一些空间让员工来选择。
我们在这里创造了一个好的工作环境、生活环境，对城市也是友善的，因为我们把这个广场的空间开放了给城市。这我想是大疆给这个城市最大的一个礼物。
It's a building about a vision, it's innovation, it's futuristic, it's humanistic, it's about all the desirable qualities of progress. It's truly exciting.
大疆天空之城建造历时6年，感谢见证它一路走来的所有人。天空之城的故事才刚刚开始，未来将由每一位大疆人共同书写。
一方面，我们这个皮恩车在建模、物理建模的时候就考虑把2条腿同时考虑进来，这样是一个更加直观的模型，并且呢，它的在不同情况下的应对不同复杂的环境的话就更加稳定。第二点就是我们借鉴了 MPC 的思想，对它的状态进行一个预测，这样子在它遇到某种突发情况，比如说打滑，比如说踩到小弹丸的时候，它能够自发地进行一个校正。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。Inspire 3采用一体化流线型设计，工业美学与飞行性能完美结合。全新超广角暗光飞行相机为飞手量身打造，拥有大光圈和超广视野，感光能力大幅提升。
The FPV camera on the Inspire 3 is absolutely phenomenal. The picture quality is exceptional with a very low latency in the video, which allows the pilot to fly very precisely through small areas.
得益于性能强劲的动力系统 ，Inspire 3的水平飞行速度可达94公里每小时，斜下降速度提升至10米每秒。全新 TB51电池的重量和体积均较上一代大幅优化，不仅带来28分钟最长飞行时间，且支持快充和热替换。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3仍可在狭窄空间内安全飞行。它配备 DJI 最先进的全向态式感知系统和全新自定义避障功能，飞手可进行更加丰富的设置，包括避障方向、避障距离等。避障状态还可在全新距离感知雷达图上直观显示。不仅如此 ，Inspire 3机身内置前后双 RTK 天线，可实现强大的定向能力，进一步提高飞行精度，并极大减少指南针校准频率。RTK 定位天线支持3类全球定位系统，借助网络 RTK 或 DRTK2 移动站，可以轻松实现厘米级的定位精度。
The Inspire we were flying today has the new RTK that has centimeter accuracy that you could fly paths and go through obstacles that were just impossible to do before.
凭借厘米级 RTK 定位技术，航点飞行 Pro 的航线规划与任务执行也更加精准。其中，轨迹复眼模式作为传统航点飞行功能的升级版本，不仅支持更多专业设置。还可让 Inspire 3沿规划的航线更精准地完成自主飞行和拍摄。使用3D 轨道模式，则能模拟索道、轨道的拍摄效果。摄影师可设计一条虚拟的空中轨道，并手动控制 Inspire 3在虚拟轨道上来回飞行。
I mean, with the precise movements of the waypoint, I mean, you can do shots that you could never do before that were just impossible. I mean, today we did almost a 13-point waypoint move, and it was just seamless. Wrapping around someone, taking off, and then landing in an impossible position, you know, inches away from things, and it was just dead on.
在大多数航拍镜头中，无人机常聚焦在单个主体进行拍摄。聚焦 Pro 的升级，让此类拍摄更加简单高效。云台相机可自动锁定主体，此时飞手仍可手动控制飞行航线。
I love that they adopted Spotlight Pro for the Inspire 3. It lets me focus entirely on the flight, while the gimbal just stays locked on the subject, so I can get these really complex shots, even if I'm just shooting solo.
Inspire 3配备电影级影像系统，搭载全新 X9 8K Air 云台相机，配备全画幅传感器，可直接内录全画幅 8K ProRes RAW 和 Cinema DNG 视频，以及 4K 120帧全画幅慢动作视频，满足顶级影视项目的规格要求。X9 8K Air 支持800和4000两档原生 EI， 并覆盖超过14档动态范围，能充分还原复杂光线下的明暗细节。
We have a dual native ISO, which means it can now shoot in low light really well, and then full frame sensor is now making the camera better than the majority of cameras out there already. So it's going to be comparable to a lot of high-end cinema cameras.
X9 不仅拥有超高水准的画质表现 ，DJI 电影色彩系统的运用也让它拥有卓越的色彩表现。
Working with this camera on the color side was very seamless. You can see all the highlight detail in the skies, and also you can see all of the shadow detail in the clothes. And usually we only see that with the very best of the professional cameras out there.
为了给摄影指导提供更多创意空间 ，DJI 新增 DL 18毫米 f2.8 超广角镜头，后续还将推出长焦镜头，配合原有全画幅定焦镜头，组成一套专为航拍打造的电影镜头组。Inspire 3全新的仰拍模式能带来更多创意拍摄角度。当起落架在下时，云台相机可进行最大80度无遮挡仰拍，彰显视觉张力。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3可和片场各部门实现紧密配合，支持10码同步功能。DJI RC Plus 遥控器自带7英寸高亮监视器，亮度高达1200尼特。当内外置电池组合使用时，最长可提供6小时续航时间，并支持电池热替换。同时，影视级 O3 Pro 图传进一步提高了多人协同拍摄效率。飞手和云台手可在片场不同位置独立接收图传信号。飞行相机和云台相机均支持 1080p 60帧稳定图像传输，传输距离远达15公里。Inspire 3可在一定距离内实现 4K 30帧超高清图像传输，满足导演监看和现场直播要求。在城市楼宇等强干扰环境中 ，Inspire 3可安装 DJI Cellular 模块，借助 4G 网络确保图传稳定性。除了连接2台 RC Plus 外 ，Inspire 3还可与一台 RC Plus 与一台图传高亮监视器配对使用。此时，高亮监视器作为 DJI 专业生态系统的传输中枢，可与 Rolling 4D 控制手柄、DJI 大师摇轮等组合使用。将 DJI 3通道跟焦器连接 RC Plus 后，焦点员还可在片场进行远距离的焦点控制和光圈调整。Inspire 3带来众多革命性升级，全新电影航拍与空间智能时代即将开启。
Yeah, we've been waiting for the Inspire 3 for a long time. It's finally here, and it's as good as you wished it could be.
After today and just seeing what it could do, I have, great confidence I can show any of the directors I'm working with new possibilities of new shots that we haven't been able to do before. I feel with this new precision that I can get shots that are supremely accurate.
This drone will improve our daily work in ways it's hard to even understand yet. And maybe the most important part, the image quality is unlike anything we've ever seen on a fully integrated drone.
I have a feature coming up, and there's some shots that I'm pretty excited about that I can get with this new i3.
我们设计 Inspire 3的初衷，是为全球飞手、电影人、摄影师开启新的创作天地，用 Inspire 3拍出永恒之作，探索见所未见的新宇宙。
哨兵也已经被摧毁了。
哎，我们的一个，哎，非常迅速的被解决掉了，可以看到我们南方哨兵的一个自主反击能力。
好的，我们的英雄之田又来到了基地。
对的。
好，瞄准，发射。
两发、
三发、
四发、5发，还有500斤，还剩最后2发。
让我们恭喜我们的华南农业大学争得我们本次高校联盟赛广东站的冠军。
对的，此刻今晚属于你们，属于你们华南农业大学。
参赛队前往检录前需自行检查好所有裁判系统固件是否为最新版本，机器人图传发送端是否激活，机器人图传基带是否升级成功。检录仅会检查相应模块版本情况，不会帮参赛队进行升级。最大初始尺寸为机器人变形前的尺寸，任意形态下满足该机器人对应初始尺寸即可。最大伸展尺寸为机器人变形后的最大尺寸，检录以机械结构能够延展的最大尺寸为判定标准，电控能延展的最大尺寸不作为最大伸展尺寸的判定标准。以 logo 的中心点正下方14.5毫米处为球心，70毫米半球内无电磁屏蔽材料。电源管理模块各状态指示灯不被遮挡，装甲模块需要稳固地安装在底盘上。3v3 对抗赛机器人 ID 需与装甲贴纸保持一致，步兵对抗赛的机器人 ID 均为5号，可不与贴纸一致。机器人需要按照制作规范中的要求进行接线，检录处会对接线规范进行检查。场地交互模块事关比赛重要机制，前往检录前请自行确认功能是否完好，避免现场更换造成检录时间浪费。请勿抵住装甲模块，以免造成装甲模块不必要的损坏。如测速模块安装规范示意图所示，以 logo 位置为球心，直径50毫米内不允许使用易被磁化的物质、铁骨镍制品和图传模块发送端散热风扇、工业相机机身等。直径100毫米内不允许使用除相机图传模块、工业相机机身以外的含有磁性的物质。校准时，旋转速度越慢，校准速度越快。场地交互模块异常将影响比赛正常进程，请慎重安装。自定义控制器需使用正规厂家生产的电池。单个机器人外观上必须带有2个己方学校校徽或队徽，分别贴在不同方向。不得设计或使用尖锐结构，以防造成场地破坏和人员伤害。机器人外观的光泽度不得大于30 GS。
过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平行步兵。
我们是把这个机器人简化成了一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个质量块。这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个它会分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
它可以自主的建模和导航，然后它的云台设计除了比较常见的一个大药斗的一个结构和一个 pitch 轴的结构，它还有一个小药斗的结构，然后它的作用是能够让在自瞄的时候，它的结构相对轻量化，然后它就可以去更快的扫描到一定范围内的敌人。
中间是做创业的了。做创业这一块的话，你就可以看到就是
这是一个带3轴位移台的一个大视野高分辨显微镜，然后 XYZ 的位移台呢，它可以移动它的平面的位置。Z 轴位移台呢，可以实现它的自动对焦，然后使图像能够更加清晰，减少人为的操作。然后下面有一个灯板，它这个是一个 LED 的阵列光源，它提供一个多角度的信息去照射这个样品，然后我们将这个多角度的图像呢去进行融合，就可以得到更加清晰的图像。
因为这台机器的话，就是当时整个这个机械结构设计的话，也是我们自己 RM 战队的学生就是完全就把它设计出来的。
这个是我们现在这个赛季我们要打算用这个3D 的雷达嘛，然后我们就用一个 MIT 360灯安到这辆车上来进行一个自动循迹的一个测试。
我们来说，我们队伍坚持到现在，大部分还是同学们之间的兴趣和学长之间的传承。就是一方面，这个比赛本身是好玩的，是有意义的，是有作用的，那么自然会有同学来参加。那么除此之外，就是一届一届打完的学长会看着你的眼睛对你说，明年就交给你了，你一定要好好打呀，我们今年没打进去，你们可一定要打进去啊。不管是好是坏，是上压力还是真是有积极作用，但是确实有这么个事情，所有人，你上面的所有人希望你做好今年的事情，这个肯定有一部分。我们平台其实这么多年还是因为有老师的坚持，因为确实这个竞赛还是比较需要蛮多资源的，所以老师的坚持也是我们的一部分。
以 RM 来讲的话，如果他只是坚持1年的话，因为这个确实有这样的情况，你纳新第1年是最多的，那1年的话，他可能就是收获了一点基本的工程实践能力。但有些学生走到了这个赛场，他坚持到了最后，那在大2这个阶段，你是能就是他只要是把这个完整的赛季走下来，那你就会感觉他在整个这个认知是非常非常完整的，整个实践是非常完整的。在团队协作方面，也会明显的就是感觉到特别大的提升。在大3这个阶段，有一些同学还会留下来做，那你就会发现他有一些领导力，有一些倡导的这种能力。还有大4的同学，他会把一些毕业设计融入到咱们这个机器人竞赛当中了，那你就会发现他其实就是说他能提出一个新的算法，他可以是发自内心，而且这种是没有压力的，他是自己去主动的去朝着某个感兴趣的，我觉得这个方向我可以优化一下，做更好一下，那他可能会产出一些相应的一些学术成果。但是我想强调的是，这些是自然而然发生的。其实我特别反对，就是说我们为了什么功利去培养学生，基于结果化或怎么样。虽然我们最后的结果是可能呈现出来是真的很好，但是在跟学生来做这件事情的时候，就是我们要把它做完整了，我们是把这些问题解决了。至于说它产生的成果以及你看到的成长，你会发现不同的人有不同的成长，它都会有不同的闪光点，但是都是自然而然产生的。
每个人对飞行都拥有想象与渴望，现在所有人都有机会开启飞行旅程。唤醒梦想，发现新的热爱，这就是 DJI Avatar。新一代 DJI Goggles 2，更小、更轻、更舒适，能带你瞬间升空，并且支持屈光度调节。让你全然沉浸在飞行快感中。无论你是飞行新手还是资深玩家 ，DJI 穿越摇杆都能带给你人机合一的体验。连接后即可飞行，扣动扳机，一往无前。转动手腕 ，Avatar 随之转向，指哪飞哪，飞行就这么简单。每一次飞行都能收获超高画质影像。一体化的相机系统搭载更强大的传感器，155度超广视角带来充满张力的视觉效果。 使用 4K 超高分辨率拍出高品质画面，或用高达120 FPS 的震撼慢动作视频冻结时间，开启超强增稳，即使拍摄俯冲的运动镜头，也能保持画面流畅稳定。还有地平线增稳，让你稳稳拿下动感画面。DJI Avata 轻巧灵动。还自带桨叶保护罩，在狭小空间中穿梭时更有底气。当 Avata 触碰到物体时，它会弹开，并保持原有高度，随后还能继续飞行。只需按下急停键，飞行器即可悬停空中。在你准备好的时候，再次出发。如果 Avata 反转触地，你可以激活反乌龟模式，它将自主翻转归位，继续飞行。为了进一步提升安全性，Avata 配备了下视障碍物感应和自动返航功能，每一次飞行都有可靠守护。DJI 旗舰级 O3 加图传带来高清的实时画面和超乎想象的低延时。凭借18分钟的持久续航和远达10公里的图传距离，你可以飞往更远的地方，自由探索，释放想象，实现梦想。只管放胆去飞 ，DJI Avata。
学分、
成绩、
GPA、想创业、找个什么样的工作，你的排名下去，保研就轮不到你。
我妈让我考研。
天哪，我大一都干啥了？好像大一1年什么都没干似的，然后就觉得好失败呀，我感觉。
既然作为一个成年人，我应该去找到一件自己该去做的事儿。这件事不是别人说的，而是自己给自己的答案。
人如果没有梦想，跟咸鱼有什么区别？
每个男人心中都应该有一个机甲梦吧。
观众朋友们，欢迎回来。
The largest university level competition in the entire world.
エンジニアこそが世界で一番かっこいいとか。
经常有什么问题，我都一脸懵逼的，这是啥意思呀？他说什么呢？这什么玩意儿啊？
画图也不会，装车也不会，
也要让我做好心理准备。
就觉得自己突然过来有点突兀的感觉。
开会了。
今天的例会主要给
各个机械的把你们的车待会搬上来。
进度现在拖了不止一点点。
这个零件有几个？
不能之后再说，这个事情已经出现很多次了。
今天也就和你们算一笔总账，大家有没有把这个队伍算过去？
对自己要求怎么这么低呀？
我可能要花3天不睡觉，我才能把它做到，但是就是要做到。
自分の中で生活の多くを占めているのがロボットですね。
那段时间，差不多感觉整个人都要散架了。
压力很大，
一直都在质疑，
感觉很孤独，感觉说让队伍让大家给抛弃了。
父母也是不理解，觉得别的人都已经出去工作了，你为什么还在做这个比赛？但我每次都在说爸爸，我就想把这个事情做出来。
太想赢了。
但是今年输了，很不甘心呀。
输了，其实队友也要跟你一起背锅，因为你做的不好，然后队友也会很不好受。
当时整个队里来啊，该哭的哭，该伤心伤心，
真的感觉很心痛，你知道吗？
包括现在，其实有时候想起来都挺难释怀的。事情已经过去1年了。
前几届学长的希望都在我们身上，对吧？学校的荣誉也压在我们身上，对吧？输得起吗？比赛很残酷呀。
要拼一把。
我就想用我自己的方式去表达自己的感受，告诉人们什么是工程师。
自分が本当にやりたいことを突き詰めてやれるっていうところに魅力を感じて。
我就那一刻，我看着外面，觉得啊，我好像真的属于这里了。
最大的收获就是感觉能让我自己心无旁骛的去做一件事情。
我感觉那个时候就自己更像工程师。
I don't care whether they win. I care that they build things that work and they're in the competition.
We hope that he has chased his dreams
by doing what you love.
我觉得我对他那种喜欢，就是一种对技术和对这种团队的一个执着，一个热爱。
All the effort you put in this team, I will make sure it turns into some kind of either credit hours on your academic work.
他们甘愿牺牲自己的东西，来为这个团队。
所有人像兄弟一样。
我很庆幸，我曾经加入了这么一支队伍，然后现在有带领了这么一支队伍，也很庆幸遇到了你们。
我们团队所有人的梦都是为那一个金灿灿的 RoboMaster 奖。
恭喜你们！恭喜你们！恭喜你们！国泰见！国泰见！
即便不是同一个学校的同学，也要为他们加油呐喊，要为他们拿到冠军而开心。
能够来到RMNA的赛场，把你日夜辛苦赶工做出来的机器人展示在这上面，我觉得每一个对手就值得尊重。
做工程师一路上绝对不是风雨无阻的，他有一颗敢于创造的心，去影响、去撼动这个世界。
也就是我们在做大三的，可能就是这2次参赛机会。
就算我们只有这1年，就算我们也只做了1年，
只要没到最后1秒，我就要做到最后。
去享受这个过程，然后不要忘记我们是为了什么在做这个比赛。
我们希望你们能走得更远。谢谢。
有没有时间？
哦，这是我的青春。
能看见蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中新增1点，获得了2个血包。中新增1点，是的。
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，是的，能看见。是的，造成了一个双杀，比赛还剩5秒钟。3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得胜利。
挑战一下。
这个比赛远没有我们想的那么简单，它要求我们去有一颗真正的工程师的心。
大的梦想吧，也谈不上当一个实在的一个工程师。
这个比赛就是为我而生的，我想做不一样的工程师。
我的梦想是当一个出色的工程师。我觉得就是出色和优秀不一样。
有的时候也可能是一种执念，就是想尽力去把这个东西去做好。
你会发现他眼睛当中都是闪光的。这个里面可能这个机器人做的不是那么完美，但是每一步都渗透着他所有的心血和他的那种对未来的期待。
会时不时的怀疑自己，感觉很孤独。
你说对面上面都闭嘴！
人们都追寻过你，都曾把你当作唯一，最后却无能为力。
我决定，我只要把我自己能做的我都做了，即使到最后，输得很惨，我也很认可这个事。
很多队伍其实他们的努力都值得尊重，即使你输了也好，胜了也好。
我觉得我们队的最大的特点就是从没放弃过。我要带着我的队伍取得最好的成绩，尽最大的努力。
不太希望大家在机器人队这一年学到的只是技术，那么我觉得他学的不够。
我也希望他们能够遵循自己内心，去做自己想做的事情。就像我选择的一样，选择做 RoboMaster 是让我一辈子难忘的事情。我也希望他们会有这么美好的回忆。RM 这个比赛，它让我们明白什么叫团队。
你自豪我是自己的队伍，因为这个队伍而自豪。
所有人像兄弟一样去完成这个备赛，挺酷的。
计算代价，为了你可以纵身无敌悬崖，像条歌，更像一个笑。也许我很傻，但我不会怕。我知道，只有不断出发，才能够击碎你从前的步伐，就算是海角之天涯，心思变白，只等着你回答。我愿意啊。
我们有同样的时间，但是我们选择来到这里。其实我也很感谢大家，因为拥有同样时间的你，选择了当一个机器人工程师，选择当这个队伍的一员。这个纸也好，或者是最后这个冠军也好，它只是一时的，它能改变这一个人，或能改变一批人，才是这个比赛的真正意义。
我觉得这和 RM 还挺像。
同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
你角度怎么还行？
是的，飞得挺稳，轨迹复眼的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。
啊。
对，现在就按照这个轨迹。大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师 Carson 毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷、这么帅的一个系列的产品。记得我第一次看到雾3这个产品的时候，就是我们当时的一个小 demo 的时候，我就被它震撼到了，因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。当我第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计雾3这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复眼功能的时候，需要我们定位算法模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手拍的手动拍摄这个模式下，我们要提供的这个航向的准确性有一些冲突啊。后来我们是经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求，都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。
走，
吃饭。
行。
测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们专门有个部门去负责飞机的。其实来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。来2个月了，感觉怎么样？
大家好，我是牛景鹏，现在在大疆做算法工程师。我是去年通过 RM 专属招聘通道进入大疆的。
你知道这点啥吗？
我觉得参加 RM 的话，首先在技术上得到了一个非常大的锻炼，它给我们提供了一个学以致用的机会。然后除此之外呢，在非技术上，我们也学会了怎么去在一个团队里面找到自己的定位，去和自己的队友一起去 技术攻关，去实现技术突破。参加 RM 呢，也让我认识了很多志同道合的朋友，他们也是我在这个比赛里面得到的非常重要的一笔财富。来到大疆之后呢，我觉得身边的同事都非常厉害，他们工作都很认真负责，专注于把自己负责的部分去做到最好，做到极致。来到 DJI 之后，我也发现身边的同事很多都是参加过 RM 比赛的伙伴，这样我觉得有回到赛场的感觉，和大家一起拼搏奋斗。
之前参赛的经验其实对我们现在的工作有很大的帮助，因为在当时做比赛的时候，我们整体从一个团队的人，从一个产品的想法，一直到它的一些设计方案，最终到设计方案的敲定，然后一直再到我们亲自动手把它实现出来，把它组装出来，然后最终到我们的调试，然后调试到一个我们想要的完美的性能。对，这个整个过程，其实在我们现在工作过程中，这个流程也是非常的相似的。然后之前的一些经验，包括一些合作的经验，包括一些遇到困难解决困难的经验，其实对我们现在工作来说都有非常大的帮助。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准。一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。
雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的，因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么多么好，画质多么多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪。也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中，当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RM比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是，这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验一样。
大家好，我是嘉碧，我现在 DJI 是做算法工程师，是在飞行系统定位相关的一些算法。对，然后我之前很早的时候，大概在15年也参加过第1届的 RoboMaster 的比赛。我们可能面对的开发的项目的实体也不一样，比如说 RM 是可能我们更关注车，然后我们进到 DJI 过后是在飞行系统做的是飞机，但是具体的落地的产品不一样，但是竞赛带给我们更多的是一种团队合作的一个氛围，一个让自己怎么去和他人沟通，怎么去把控这个进度，一个对于项目，对于做技术的一个态度，能够在比赛中，我觉得能够带给我们真实的体验。
大家好，我是 RHIT， 我现在在 DJI 是一名算法工程师，然后我现在是锦鹏的 mentor。因为我之前其实是有提前了解到他是通过我们 RM 那个渠道招聘进来的，在上手工作的过程中，我觉得他的一个速度是一个比较快的一个过程，在培养他的过程中，就是我其实几乎不需要特别多的那个去做特别详细的一些指导。锦鹏在做这些那个测试的时候，就发现那个功能上面会有一些那个比较细小的问题，他都能够把这些问题那个认真的给它挑出来，然后去做一个逐个的一个优化。DJI 的这个飞机就是起飞的架次的话，可能非常非常的多， 就是如果你就是只满足于比如说一个60%、70%、80%一个成功率的话，那么其实就是我们的飞机的话，就是故障率的话还会变得非常的高。就所以说我们 DJI 就提倡一个那个积极进制，把一个东西给做到一个极致。但我感觉那个景鹏应该是一来就具备这样一个意识，我觉得这也是一个非常不错的一个点。
在 RoboMaster 这个环境里面锻炼的这个团队意识，就大家一起针对一个工作进行，或者说针对一个复杂的问题进行一些分工，然后把复杂的问题拆解成简单的问题。在实际的工作当中，我们无论是某个产品还是某个技术难题，它都是一个复杂的工作。然后我要负责做的事情，可能就是针对这些问题做一些分析，然后和我的小伙伴一起。和我的团队一起把它拆解成简单的问题，然后各个击破，按照一定的节奏去做产品的交付或者技术的攻关，或者是一些质量的保障。
最近我发现，其实研究生的同学做 RM 可能更多的是把知识和实际的问题相结合。那这种把工程问题和研究成果，或者说我在学校里面学到的一些比较前沿的知识相结合解决具体问题的这种经验，其实在学校里面也比较难得。对，因为你像来大疆之后，其实我们也是把前沿的技术做成我们的产品，然后卖给我们的客户。那这个技术怎么跟工程更好的结合起来，做成一个大家喜欢的产品？那这件事情其实更多的是靠你的工程能力。那工程能力的锻炼，其实在 RM 的比赛也好，在我们的这个夏令营也好，其实都是很棒的一个机会。
同学们，我想告诉你们的是就是当你们像我一样进入公司以后，仍然可能感受到现状和自己梦想的现实有一些落差。在这样的时候呢，其实我仍然希望你们保持对梦想的热爱和对梦想的追寻，因为世界终将是你们的，美好的未来也需要你们去实现。其实在这里我有个祝福其实我想祝福大家永远保持对世界的热爱与好奇，然后永远保持对让这个世界发生更美好改变的善良的初心。
我是来自东北联大学竞技机器人队的，我叫吴岳峰，是负责飞镖的机械部分。去年我们的目标就是通飞镖来击打前方站，今年我们的目标是更多的放在了用飞镖来击打基地。当然由于我们的那个测试场地比较有限，所以我们也一般就是等到晚上比较晚的找一个没有人的地方去测试我们的飞镖。我觉得就毕竟比赛场馆，我记得有一幅海报，他说7分钟的飞时源于7000次的尝试。我觉得这句话就很符合飞镖的那个定义，因为飞镖的话，它其实它不像工程，不像步兵有那么稳定的一个效果。飞镖可能它就是运气成分占很大的程度，你可能这发中了，下发你就中不了，或者说你这发没中，下发就能中。所以它这个东西你很难说把它量化，但是就只有多试出最好的效果，然后把它带到赛场上。我从大一开始，今年是第3年，它已经成为我这个大学生活的一部分了吧，可能已经不可或缺了。
我叫尹浩宇，我是24战队队长，然后现任是3号步兵操作手。困难那可是太多了，感觉最大的困难还是在于规则的变动吧。这边战队一直都是自己去找问题，自己去进步，很难说就是有人去硬性要求你。我们也是说把这个人员最大利用化一下，所以后期就是我们人员这边分配上比较合理，才能说以我们这种小团队的能力做到最大程度的努力吧。
我是陈立峰，是2023赛季浙江大学 Hello World 战队的队长。今年首先无人机是一个非常大的突破，今年无人机加上了机动枪管，我们还给它加上了自瞄。
南方是呼叫了空中支援看看能不能在这个时间点先压制一波前方站血量，或者说直接打爆。
我是李启顿，来自浙江大学的航空航天学院。我是负责无人机的机械工作。去年一个比较明显的问题是无人机的动力系统冗余过大，冗余过大的话就会导致飞机超重，所以今年选择了一款就是更加适合无人机的动力系统。首先跟调研也有关系，就是我们参加分区赛的时候，首先试飞了一下我们的飞机，在试飞的时候发现飞机的动力似乎有点过于冗余了，就是飞机降落之后，飞机的电机甚至还是冰的，然后我们觉得这有点不太合理。然后在调研了一些其他学校方案之后，我们发现我们电机不太选型不够科学。还有一个进步可能是我们对那个飞机的弹路进行了优化，然后让飞控安装的位置更加合理。后来就是在今年这个赛季刚开始的时候，我们决定就是要修改那个弹仓的位置，然后 花了大概1个月的时间，就是画好了新飞机模型，后来再进行了少量的测试。
大家好，我叫刘新豪，我是太原科技大学的 NewMaker 战队的英雄机械。其实我们还是传统的下弓男英雄，但是它的底盘的自适应悬挂跟去年相比，我认为效果更好一点，打得更准。今年也是传承学长的更多的测试，然后才敢在场上远距离吊射基地。其实我们机械结构在家里训练了4、5周，该出的问题都已经解决了，然后到场上就不会有那么多磕磕碰碰掉东西啥的。
哇，这边英雄完成一波飞坡，他能不能成为救世主呢？1000点的血量差距。
我叫田硕，是太原科技大学机械大师 NewMaker 战队的一名英雄操作手，同时兼英雄的机械。
稍微有一点极限，还剩下最后的10秒钟。南方这边也是无人机已经起飞了，双方的血量就差一点点，来不来得及啊？
南方能不能去换对方基地？换不了了，比赛结束，让我们恭喜东方太原科技大学。
这场比赛，我们最后是以50滴血量的微弱优势取得了胜利。那种情况下，我当时就在想，我必须得把对面基地磨下来，要不然这把就输了。因为那个哨兵1000血的话，光靠2步兵，那么一点时间是磨不掉的，根本没有取胜的可能。我就得用那个大弹丸去打基地的上装甲，这才是获胜的唯一可能。当时操作的时候也是挺稳的，但是操作下来，比赛结束之后，手一离开鼠标就。整个手腿就抖得不行。打小组赛的时候，英雄的电容就是在第2场掉线了，就是整局没有电容，那个功率就很慢，甚至爬坡都很难。然后在场下的时候，我就会跟他们说电容什么时候掉的，然后那个 UI 的状态是什么样的，以及那个车的状态，来分析问题，然后找问题，见识到更强的队伍，才能发展自己的战队，然后从而让自己更强大。
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中哇！
现在南方的这样一个劣势，
再中第3发，
我们回来了。
南方这个攻势趋势非常的迅猛，又是我们的南方再次拿下人头，又被南方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由南方掌控着。我们恭喜南方浙江大学哈喽的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
南方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀，
红双成功拿下南方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见南方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学酷乐战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 RHIT 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会啊！来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1，
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式继承白
蓝方3号步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
继承都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是好消息。
蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1分2中，1发2发，非常的大，在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭
遍布4大洲，数百支高校战队报名，8700余小时研发时长，超过35000名青年工程师参与。这就是 RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛。RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛是专为全球科技爱好者打造的机器人竞技与学术交流平台，是机甲大师系列赛事中规模最大、参与人数最多的比赛。每年5至8月，近200支参赛队通过区域赛、复活赛层层选拔，决出的32强战队进入全国赛，争夺总冠军奖杯。
5、4、3、2、1，比赛开始。好的。
作为全球首个对抗类机器人比赛，RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛采取机器和人为操作相结合的方式。红蓝对抗双方通过操控各自研发的7种不同的机器人进行射击对抗，以击溃对方基地为终极目标。
应该要带走了。
每局比赛7分钟，比赛结束时，基地剩余血量高的一方获得胜利。极具观赏性的比赛过程，得益于大疆自主研发的官方赛事系统。从机器人与场地的交互，细到每一颗弹丸击打所造成的血量伤害，在确保公平公正的同时，让比赛更加好看。每支参赛队伍投入数十名研发和运营人力，进行长达1年的备战。参加比赛不仅可以对机器视觉、嵌入式系统设计、人机交互等众多机器人相关学科有创新性的实践，同时还能够培养团队协作、项目管理等综合能力。
RM 对于我们来说是一个最大的舞台，让我们展现给不了解技术的人，让他们知道技术很酷，机器人很酷，工程师也很酷。
在 RoboMaster 这个科技竞技场里，年轻的科技怪咖们被塑造成明星，粉丝们可以看到全程比赛的现场直播，选手们不同阶段的准备日常被拍成了纪录片，还有热播的同名原创动画作品。高人气的选手甚至会获邀参与真人秀节目。
实际上，作为机器人的人才，我们在他的培养目标上，首先把它定位成一个复合型的人才。因为机器人的技术，它是一个集机械、制造、控制、计算机多学科应用的一个综合体。
通过举办这场比赛，让每一位参与 RoboMaster 的青年工程师都能够成为拥有实干精神的梦想家，从而推动整个机器人行业的技术发展。极致者可敬，创新者无畏。未来，这些从赛场走出的青年工程师，能否借助科技创新的力量来改变我们的生活呢？时间会给出答案。
这一个就是我们的哨兵机器人。它跟普通的步兵最大的一个区别就是，它在这两边有一个激光雷达，然后它这个是一个2维的激光雷达，它的基本的原理就是激光测距，然后激光测距不断的测量出这一个2维平面上所有障碍物的距离，以此来构建一个地图，然后再在这个地图上面进行导航以及定位。然后我们为什么会选择把它放在这个舵上呢？主要就是因为当车身倾斜的时候，激光雷达是相对保持平稳的。另一个的话就是，往年在使用2维激光雷达的时候是跑那个开源的算法，今年是相当于把原本的定位方案重新推导、重新做了一遍，用激光雷达跟地图的数据进行匹配，来重新实现了一遍它的定位的功能。同时，对它的传感器的利用也是做了比较多的改进。我们现在是用了它慢滤波把里程计和 IMU 和激光雷达通过匹配得到的一个坐标信息来做融合。当它有其中一个传感器出现问题的时候，它还能够 相对来说比较正常的运动，就是他起码能够回到自己的家里面。
一聊到技术的时候，我会整个人会比较的兴奋起来，或者说是更想要去表达。
为什么慢了这么多？刚刚我们现在有初始化吗？切中压板的时候，
其实这一台哨兵机器人是由我们几届的学长3年来一起努力、一起进步，才得到了现在的一个效果。
原来，早在2020年底 ，RM 在规则上就发布了自动步兵这一新兵种。不过，因为是选做机器人，大多数战队并没有进行研发。但从那时开始，华农 Taurus 战队就为此成立了导航组。
我叫吴耿谦，是21年华农 Taurus 战队导航组的组长。从21年开始，我们就开始着手研究这个自动步兵的自主导航系统，能够从一个点跑到另一个点。22年的时候，就由22年的一个组长梁乐斌跟国豪他们2个人去做这个定位系统的改进，把定位系统提升到一个比较好的精度，在这个基础上再把规划还有决策这部分做得比较好。最终23年能够上场，其实就是我们的哨兵机器人已经是迭代了，可以说是几个版本的一个效果了，所以它会有一个比较好的表现。
所以其实我当时是觉得非常期待能有一台全自动步兵能够上赛场，能够实现这一些功能的，只是当时其实没有想到这一等就是3年。
哦，没碰到。如果将时光幻化成碎片，当抉择的齿轮转动的那一刻，这些坚持便会自动形成一个时间轴。当我们回首这3年的研发之路，才发现唯有热爱可抵岁月漫长。
我觉得未来是一个人工智能的时代，但是它可能会需要比较长的一段时间。全自动的机器人跟有操作手的机器人，至少在比较长的一段时间，它还是有比较大的差距的。但是我觉得这种全自动的机器人，它是可能是未来的一个发展的趋势吧。也随着最近大模型等的一些人工智能模型出现，这也是会是未来的一个热点吧。同时我自己也是非常的想看到这一类全自动的机器人能够进入到我们的生活里面。
Hey everybody, welcome back. Look at this, commentator cam is up and running. It's Preston and Nikhil. We're here, we're ready for the second half of day one of group stage of 2024 RoboMasters North America. Wow, that's a lot of qualifiers. Hope that's what you're here for, and if not, get ready for some crazy robots because it's happening. Who do we have? Let's see, we've got Boiler Bots, which is Purdue.
And then we also have Polystar, which is Polytechnic. What is the full?
Yeah, it's Polytechnic. I believe they're either one of our Canadian or one of our Mexican teams. Austin's gonna tell me. It's gonna be great. But so yesterday we watched some of Purdue's games. If I recall correctly, Purdue's Sentry was pretty impressive. We had wished they'd played a little bit more around that aggressive Sentry. So we'll see what they're able to bring in this match. This is a Group C game. So Purdue versus Polytech Montreal is going to be like our second game. I think our third game maybe out of Group C. It's developing quite a bit. A&M versus UT Austin was crazy close, almost a split match. We haven't seen SFU in a real match yet, but their warm-up games were really good. So I've got high hopes for them versus like a Polytech or a UT Austin. Purdue is obviously one of our seeded teams and is one of the teams that we really anticipate getting all the way out of Group C. So we'll see if they're able to live up kind of to that expectation and to that hype.
Yeah, but from what we see from Group A, it's possible that they can be like a David versus Goliath moment and the underdogs come out and win it all.
Yeah, or even the A&M UT game from Group C, right? It was really, really close. So, guys, thanks for being in the chat. Thanks for being here. Looks like Fire Manesh is wishing for some pizza. Hope you had a good lunch. We have nourished our bellies, and now we're ready to watch some more robots. Both teams are on the sides. The camera views will have shifted a little bit. Hopefully you like them. We're trying to get rid of the blind spots on the field.
Yeah. So I think the teams are just getting ready to put their robots on the field. Just last minute tech preparations.
If you are joining us in person, thanks so much for being here. Remember, you can make signs outside. You can get this awesome shirt for the competition. We've shown you the front, but I don't think I've shown you the back. This is the front side. It's got that classic RoboMaster's trophy, the RMUC trophy each year, and we had a little version that was the RMUL trophy for the past couple years. The back of the shirt this year, RoboMaster Colorado, RMNA 2024, and then a list of all the competing teams. We're getting really close to, I don't know, a third column, an extra long shirt, t-shirt, dresses. What are we going to do when we fill up this shirt with team names?
We move to the front. I think that's what we have to do. To move to
Wrap
front.
around.
It's gonna be. I think it's a really cool aesthetic having like the names all over, right?
Oh, that's
I just feel
cool.
like it just kind of shows how big this has become, right?
Yeah. You know, some people will say smaller font, but those people are just wrong.
Exactly. I think bigger font even.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a flex on it. Maybe a font size equal to the number of points that you had at the end of the tournament.
Oh, yeah. I think that'd be really funny.
Kind of make a UW shirt, I guess, with other logos.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. Oh, yeah, we could also do a lot of logos instead of just the names.
It could be cool. It could be cool. But yeah, make sure you grab your shirt. It's actually available in several different colors. For the first time ever, I believe, to have a RoboMasters North America shirt available in more than one color. I'm not showcasing the other colors because they will get green screened out through the magic of cinema. Probably my water bottle. No, I'm impressed. That's pretty green.
But yeah, the other... Oh, but this tape will be disappearing.
Woo! You know what this means. Watch this. Watch this, Nikhil.
Oh.
We can just disappear it.
Oh, wait, hold on. This becomes
all right, chat. Maybe during the match we might secretly make cool designs on our shirts. So you can just disappear whatever you want. Oh no! All right, we're obviously ready for robots. Hope you guys are too. Let's start a prediction in the chat. Let's get this thing going. We've got Polytech versus Purdue. The Boiler Bots themselves back at it. Group C. Who do you think is going to take round one of our best of two group stage, chat? Christian, whenever you get a chance, if you want to poke the phone, swipe down, let me know what the power's at. That'd be cool. I just want to see if we're going up or down. And then click dim again. 45? Oh yeah, big time. That's exciting.
It seems that the background music is very loud and it's hard to understand us.
Background music is pretty loud.
I'd like to turn that
well,
down a little
Christian's
bit.
going to talk. He's going to work with the production staff here and get that adjusted a little bit for you.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know, though.
First time chat from DeBart. Let us know if you're here to watch a specific team, how that's going for you.
Yeah. All right, so Purdue already placed their sentry down, and they're just getting ready to put. They're getting their base ready now. Oh, we see our tournament photographer taking nice photos. You know, these can be going up on the Instagram or like a.
You doing a shout out for Katie?
Shout out for Katie. Katie, say
Katie,
hi.
shout out on camera, on stream. There she is.
Say hi to the top cam.
She
Katie.
doesn't know how to hide from the cameras. There's no blind spots anymore. You can't escape. Katie's doing a great job. She took all of our team photos. As we progress through the tournament, you'll see those team photos be utilized on stream. That will allow us to highlight some of the drivers and the builders of the robots during the stat streams. So really grateful for that. Really grateful for all of our volunteers. They're each bringing different aspects to the stream. Hello again to my wife Britt. Thanks for being here. We finally have face cams, so I will wave to you hello. It will be nice.
We should make a sign.
I should make a sign.
Yeah.
That's cute. Guys, just a friendly reminder, because there are 1v1 matches going on right now. We are getting prepped for this 3v3 match. It'll be starting imminently in just a few minutes. But there is a 1v1 match going on. You can check that out on our YouTube as well. We should be live with both.
Yeah, and also, speaking of, just coming back to merch, right, while we wait, we also have earrings. If you're in person, there's some cool earrings as well as stickers that you can, you know.
And we have first-person view driver cams. So, Chad, if you are joining us online right now, maybe you're watching this in post, or maybe you're in person and you want to direct your attention to the projector or the TVs placed around you, this is the perspective of the robot drivers. Let's talk about some of the new things in case you're an old hat at RoboMasters and you're like, what the heck? It indicates in and out of combat now. So in the bottom left-hand screen, you can see your health bar, indicating that this robot is currently out of combat. This means you'll get increased health regen if you're in the reload zone. On the far left side of that health bar is where your power consumption is. You see right now, this robot statically just kind of using up 5 watts. Early in the game, they get 50 watts to use. So the drivers that are dying to overpower is typically because, you know, there's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of things on this UI to be looking at, but they do have a live readout of what their power is at. So they do know when they're getting close to that power limit.
And does the power limit increase as they get more levels?
It does, yeah, it does go up, which is why we see these teams getting to level 4, level 5, and then they're able to drive even if they had power issues early. Technical timeout. Austin, can we switch to face cam for just a second? It would be really fun if we had a cool tape design already, but oh, I still have my little strip on.
I have one strip.
There we go.
There we go. We should just wear like green suits next time and just like appear.
Be a floating head.
Yeah, I think that'd be really fun.
That'd be really fun. Purdue in the red, Polytech in the blue. So Polytech, not fielding a sentry. That's going to have some pretty big ramifications. As you know, the sentry protects the base by just in the rules. Not only physically by, you know, firing at incoming robots, but also when your sentry is alive, your base is shielded with a 1500 HP shield. Because they don't have a sentry, after I believe 1 minute of the game, maybe a minute and 30 seconds, that shield will fall.
The shield seems to already have fallen. Wait, no, the game hasn't started yet. So that just allows Purdue to rush up and then just try to take down their...
Any differences that you see between the UIs of the different teams, those are intentional. The teams are allowed to make their own. 3, 2, 1. Game start. Let's go. Polytech doing a great job getting out of the base.
Yeah,
that's something that's tripped up a lot of teams. The sentry doing a bit of body blocking here against Purdue, kind of following their own teammates. Very interesting.
Oh, Sentry comes up right into the base, actually.
This is a brand new strat. We have not seen this before. A completely autonomous Sentry for Purdue, going on a bit of a treasure hunt.
Oh, and it's moving out again. I think it might have just made a mistake the first time around.
May have used, there's an indicator, a waypoint behind the base. It may have used that as a homing location.
Oh, okay. So the base
there we go. Purdue doing a great job with their standard. The balancing standard firing over that wheel. It's going to make you pretty impenetrable as you fight this red standard facing off with blue standard 4. Neither robot taking a significant amount of damage yet.
Yeah, although projectiles have been launched, there's not much
red
damage.
standard 4 landing several shots there. In the driver cam of Polystar.
They are
blue
losing
standard
health.
4. In a losing trade, but trading nonetheless. You can see a tiny bit of chip damage across. And that is the tricky and tragic projectile purchase screen that you've seen. That is the menu that can be a little tricky to some of our international teams as they're working their way through it, or just the newer teams.
Yeah, and the Blues shield has fallen, so now Purdue has the ability to just go and destroy the base.
Yeah, Poly Montreal's got to make a push here, find that Sentry who's kind of paused for Purdue in a great spot, all the way at the back by the reload zone. And as I caster curse him, the Sentry keeps on chugging.
It starts moving. It was actually a pretty good position initially. It'll make it hard for them to come.
Got some shout outs to Nathaniel in the chat. We appreciate those.
And Purdue just takes control of the central buff point, trying to get that XP buff when it comes back in about 90 seconds.
Purdue having some accuracy issues here, right? They're firing a lot, trading with Poly, but both teams struggling to land a high percentage of these projectiles on the armor panels.
And we're in Purdue's perspective right now.
Purdue's driver station will not be quite this laggy. This lag that you're seeing, the stuttering that you're seeing, is because of how we're capturing that.
First blood! Oh, and Purdue gets first blood.
Purdue's balancing standard here in the belly of the beast on the blue side of the map. As Purdue's red standard 4 comes across, there is a small invulnerability period after your robot regens, which allows Polystar's blue standard 4 to get back to the resupply zone.
And buy some more ammunition. It's really interesting how Purdue's not going for the base yet. It seems to the shields seem to be down, and it would have been pretty. They were able to get some chip damage, which would have been pretty great. However, they are still leading right now, as Polytech does not have a Sentry.
Yeah, and there's the dreaded gray screen simulator as we are in the cockpit view of Purdue as they fall. Sorry, excuse me, at Poly. Purdue now pushing up with a red standard 3.
But still attacking only the standards, or at least they're scaring them off into the supply zone.
Yeah, this is you've identified correctly, this is a time in the game where Purdue should be attacking the base. With a little bit of chip damage down, and kind of progress their lead.
But I guess they've already have a lead. Oh, there we go. As we say it, they're getting some of the damage down, but still only slowly depleting the base health.
Projectiles flying around the field. You can see here Purdue doing an excellent job, pretty good accuracy now, hitting that panel. Those crosshairs that are placed on the UI not always lining up with where the projectiles are actually going, but they're doing a good job. They've got a clear understanding that they need to aim up, which is the typical RoboMaster's problem.
I mean, it's like it's not a hit. Like there's projectile drop off, and there's a lot to take in consideration.
Yeah, aiming's quite a bit easier this year, given the constant projectile velocity. Hoping we see higher just accuracy across all the teams, and I think we've started to see that already. Purdue's balancing bot doing a nice little Beyblade spin here.
And the other robot just trying to chill back and getting a reload of ammunition.
Purdue's Sentry didn't fire any projectiles this game, but did a lot of very impressive self-driving.
Yeah, which is something that we haven't seen that much. Only recently, only now we've been seeing Sentries move, which is really nice because having the Sentry move away. Nice red victory.
Yeah, a pretty clear Purdue win there. About halfway through that game was done and dusted. UCSD had all functional robots, though it appeared that both standards were firing. Excuse me, not UCSD, PSU, Polystar. Let's take a peek at the damage. We're seeing about 3 damage per shot on the side of Purdue. Typical accuracy, but definitely not the cream of the crop there. And then about 1 damage per projectile on average for Poly. In illustrating that issue I was discussing earlier, not only are they firing less projectiles, but they're hitting a much lower percentage of them anyway. Looks like Nikhil's gonna make you guys a stream prediction here.
It's not working.
Oh no, just refresh your Twitch page. Are you still using, what is this, Safari? Not sponsored by Apple. Not working well.
I'm using Edge.
Apple, Microsoft Edge? That's a cursed combination.
Oh, it did work.
Let's see what else we reveal in the stats. Obviously, Poly Montreal was not able to get an enemy kill. Purdue really running that match. That wasn't the speed race that we've seen from some of these other teams. Pros and cons, you don't get any additional points in the group stage for finishing quickly. So it doesn't actually benefit you significantly. Whereas spending the entire match duration allows you a bit more practice, a bit more time in the arena, get your drivers in the driver's seat for a little bit longer. So we've seen teams in the past in those positions where they're clearly going to win, right? Either the sentry gap really makes that game heavily Purdue favor to begin with. Take your time, give the drivers some chances to try out different positions, try out different, especially with the balancing bot.
Exactly. So yeah, just try out making sure all of the CV, vision, everything's working, and like trying out whatever the sentry is doing as well. You know, moving around, making sure that they can track it properly.
So round 2, I would like to see Poly firing projectiles a little bit faster at a rate, not a speed, a velocity. They were launching projectiles for quite a bit of that round, and they were able to do a little bit of damage. Obviously, they dealt like 400 damage or something total in the game, but they weren't launching as many projectiles as they had the opportunity. They finished with, I think, 400 or 500 projectiles between the two standards, still purchased.
So it's like, at the same time, it would have to also make sense of it, you know, hitting the Purdue. So like accuracy also comes in.
So this year, because launching projectiles gives you experience points, just launch your projectiles. Like get them out there, spray and pray, put them in the general downrange direction, and you know, yes, ideally those projectiles will hit a Sentry or a Purdue bot. But if you're Poly right now, I think your advice to your driver, right, because you don't have a lot of time, you can't rebuild a strategy, is just click the mouse.
Click the mouse.
Get that mouse clicking, launch projectiles downstream, and see how it goes.
Yeah. All right. Let's get ready for round 2 to begin.
Well, this is day 1 of groups. Make sure that you have followed the Twitch and subscribed to the YouTube. Turn your notifications on. We'll be going live each day a couple times to get matches going.
2, 1. Let's begin. All right, there's a much faster exit of the base for Poly this time.
Ooh, for one standard, looks like standard 3. There we go. Now getting out. But that's one thing that Poly is doing really well. You'll see that they purchased the projectiles, I believe, at about the same speed of Purdue. There it is.
About. Is it can only one robot buy projectiles at a time?
Only one robot is going to be in range of the ladle at a time, but I believe they could both be using the menu to purchase virtual projectiles.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit of early trading going both ways here. Obviously, Poly taking the worst end of the trade as they lose 1/3 of their health to about the 5th that Purdue drops, but trading back, and that's what I'm saying. They're doing a good job. They are able to hit those armor panels. They just need to be a bit more aggressive with their projectiles, I believe.
That way they can get some more damage, some more XP, and actually have a little bit more of an advantage and make the game a little bit closer than they had last time.
You can see the overpower there from Purdue, doing a little bit of damage to their bots as well.
And the base shield has dropped for Blue, making him very vulnerable. They really need to control the center this time.
Notably, the Sentry for Purdue not moving at all. It went on some pretty aggressive walks by itself in the last match, and if Poly can figure out that that sentry is down, they do have the firepower they need to be able to take out a sentry. Their base will sustain some damage during, but they could do it.
I think it's necessary right now to at least get to the same level that Purdue is at, because of the lack of sentry. It just makes it really hard for them to win if they don't be very aggressive right now.
Agreed. I agree 100%. As you see them trading back, Purdue really getting the upper hand in this trade, though. Standard 4 for Poly's got to back out. He's basically one shot and he'll fall. He had a chance there.
Yeah, double kill.
Ace. Yeah, blue standard 3 struggling as well. Poly
just went down.
Having some difficulties in this match as Purdue continues their dominant match. Round 2 going well for them and going a little bit faster as they start to destroy the base.
And we're here in Poly's perspective. Trying to go back to the repair center.
Now pushing up again, trying to defend their base. As you've noted, not really the play. Not only does this mean they have to face this formidable balancing bot from Purdue, but Purdue could just ignore them at this point. They're such high levels. Look at the health difference. Each segment is the same amount of health. So they've got almost triple the health of the Poly bots. They can just ignore the projectiles from Poly, chew through the base.
And they've already just secured their lead at this point. And at this point, Poly needs to be really aggressive on that sentry just to get enough, but that leaves their base vulnerable, as you said before. And it's possible that Purdue at this point just wants to focus on their CV, making sure they have good driving practice.
Yeah, and if you're Poly, it'll also be more enjoyable, right? If they go take out the sentry, they'll get a bunch of XP, they'll level up, they'll be able to drive faster, shoot at a higher rate. Launching those projectiles at a higher rate is more entertaining, right? Like you're upgrading the projectile launcher. As they do take the center buff, they're going to get a little bit of XP coming across here, bumping them up to level 3.
But they really need to take out this balancing standard, which is doing a lot of damage to their base right now. It's just melting through. Oh, I guess chipping right now.
Yeah, reminder that these standards do half damage to structures, so 5 damage per projectile.
Oh, there we have Poly trying to do like a body block situation, but it's just not working.
1 minute left to go. Purdue definitely taking round 2 here. Poly hopefully able to spend some of these projectiles. This is the game state that I was mentioning earlier, right? When you have 800 gold and 300 unlaunched projectiles and you're so far behind in levels,
you just need to
open it up.
Is there a max amount of gold that a team can have?
No. You could go through a whole game and not spend your gold.
But that's just not good. There's no utility at that point.
Exactly.
One thing I have noticed is that Blue's robots don't Beyblade, they don't spin around, while Purdue's do spin, which is very interesting because that just makes it much harder for Purdue's bots to be hit, while Blue's just kind of give them the target.
Yeah. Hey, Astrojack. Thanks for hopping on. Yeah, that is a Segway style bot. So this year there are 2 teams fielding balancing standards. The balancing standards have a passive buff here where they're able to actually drive and launch projectiles with their wheel facing forward. A little bit like the little kids playing laser tag that cover up their sensors and fire. It's a lot harder to return fire and actually hit their armor panels. But obviously the engineering challenge of designing a balancing standard that can compete is also quite significant.
And we got another red victory.
Great job from Purdue, 2-0. They'll continue to keep on going. Hopefully their sentry, hopefully we'll get to see the sentry Roman again.
Look at that accuracy for Purdue there.
Sure, yeah. Each projectile dealing an average of 2. It's worse than their last round.
Oh, wait, it should be 10, my bad.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
So one of the reasons is dealing 1,400 base damage with standards only. Every one you hit's only going to do 5.
That's true.
So 2 is not actually terrible, but still less than a 50% accuracy rate, right? So not the best accuracy that we've seen throughout the weekend yet. But I mean, I can't be a hypocrite. I just said accuracy doesn't matter that much to get the projectiles out there, and Purdue sure is doing that. Firing 1,000 projectiles, utilizing that gold. That's what they need to be doing.
Yeah, because Poly only launched 98 projectiles there. That's on the low end of what we've seen so far.
It is. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's maybe they're having jamming, or if they fired quickly, maybe it jams, and so they're only doing bursts. Not quite sure what's preventing them from launching projectiles at a faster rate. But my number one piece of advice for a team like Poly is click the mouse.
Click the mouse.
Click the mouse.
You get XP. There's literally no downside.
Hurts nobody.
Hurts nobody.
Benefits everybody.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. All right, let's take a little peek at the schedule if we could and see who's up next for the 3v3, as I hear some crazy 1v1 matches going on as well.
So while you wait for the next 3v3 match to start, you guys can check out the 1v1s.
Yeah, 2 tabs, 2 monitors. Just commute back and forth between the streams. Next up, we will have Nagoya versus Roboto. That's really, really important. Group D only has 4 teams in it, so there's going to be 4 fewer matches in their group, meaning each of these counts much, much more. And Torino and Nagoya are kind of in similar places where they have great robots and have the capability to perform very, very well and get out of groups. It's going to come down to strategy and robot robustness, I think.
Yeah, and just a lot of driver experience as well, which I hope they got from the practice matches.
Yeah, Torino struggled in their practice match, but each of the things that they struggled with was very fixable. Hopefully, they just watched the Purdue game, and being the second team that has a balancing standard, I hope they're able to mimic that aggressive firing position of Purdue, who utilized that buff well. At the same time, they did learn very quickly from round 1 to round 2 how to utilize the munition, the projectile purchasing system. Exactly. So I don't think that'll be an issue anymore. And then the third thing that we had mentioned about their team was simply that they needed to be a little bit more aggressive, I think. And I think that'll be very true against Nagoya. I don't think I've seen Nagoya compete. Did they do a warm-up match this morning?
I think so, but
they were one of the last teams to do warm-ups.
I think they did do a warm-up match this morning, but I don't specifically remember it. It's been a long day. I apologize.
It sure has. We're very grateful to all the volunteers. They're currently sweeping up the field, getting everything cleared off and ready to go for our next 2 teams. After Nagoya and Torino is going to be the University of Washington versus Triton Robotics, which is UCSD.
That's true. And UCSD, we had a little bit of trouble coming out of the base in the practice matches. Hopefully that has been fixed by now. And they also didn't have a sentry. So they didn't have a sentry, which could be, which I hope they have now. But yeah, and I think Nagoya and Roboto, I feel like my bets are on Nagoya. I don't know about you, Preston.
I was really hoping that Torino came in and I think they were my dark horse pick in the stream. I've got my hope there. They had some issues in the warm-ups that we've already addressed. Hopefully they've addressed them as well. And then third up from now, we have Caliber versus Ursa Works. So that should be the University of Alberta. Nope, that's not Caliber. WashU is Ursa Works. And then NUS is Caliber. Wow, that's going to be a banger as well. NUS obviously doing really well with their one robot, and we're seeing them kind of similar to A&M. If they can get those other robots up and going, they'll be a very dominant force, but even with one standard, they're still going to make it out of groups.
Exactly.
Chat, let us know who you want to hear from this weekend. We love doing team interviews. We'd love to pull some of your friends, family up here, talk to them about their experience in RoboMasters. You want to talk to drivers? You want to talk to engineering people? You want to talk to coding people? Give us a little bit of feedback. Let us want to know, do you have any questions? If y'all have any questions, Nikhil and I can try to answer them. And at the very least, we sure can find you a student that knows exactly what the right answer is.
Exactly. So yeah, please put your questions in the comments and let's do the prediction.
While he's getting that prediction up, looks like the teams are prepping as well. We've got Nagoya over here on the red side. Nagoya fielding a hero and a standard. I think team-wise this year we're about half and half with the standard versus hero standard. Heroes seem to be scaling very well with the new level system, So once you have a level 7, level 8, level 9 hero, it's able to do very, very fast damage to the base. In contrast, the standard teams are really flourishing in the early game. We see some of these teams getting a single kill, maybe 2 kills, and then push, right? NUS comes to mind as a team that gets that first blood and then just starts melting your base, and there's not much you can do about it. So we'll see how it works out for Nagoya. I hope they're able to kind of find that full round game, right? If you are fielding a hero, how do you make it to the late game? If you are fielding 2 standards, what do you do if you don't win super fast, you know? These are the questions that the teams have got to consider strategy-wise with their sleep-deprived, caffeine-powered brains after a night of coding.
Exactly. The 2 standard teams have to be much more aggressive than the standard and hero teams. But we've only seen a little bit of that aggression here, and which I want to see more of, because that just creates more entertaining gameplay for all of us.
You know which team really exemplified the late game strat of the hero to me? Virginia Tech.
That's true.
They had a slow and steady approach that was just really hard to stop. They were making full court lobs across the field, chunking through the base shield. And so there's not really much you could do about that. You have to go all the way into your opponent's territory and fight at a numbers disadvantage to try and stop that hero.
And they have a lethal standard protecting that hero as well, because that standard would just come in aggressively, just trying to take that first blood so that the hero could start sniping the base.
If they can get their sentry actively online and also playing defensively, I think that type of strategy is going to be very, very difficult even for some of our top teams to defeat.
Exactly.
Because at that point, unless your sentry is capable of very aggressive positioning, you're going to be at a numbers disadvantage 3-2 every time.
Yeah, we've seen most of these teams that run the hero and standard combo having really good standards that are just able to melt to get that first blood and then pop out of there and get control of the center so that the hero could just come in and protect and just like, you know, be just like a lethal force.
Let's talk a little bit about Group B. I still have not seen NYU. Where are they on the schedule?
I've not seen NYU.
We got to be coming up. We're chunking through teams here. Reminder, if you're like, hey, where's NYU? I want to see they're on the schedule. You can go to rmcolorado.org and then click, I believe it's upcoming events, and then view full schedule, and you'll be able to see a Google Sheet containing all of the matches. There's a column there that shows which ones have already been completed, and you can just scroll on through. Very excited for all of our teams competing this year. We've had really great showings. I've been particularly impressed by some of the newer teams, the SFUs, the RHITs, that are able to, you know, push some of these top teams to a limit, push some of these top teams to a base race or to the last 30 seconds. It's been really, really impressive.
I could be wrong, but it seems that Ultraviolet is going to be playing tomorrow. I don't think they have any games scheduled for today.
That's number 15, row 15.
That's a oh, they already played. Oh, they already played at 12:30 today.
I must have not commentated that one.
Yeah,
crazy.
I must have missed that one too.
I've been taking notes. I must have missed it. Wild. All right, chat. Sorry about that.
That's a little bit of miscommunication from us, but that means we tune in tomorrow at 9:30 to see NYU play if you guys are rooting for them.
I did get a chance in between games to go over into the pits. I have checked in on McMaster's spider bot. It doesn't look like it is any more repaired than when the wheel originally fell off last night. So mechanically, McMaster's spider bot down and out. Hopefully not for the whole weekend. They have a lot of 3D printed parts in between their carbon fiber components, and I'm hoping that this is a scenario where they can just reprint and replace some 3D prints.
Exactly. They have about 4 more hours before their next match, so it's possible. It's possible they could get that fixed.
They got time.
They got time. And I believe in their mechanical team.
If you are in person, you can go make a sign while you're waiting for your team. We got both teams on the field though, so don't go away for too long. Nagoya's Sentry is something that I really been impressed by visually. I'm a hardware team lead from when I was on RoboMasters, and now I work as a mechanical engineer and do hardware development primarily. And so I see a lot of these robots, and I'm really impressed by the ingenuity and the innovation of the teams we've seen. I mean, probably 4 or 5, if not 6 different drive mechanisms, right? We've got swerve drive, mechanisms, omnis, balancing. It's just an absolute variety of engineering here. And that really is truest about the Sentry. We see double barrel together, top and bottom heads, side-by-side heads. Each of those different turret locations is going to necessitate different feed paths, projectile reservoirs. It's going to make very different center of gravity. I mean, just hugely different engineering problems that come along with these.
And there's always the pros and cons for each one. You know, you could maybe launch faster, but then you don't have that much like visual targets. Maybe you can look at a wide range, but it might be much harder to program. So there's a lot of pros and cons for these. Oh,
and we're dumping right in. There, without the prep period's over. 3, 2, 1.
We have Nagoya coming in nice to the repair center. And it seems that one of Roberto...
Torino's blue standard 4 is not able to leave the base zone. And man, I caster cursed him in a good way. That was good, chat. We take those.
We take those.
Torino now, both their robots across the line, purchasing projectiles, still a little slow on the menu. I've been doing this whole embarrassing, stumbling monologue over my own words, and during this entire time, Torino has still not purchased. There we go. Projectiles coming across for the balancing standard 3. They've got to get that sped up. As their Sentry fires a volley, I'll say, kind of towards a red robot. I'm not going to call it CV yet. We'll see what happens. A lot of projectiles coming across from both sides. The driven robot's not taking too much damage, but Torino's Sentry, the target of most of the projectiles, as Nagoya focused on that first objective. Look at this snipe position from Nagoya.
They are taking some damage from Roboto right now.
Nagoya's standard level 3, though, to the level 1 standards on the side of Torino. That damage they've dealt to the Sentry benefiting them in more ways than one, but Torino going to catch up with XP by using that central buff. Both robots ticking across to level 2.
Nagoya just bought some more hero ammo, and they're using their hero very aggressively, which is not something I expected, not something I've seen that much.
Yeah, blue standard for Torino does go down, and first blood coming across for Nagoya. Their base, or the base of Torino now vulnerable but shielded. Nagoya continued to be the aggressor in this match.
And blue Sentry is only half health, which could make it much...
Keep an eye on it right here if it's able to take a peek. It does! Look at that! Torino having one of the first truly functional Sentries that we've seen in the weekend. Firing at these red robots. Firing a little low, sure. But it is firing... You can see it pausing every time it sees one of these bots. There it is. Peeks it around the corner. Launches some projectiles. It's scanning kind of slowly, but hey, excellent job from Torino. Their computer vision team has got to be proud as they have one of the most functional Sentries we've seen so far today.
Exactly. A working Sentry just slows down the game a lot, actually. It's really nice to see. Like, it could give a very competitive advantage for a team that might be down a robot.
In the pilot seat of the balancing standard for Torino, they're doing a good job of keeping their wheel forward. But now they've got to turn as they run back to base, and they're out. Getting up from that position can be difficult because of the torque required in those motors. We'll see how it goes. Not even a problem.
And Nagoya is almost taking out their Sentry. Oh, they just did.
Sentry for Torino falls, exposing the base to damage.
Now, this is the time we see most of the robots really just take a lot of hero ammo and then go out and destroy the base.
Nagoya and Torino in a crunchy 1v1 here, but Blue Standard 4 doesn't actually have projectiles. He's got to get out of dodge quick. Blue Standard 3 shuffling in. That was a really nice trade-off there. But as you've stated, the hero for Nagoya is sitting in the back of the base. The standard for Nagoya kept them occupied long enough, and the hero takes out Torino.
That's a red victory.
Great job from both teams. Nagoya kind of using a tricky strat there. Torino thought they had the upper hand. I thought they had done a great job juggling the combat there in the center. But as soon as Nagoya was able to occupy and have vision on both Torino standards, they just sent their hero around and did a ton of damage.
Yeah, it was was great. That was a strategy we haven't seen yet, kind of distracting all of the robots, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's going to take some good communication between the drivers, right? Because you're just going to be shouting out to your buddy and say, hey, I've got both of them. They're both on me. They're both on me. Base is yours for the taking, right?
Exactly.
And then I just one more time, shout out to Torino. Excellent sentry performance there. It wasn't enough to deter its death, but I definitely think it slowed it down.
And that's definitely something that we can see for the next rounds that Torino's going to play. So like if they improve that sentry just a little bit more, that's gonna be like devastating for teams that are gonna go against them.
Hey Nikhil, I'm super happy we have all these people in Twitch chat. We've also got a live audience here. You want to toss some merch out into the crowd? Just grab 2 things, chuck it out there. Make sure it's not something hard that's gonna hurt somebody. Just start throwing. Start throwing. Don't hit the camera. If you hit the camera, I cry. Look
Hit somebody.
Bucket hats into the crowd. Guys, if you're in Colorado or close to Colorado, or maybe you are a pilot with a private plane and you want to fly to Colorado, come on over, come check it out. We are in the UMC, in one of the ballrooms, hanging out in person. Hey, we've got some people in chat. I believe one of them from Italy, with Bien Trimon. I don't speak any Italian, so that's my best attempt right there.
Do you know what that means?
Nope. So I hope it was nice. But go Torino.
Go Torino. Please translate that.
A minute and 30 seconds left to go. Round 2 coming up. Because the Sentry can defend itself, I think Torino has the opportunity to be much more aggressive this second round. If they can get out of the base a little bit quicker, make it through that purchase menu a little bit faster. The Nagoya team was able to garner such a large advantage because of the damage that they dealt to the Sentry, right? Dealing all of that damage gives you XP. And so if Torino can match that, they had to play the rest of the game. I believe a level 9 to level 5 standard confrontation was in the center at the end.
Exactly. Yeah, they just need to play a little bit more aggressive. Just trying to push together as a team, that would help a lot, especially because this hero on Nagoya is very aggressive as well. They're taking fights which we haven't seen, like which is kind of rare, I'd say. People like to save their hero towards the end, but using their hero to take some fights, that just gives them a pretty good advantage.
It does, yeah. If the hero can land some shots, they'll definitely be able to chip through robots very, very quickly.
And I just get the first blood much faster.
Both teams quickly getting their robots reset with 20 seconds left to go. It looks like all of the humans are out of the field. That's a great sign, but expected, right? I think all 6 bots were as functional as expected. Nagoya's Sentry didn't really face too many robots because of the timid nature from Roboto, but lots of Italian cheering in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. I don't know what time it is in Italy, but it's like 3 in the afternoon here in Colorado, so it can't be the easiest of times to be awake. So thanks for being here to support your team. Shout outs to Torino. Your Sentry looks great. Your balancing standards, firing that advantage position. See if they can bring it back on round 2.
Right. So Nagoya going for the early start, but again, Torino is a little bit slower to get to the supply zone.
Keep an eye out on those projectiles. Nagoya already has that first 100 projectiles loaded up and ready to go. Ooh, you can see the Sentry there from Torino. Not gonna let you peek.
It's a little bit slow though, so they could always just time it a little bit, but it's always when it faces, it's gonna be scary.
Yeah, face checking that corner is always going to be a little bit nerve-wracking for Nagoya, as we're now in the pilot seat of that balancing standard once more. Unfortunately, blue standard 4 falls.
And they already got the first blood.
The Sentry for Torino firing a lot of projectiles, trying to hit red standard 3, but red standard 3 is just in the corner. And now the Sentry switches, doing a great job juggling between targets, and does about half damage to red hero 1.
Blue standard 4 is really low HP, and so is blue standard 3, so they really need to go back to that supply zone and like heal up a little bit at least.
Unfortunately, Torino, all 3 of their bots taking quite a bit of damage early in the match, means that the XP lead is once again going to heavily favor Nagoya.
However, the hero for red is very low HP, and if they're able to take that down, that's a lot of XP, and it also be gone for a long time.
Oh, come on. Nagoya gets back to base with probably 3 HP. Level 5 coming across for Torino. You can see blue standard 4 taking some shots there. Nagoya engages their Beyblade spin.
Did their sentry just move?
Torino now once again 2v1 in the center. Trying to contest for that center. They're able to get the XP bonus. It's going to catch them up quite a bit on levels. Their hero, or their second standard, where their hero would be actually ahead. So now we have a level 7 and a level 8, or level 10 and a level 7 versus a level 10 and level 3. Torino making this one close. They've got to chip away at that sentry. The Nagoya sentry also firing back. This is our first match with 6 functional robots. Shout out to Nagoya and Torino.
But they are getting a little bit of damage, but they just need to get a little bit more done.
Those hero projectiles getting awfully close to the balancing standards armor panels. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. We're halfway through. It's sentry health, still the win condition at the moment.
Torino just has to be a little bit more aggressive and just attack that sentry together.
The sentry of Torino trying to defend itself, but now falls below 200 HP. Both teams emptying their bank. All of the gold spent. Torino notably with more projectiles here in the standards because of the investment into the hero. The hero for Nagoya could just go for the base shield, but with only 6 projectiles, it wouldn't really be worth it.
Oh, the hero is actually doing a little bit of attacking.
Torino getting a better hand of the exchange. They're now fully leveled up. We're able, gonna get, this is as good as it gets. 2 level 10 standards. This is your final end game.
They need to be aggressive right now.
Yeah, that hero's just going to catch up.
They need to.
Torino is full build. They've got to push as their sentry falls. That hero's going to start to take base shots.
And their sentry fell. They need to. At this point, they need to focus on protecting their base. Just to stall a little bit of time to get their sentry.
I don't think you can push the enemy until you've taken out the hero from Nagoya. But unfortunately, the hero from Nagoya already in position, chunking through the base. 1,200, 1,000, 800, 600, 4, 2, 0. That's another red win for Nagoya, but an excellent showing from both teams. Let's get some crazy claps in the crowd. 6 robots on the field, all launching projectiles, all fighting well.
That was
excellent driving.
That was so much closer this time. They were actually a little bit more aggressive, and they were able to protect their sentry a little bit longer. But I think at some point, it's just like I think it's like a driver thing. Like they just need a little bit more experience, and I think Torino has had a great time.
Torino's learning curve is going well, though. Each round that we've seen them compete has been going better and better. Those practice matches, the first one was rough. The second one, I was like, okay, they've kind of figured it out. And same story here versus Nagoya. Round 1 wasn't close. Round 2 was a nail-biter. If they can continue that trajectory, Torino still has a chance to make it out of groups.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more. I think it's just a little bit more like driver communication at some point, right? Be like, okay, we can be more aggressive right here.
Yeah, you can see the tipping point, right? The hero so effective once the sentry falls. And so the game was very, very close until that sentry for Torino fell. As soon as it fell, it was over. And so perhaps what Torino's learning is maybe for when you're fighting a team that has a hero standard build, maybe that's where you need to prioritize protecting your sentry. But either way, just fabulous games. I wish this one had gone 1-1. These teams were quite evenly matched. I do believe both of these teams kind of deserve a point from it, but Nagoya able to capitalize, take both of those wins that will give them 3 points in the group stage. Last shout out, both of these teams, 3 robots a pop, all functional, great looking sentries. You can see the accuracy here, nothing to write home about on the side of Torino, but that's including the sentry projectiles. And so when you take into account that some of those projectiles are fully autonomous, not too bad.
That's true. And have we seen a 1-to-1 so far? Like a 1 like?
Not in the official matches, I don't believe. We've had some really close ones. That UT TAMU should have been 1-1. This one could have easily been 1-1 as well. But we haven't seen it finish up. Hopefully, some of these teams can make that reverse, that comeback, that revenge match.
Especially for the next stage of the next time they play, right? Everyone has about 2 games, I think.
So I believe for the group stage, they're playing against each team in their group 1 time in a best of 2, and then the top 2 teams and points from each group will go into the knockout stage, where it's the top 8 and playing in a true double elimination bracket.
So yeah, like for the next 2 matches that we see for Roboto or the other teams, it's going to get much closer, I think. It's going to be much more fun, much more intense.
Yeah, Torino's so close. If they can just kind of reach that threshold, get into the knockout stages, I think we're seeing that experience bodes very well for them. At the same time, the same thing can be said for Nagoya. They're performing well here. They performed well last year. They're one of those seeded teams. And so if they're able to repeat that performance and continue to make it into that knockout stage, I expect them to do relatively well.
I'm so excited. This is so cool.
Let's go ahead and close out that prediction. If you are in the Twitch chat, reminder that you can bet your Twitch channel points on which team you think will win each round. If you're in person, you cannot bet, but you can make dope signs. You can grab some cool merch. I'm going to play it one more time. Look at this. RoboMaster's Colorado shirts. Look at all these teams. They're awesome. They have gray, they have blue, they have green. If you have children with you, they have youth sizes in red. If you are not in person and you want one of these shirts, ring up one of your friendos that's here. Maybe one of your teammates, someone from your school. Give them a quick call, see if they can grab some of that merch for you and bring it back. We will be moving right along in the matches. Who do we have next? Is this Udub versus UCSD? UCSD?
UCSD.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. UCSD has been around a few times in RMNA. Still one of the newer-ish teams. One of the smaller teams, maybe is the right word. They've been around for 2 to 3 years, competing University of California, San Diego, going up against the reigning champs, University of Washington. UW is getting their the matches in which they're heavily favored. They're getting those matches done first. I think that's a good thing for UW. You have more time to get your robots working, fix any issues, get your drivers some experience before you have like your UW versus CUs.
Exactly, because that just like, you know, we saw in the practice matches, it's like they need a little bit more practice, and they just want to, you know, try out more things, try new strategies, and I think that's going to be very useful, especially when going against like a really good contender like CU.
Agreed. UCSD, I don't think I've seen any of their matches yet today. This should be the first UCSD match. UW we have seen. We've seen a little bit from them. Obviously we had some surprising matches back to back. We'll see if they were able to make the improvements and the changes that they needed throughout the night and throughout the day to kind of get back to form, right? Put together a showing that we would expect from the reigning champs.
Exactly. And I did watch the UCSD match, like the practice match that they had, and it seemed they didn't have a sentry, and it seemed a little bit rough because they weren't able to specifically get out of the base, as I've said before. So that's like that 45-degree blocker that they have is pretty difficult to get across if you aren't expecting it.
It can be a challenge. Yeah, you've got to drive well, right? Because if you bump the base edges, that'll take a lot of your momentum. Also depends on just how efficient your robot is mechanically. Suspension is actually going to make you a little bit less efficient in your drive, things like that. UCSD is fielding a sentry for this round, which is great, right? We saw in previous rounds where the lack of sentry made your shield deteriorate after a time limit. Really devastating for that team. So the fact that they've got their sentry is great. The robots all look really good. From a mechanical standpoint, they've got that circular build similar to CU that you watched earlier. I've got high expectations. I hope that they're able to get a couple kills and keep up level-wise with the University of Washington. If you don't let UW snowball, I think the late game could be pretty competitive.
Exactly. So what we saw was that once UW got some of that momentum, it was unstoppable. I'm a little biased though.
Unstoppable?
A little
They were pretty much stopped. They lost 2 rounds in warm-up. That's stopped.
Okay.
That's stopped.
Well, that's warm-up, okay? They were unstoppable against RHIT.
You know what? RHIT did so good though.
They did very well.
I was amazed. Shout out to RHIT again, because they were facing the reigning champs, RHIT's first year 3v3 team, and they still kind of took y'all to a base race in one of those matches. So
exactly. But I mean, we talked to them afterwards, and we all were talking about how like fun that match was to play.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We've been seeing just fabulous rounds. I mean, that last one, Torino and Nagoya, 6 robots, all functional, kills coming across both directions. Really good interaction between the bots. Good clean fights. It's a much more enjoyable experience for all of the drivers, win or lose.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a position where your team says, hey, sorry, it doesn't fire this round. You're just a body blocker. It's not quite as fun.
It's not as fun. And it's also not fun when you're just, destroying everything. You want a little bit of competition, because that's just what helps you grow and helps you develop new strategies as well.
I agree 100%. All right, University of Washington versus University of California, San Diego. UCSD get a peek up at the bracket. So UW has already played RHIT. They're now playing UCSD. Then they've got Penn State and CU. This is a really important game, obviously for all of the teams. But for UW in particular, if they go 2-0, they're relatively safe. They could go 1-1 versus CU Boulder and still be fine, which is kind of the anticipated tough match for them in this group.
And also speaking about them looking mechanically good, UCSD also has a really nice robot design as well. The colors, they have yellow metal, which is really nice. As we've been talking about, the aesthetics of the robots have been improving every year.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of a VT kind of color theme here. A lot of the teams implementing yellow. You'll notice similar robot colorways because of the computer vision. So these autonomous robots are processing frames, so they look out, right? So you're all familiar with cameras, right? Obviously, you have one on your phone. But your camera isn't doing anything with that image. It's just taking the image and displaying it to you, and then you are making choices based on what the image shows. Computer vision does both. So computer vision captures an image, looks at it, and then makes some sort of determination about that image. So in this case, it can be there's a wall there, or that robot is a robot and is friendly,
or an opponent.
Yeah, a robot, an opponent, and here's the armor panel, right? So they might be getting a lot of information back from that frame, and then it's going to do something with that information as well. So one of the tricky things that we've been seeing is some of these teams are having CV that locks, where it looks at robots, and then that's it. So you've got to connect the two, where you take the computer vision aspect, where it's a model that's running and analyzing images, and then it ends up passing it to an embedded model, which actually needs to do the locking on, the aiming, the projectile firing, all the bits that the humans are doing in person.
Exactly, and that makes it really hard, especially if your robot is red and you're on the blue side. You might accidentally have some friendly fire.
You could have friendly fire, yeah. And there's so many things to consider, right? When you're thinking about self-driving and autonomous vehicles, and it's very prevalent and really a timely conversation now that AI is becoming such a large, useful tool in industry, right? We've got a couple of the teams. One of the teams has the double-headed standard, or the sentry. The bottom sentry, actually, they're having to code in to help it not fire if it's facing a pillar.
Oh.
Because at the current moment, it'll identify where the robot is going. It'll try to lead the robot, and then you could end up firing and hitting your own robot, basically point blank, which could cause a lot of issues to your own structural components.
Yeah.
Things like that, you wouldn't really have to worry about with a human. You just say, hey, don't launch projectiles at yourself.
Yeah.
But with this sort of machine learning, right, with these models and kind of this autonomous control, you've got to put in more of these edge cases of what to do in these particular scenarios.
If I've been experienced with CS, the edge cases always keep on popping up.
Yeah.
They never end. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, maybe you're A&M and you planned for red and you planned for blue and you haven't planned for purple, which is a trouble that they've had for a few years now, where the invulnerable base panels have purple lighting, which looks a lot like red and a lot like blue, and so maybe the CV model gets confused there. Last year, if you watched our stream last year, you'll remember, I believe it was NUS, their sentry decided someone's red pants in the audience were an armor panel, and started launching projectiles just at the side of the arena towards the individual with red pants. So edge cases are hard to predict. It's what makes something like self-driving cars so difficult. Is okay, you can plan for cars, you can plan for robots, you can plan for barriers, you can plan for lighting. How do you plan for an audience member's pants?
You cannot plan for red pants, and we have to ban red pants from now on.
We did not ban red pants. If you're in Colorado, you come to the event, wear your red pants proudly. It'll be great.
Yeah. Blue pants too.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue pants. I'm wearing blue pants right now.
I'm wearing black pants.
There's a lot of edge cases like that. with the path detection as well. These robots are enabled, and you've seen a couple of them do some self-driving, using those waypoints. Obviously, you're anticipating, hey, there's other robots on the field they need to work around and move around, but you're not always ready for the edge cases, like what if the waypoint stickers start to fall off the wall, or the lighting changes because your teammate's shadow is now covering up a certain section.
Oh, we have a in-person view of Udub setting up right now.
I heard a call out for 30 seconds left, and Udub gets their sentry ready to go. Runs through some pre-game checks with the hero.
The Beyblade in smooth.
See the two flywheels there functioning very similar to like a softball fastest machine or a football launching machine. Those two compressible flywheels are going to push the projectiles out, and that's how you achieve that velocity.
Yeah, or like the Hot Wheels, like thing that increases the speed of the Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, like the Hot Wheels car launcher.
Let's get ready to get into the match.
3, 2, 1. UCSD versus the University of Washington, round 1. Uh-oh, UCSD not making very many moves. Their sentry already offline. It's not helpful to have a sentry sitting there. If it doesn't stay connected, it's actually worse.
And Udub's standard went so fast to the repair.
Unless it's a trick, Udub. They did fire a couple shots at the sentry, but now they moved their attention to these other boxes. Not being able to get out of that base is going to make them literal fish in a barrel as the University of Washington aces UCSD.
Oh, and they're just going directly for the base, it seems, instead of going for the sentry.
Because the sentry was not connected to the server, it didn't register as dying. So instead of the base shield being disabled, that base shield is on that same timer. So I believe in 10 seconds, the shield of the base for UCSD should fall.
They're just farming some XP right now. It's spawn camping at UCSD, like Udub.
And there it is with 4 minutes left to play. UCSD's base shield expires. They're still not able to make it over this bump. Aced! University of Washington getting a little bit of target practice in. The hero chunks through 9, 7, 500, 4, 3, 1, and that's the match. That's the ground, excuse me.
Blue wins. Now, this is one of, I don't think we've seen many blue wins so far.
There's been a lot of red teams. A lot of red teams. All right, so it looks like UCSD having that common issue with some of these Omni-Wheel robots of getting out of the base area.
They just don't have enough power to come out of it. At least that's what I'm thinking, because I remember in their practice match, they were able to get out towards the end when you have a little bit more power. So it's possible they just can't pass. They might just have to take the chassis damage for that.
Yeah, you could try to overpower. You will take a little bit of chassis damage. Definitely round 2, that's the play if you're UCSD. You're not likely going to fix things in time. So getting a little bit, maybe even a death, but getting a little bit of damage to overpower is totally worth it.
As long as they're outside of the base, they should be okay.
Definitely the highest damage to projectile ratio that we've seen so far. A little bit skewed here, right, because UCSD was trapped within a 2 meter by 2 meter space. Yeah. So the accuracy is off the charts for Udub, but you know, praise where it's due. Udub's hero did really good here. Landed, I think, almost every projectile that it fired. And the base destroyed very, very quickly. That skill will transfer to more normal games where all 6 robots are out and about.
And Udub's standard also kind of just rushed out really fast as soon as the round started, which is one of the fastest starts I've seen so far.
So they probably have pretty high efficiency, and they might be running super capacitors. Reminder, we talked a little previously, super capacitors are a component that the teams are allowed to design and implement themselves. A capacitor stores electrical energy, so a supercapacitor bank is going to store an amount of electrical energy that you can then discharge at your leisure if you have built and coded, wired everything well. So ideally, what this means is that even though you're limited to 50 watts, that's 50 watts of battery draw through the power management module, you can store some of that up into a supercapacitor bank, and then be using your 50 watts and grab some extra watts over here from the supercap, and now you have maybe 70 or 80 watts to get over the bump.
It's basically like a sprint video game.
Yeah. Good job, University of Washington. That was a nice step. That's what we expect to see from a team when the other team is underperforming, right? It's going to be a bit of a stomp. Hopefully UCSD out of the base this time. If they take some damage, totally fine.
So now we have a nice view of the blue base here.
University of Washington, you can see their blue standard 3. Really the meat and potatoes of their team over the last couple of years has been that standards performance. Glad to see the hero kind of getting its moment to shine in this match. Absolutely obliterating the base of UCSD.
Exactly. And I hope UCSD's sentry kind of like stays in the game this time. That'd be interesting to see how that would work out.
It would, yeah. Honestly, if none of the robots from UCSD are able to fire projectiles, because if they can't get out of the base, they can't purchase projectiles, I think maybe a disabled sentry actually lasts longer.
Possibly.
It might be a gold limitation at that point, because if you can't defend your sentry and your sentry isn't moving, your sentry being online may allow University of Washington to use the hero projectiles combined with the standard, chip it down even quicker, and expose that base, within the first 30 or 45 seconds.
That's true, because it would be 1500 HP versus the 600 of the sentry, right?
Yeah. The 600 of the sentry is all you'd have to chip through to
get to the base.
Yeah, to negate that 1500 HP shield. Sentry is online for UCSD, which we're happy to see.
Yeah.
We don't want ref issues to keep any robot out.
And it seems that Udub's sentry is also just working. I don't know if the again.
See just the UI of Udub, really good. You can see the aim markers there on the lower half of the screen, helping their pilots know where they should be aiming. And now starting to chunk their way through the shield of the base, not willing to wait that 30 seconds. I don't know if they're going to have the gold, frankly, to chew its way all the way through, but the standard now can make short work of the UCSD sentry. UCSD made it out of the base.
Let's go.
University of Washington's not going to let them get to the resupply zone, but they made it over the bump.
How did they do that?
They pushed W a little harder.
That always works.
If pressing W doesn't work, press more emphatically.
You know what? I like that strat.
University of Washington, obviously a strong lead here in round 2. UCSD.
They're blocking them from coming to the
maybe a little bit of body blocking here. Honestly, it might just be watching as well. You see the blue standard actually giving a respectful distance, kind of letting UCSD get some driver practice in. It won't change the outcome of the match. The hero for University of Washington also letting that base stand with 200 health. It's a very kind gesture, frankly.
I mean, yeah, you want to see what they're capable of as well, right?
It might actually enable this standard to get a little bit of projectile launching, and it is another blue victory for the University of Washington. UCSD able to get their robot out of the base there and make it to the resupply zone. But frankly, with such a slow start, right, that's not going to fly against a team like UW.
Exactly.
They launched 8 projectiles, though. Improvement. UCSD, that is actually really big. They got out of the base, they got to the resupply zone, they purchased projectiles, and they launched them successfully. It's a lot of change between round 1 and round 2.
Yeah.
I think that's even a higher damage to projectile ratio for the side of the University of Washington. That might be because I don't believe that hero shots to the base shield count as damage dealt. And so those projectiles they put in round 1 when the sentry is not online will not count towards their total damage. Folks, UCSD versus UW went the way that we expected. University of Washington taking the dub as is intended, right? They need it for their name. What are they going to do if they don't get the dub? Just be you?
Yeah, that's not okay.
Some ambiguous university? That doesn't make any sense. So UW staying true to their name, grabbing the dub. UCSD hopefully versus maybe like a Penn State or one of the other newer, smaller teams, that slower start might be more acceptable, right? They might get away with it.
Is it just a slower start because they're just waiting to get enough base instead of power to get up to the cross?
I'm not 100% confident of what allows them to get out of the base the second time. Obviously, it's a slower start because they didn't get out of the base initially on level 1, right? What allows them to eventually get over? I'm hoping it's just a driver learning pattern. So when you have that bump, if you come straight at it, you're going to have very different experience than if you angle and hit one wheel at a time and kind of juggle your way over. So I'm hoping maybe the drivers are figuring out how to go over bumps. I'm hoping maybe some teams do a little bit of driving practice in their dorm tonight. Maybe put down a makeshift bump. You can drive over a binder, not a binder, like a notebook or something. The bump is not obnoxiously large. It could be simulated easily in a dorm.
Exactly. And also, it's like, it can also just be the angle that they're... It could also just be like the angle that they are like coming in at, because what we saw for RHIT was that when they came in at a certain angle, they would kind of just stop and get stuck. But when they would come in at like a more like aggressive angle, they would get better.
Very true. Very true. All right, we do have more teams coming up, and we have different commentators coming up. We're going to be swapping out with the rest of our commentary crew to keep the non-stop action going for you all. So don't go anywhere. The teams are in their holding zones. We're about to switch over to the schedule view so we can check out which teams are next, and then swap on over to Shar and Keaty. Here it comes. Look at that. rmcolorado.org to find who's next.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Shar in the house again. Nice to see everyone. It's been a hot second. I've been behind the scenes helping with the schedule stuff. Thank you very much, Preston. Just got some water as well to keep my voice nice and raspy. Stay hydrated. Good to see you. I'm joining Kitty this time.
Hello, hello. I have been helping over at the 1v1 commentating area. So if you haven't checked out any of the 1v1 matches, please do. They're pretty interesting this year. Pretty close matches. I saw a couple matches where some teams were knocked out in less than 10 seconds, so...
Like which ones?
Oh, shoot, I cannot recall them off the top of my head, but definitely NUS, their standards are just crazy.
NUS does beat cooking. NUS is actually, okay, as it stands, so I've seen a lot of the 3v3 matches, obviously I've been watching them as I need to put them in the schedule, I've been watching for just commentating sake, etc. Crazy part about NUS, I personally think that they're my #1 pick to take the whole tournament as it stands. I have seen nothing but constant consistency, the strength of their team. They're just so cool. I'm like in awe the whole time. They just got all the robots down. None of the robots are really malfunctioning. They've got their whole team they come in with There's nothing really you can do after that.
Yeah.
I even saw in the practice match with Udub. One standard from NUS, V3 on the Udub side, and they took both rounds. So.
Yeah, taking down the champions from last year like that, they definitely have made a name for themselves at RMNA 2024 especially. I know they've been kind of up there definitely within the past, but honestly, I could see them taking the 3v3 championship.
I think it's very possible. Apparently also taking the 1v1 championship.
Yeah.
It's crazy to get double back-to-back NUS on both the 3v3 and 1v1. I would be excited. I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, coming up next, if we can go to the schedule real quick, we can see what's coming up next. I believe it's, here we go. Awesome. Thank you very much. We just finished UCSD versus Udub. Alright, so next up we got Earthworks and Caliber.
So NUS, yeah, we were just talking about them.
We were just talking about crazy.
We did not plan that. Like, we're just that good.
I'm just built in with like the knowledge, you know. It's like ingrained in the team. I just know how this works. Yeah, we got Caliber, which is Intermission. And so yeah, no, we're really excited in general to see them play today. Like I said, NUS is my favorite personally. I've loved everything I've seen from them. UrsaWorks is a newer team as well. UrsaWorks is gonna be at
WashU.
Yeah, WashU University in St. Louis. So yeah, newer team overall. Haven't seen a whole bunch of them, but I'm excited to see what they bring into this particular match. Yeah. Outside of that, let's just talk about the 1v1s. We've been watching a lot of those 1v1s, so I haven't got to see many of them. What's been going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been some matches where they're pretty evenly matched up, and it kind of comes down to that HP difference at that certain point. But a lot of it, I'm like noticing, is just like pilots, like sort of strategical aspect, and just general experience and comfortableness with like their robots. Also, quick highlight, like TAMU had their suspension brake on one of their wheels. So they had sort of a 4-wheel balancing standard, and they were able to win with that. They were just Beyblading, and it was kind of like this weird up and down
wobble.
Yeah.
That's amazing, actually.
And they did better than they did in the first round.
I gotta watch that highlight. I mean, if you're wobbling, you know, your arm plates are moving around. It's way harder to hit you. So, wow, that's crazy. That's actually really
And the driver said it was intentional, so, I mean, I don't know if it was, but hey, it worked out for them, and let's see if they can...
The drivers say.
Yeah, exactly.
Very fair. So 1v1's been having a great blast, is what I'm hearing. Actually, we've been running the Swiss format at 1v1, so that was a little bit of an interesting headache on my end. I was like, okay, round 1 is done. I have to now get all these new matches, 12 new ones done, and told the teams in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Very difficult, very difficult. But everyone, it's been running pretty well. You hear a lot of hype coming in from the 1v1 section. People are watching, people love 1v1. I'm actually very happy. 1v1 is generally like the child of the RMULC. So it's good to see that we're seeing awesome matches and hearing some awesome stuff. But
I think the level of competition has really like increased in terms of 1v1 because, you know, we have all 24 teams participating within that, and I think standards just in general have gotten a lot like more interesting in terms of design. Like some of the newer teams have kind of branched away from the typical like more Chinese style of their standards design, but it seems pretty interesting on the field. It seems like they're pretty evenly matched up in terms of, you know, making things interesting for the crowd.
Yeah.
So.
And those matches are just going to get closer and closer because with Swiss, the way that it works, if you win your match 2-0, you got 3 points. Anyone else who has 3 points is matched with you.
Yeah.
Everyone who's gotten even is matched together. Everyone who didn't go even or lost, for example, they're matched together. And so theoretically, you will be facing harder and harder teams as you win more and facing teams in your bracket as you lose more. And so it becomes like this level of like eventually everyone should be drawing in 1v1 is the goal. That's like the convergence of like 1v1 is if we get everyone to start drawing all the time, and that's going to be where it really gets exciting.
No, for sure.
But yeah, on top of that, you know, just in general, I think that like this has been some of the most interesting matches I've seen. Again, like the UT TAMU match, it was so nice.
Tell me about it.
It was so close. It was so incredibly close in a way that I had never like. It's so awesome to see because like I'm from Texas. I gotta put my bias out there. Originally from Texas, alumni of NYU. Shout out NYU. But I am originally from Texas. And so seeing UT TAMU compete is always like a little bit of like a spiritual kind of like
your roots.
Yeah, like I'm feeling my roots. I feel it in my heart. You know, my passion. My heart is like, whoa. That's the two schools that everyone talks about. My sister's actually going to UT. Shout out to my sister. I'm hoping she's watching soon. She's going to UT this year for her first year at college. And so seeing them get close like that, I was like, maybe she'll join that team. She hates STEM, but maybe they want econ or something like that. But yeah. Let's go ahead and see what's in the chat so far. We got Aggie Mom. My son said 3v3 is 5-ish central. We're actually going to get right back into 3v3 pretty soon. In terms of TAMU specific schedule, let me try and see. We have our schedule here. TAMU should be playing again around 5 p.m. CST because they will be the one right after this next one. Next up, we've got UrsaWorks and Caliber, which is NUS and UrsaWorks was Washington University in St. Louis. And then we've got Ascension versus TAMU. Ascension being I can go to the groups real quick. Ascension is... Some of these teams have changed their names so many times that I know. My brain isn't...
Simon Fraser.
Simon Fraser. SFU, yeah. SFU versus TAMU, which is our... Again, like I was saying, TAMU specifically. I'm a little partial to them from the Texas roots. But yes, so we will be seeing them again around 5 or Central. But yeah, so we got a little bit of time to kill still, it seems like, before our match starts, about 2 minutes before they get on the field. Chat, if you have any questions, throw them our way. In terms of like rules or how things work, let's actually open up the YouTube stream as well, see if YouTube's chatting anything. What's going on over here in the YouTube? Love from RMUC. Heart, love RMUC. We love you guys so much. But yeah, what else is going on here? Major issues. Gotta get them sorted out. Yeah, some teams have had some pretty unfortunate issues, especially when it came to practice matches. A lot of teams, I found it funny. There was a decent amount of teams who could not make it over the bump, which was kind of hilarious, but they could make it over the bump when they were at a higher level. And so I was like, okay, you just need to optimize your power curve or take a hit at the beginning so you can just get out of the days. You gotta be active in those games. I even mentioned this, I think, on commentary earlier. But yeah.
Small sacrifice for a bigger reward.
Small sacrifice. Very small sacrifice to sacrifice like 10% of your health because you can heal it back so fast. Yeah. That's one thing that I've seen from the the healing point on the resupply. It's incredibly quick. Teams are just recovering that health like no one's business. It's like you can go from like 50% to 100% in like less than like a second almost. It feels like. It's so quick. That healing is a little bit powerful, I would say, perhaps. Even when you're getting shot at in the reload zone, you're still healing it. It's like there was one match earlier that I saw. I think it was what was the match? I think it was one of the matches. The hero kept knocking itself out by overpowering itself. Right? I was like, what you should do with that hero? Park it in the resupply zone so it doesn't die, and just shoot at them when they come near you.
Yeah.
You got the healing on your side, right? That's, I think, actually a possible strategy for teams that want to, like, turtle. A turtle strategy would be park one of your bigger, like, park your hero, park your standard, whichever one's not working properly, you can't move around yet. Park it in that resupply zone, just gain levels by shooting.
Yeah.
That'd be my personal take. You know, a free tip for all you guys on how to play strategy in this.
No, definitely, like, the bump is like such a small like change, but it's impacted a lot of teams so much, especially ones that haven't had built-in suspension or things like that. Like in our last match with UCSD, they were definitely struggling to get over that little bump. Their standard did in the end, but it's, I don't know. I wonder how many teams really like took that into account properly in terms of mechanical design.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, I know RHIT had problems with it yesterday, but then they solved them this morning.
Right,
like RHIT was able to move around against Udub. They were doing a decent amount of they were doing a decent amount of damage.
Yeah.
They were super solid overall. So I definitely think it's a solvable in software problem. It's just a matter of like, what's your angle of solving it? Do you say, I don't need 100% HP leaving my base. I'll resupply. I have to go anyways to buy projectiles, take a little bit of HP hit, get out of there, heal it back up. Or do you say, hey, we're not optimizing our limits properly yet. We can probably put some more power into chassis originally, maybe turn off our gimbal entirely, maybe just move the chassis. That was one of the ideas. Of like, oh, you know, maybe you get some power back that way. But, you know, who am I to say? Who am I to know anything? I'm just a commentator. I just chastise. I just go, you could be doing this better. And then the teams go, well, you're not doing it. I'm like, yeah, it's true.
Unsolicited advice.
Unsolicited advice. I mean, hey, they told me to come do this. So what am I supposed to say?
No, yeah. It's good for families at home who might be watching, who are like, oh, how can we overcome something like this?
Yeah,
and it's good for you to be able to explain that from that aspect.
I agree. If any families are in chat, by the way, come say hi. Come support your kids. Your kids have worked so hard. They work all throughout the year. They get barely any sleep, but they probably don't tell you that.
They probably don't call you enough. They probably don't come home for dinner.
Yeah.
They're probably worried. It's okay. This is all worth it.
It's all worth it in the end. Some of the coolest, hypest gameplay. We get to see some awesome engineering. At the end of the day, it's all about the teams, you know.
Yeah.
All about the people on the teams. We love the people of RMNA. We love the people of the RoboMasters community. We love you guys, the chatters, the families at home. But yeah. I'm also seeing that we're now kind of getting close to starting the match. The teams have lined up into their respective staging zones. Pretty soon we'll get to see them on the field. So if we can cut to the field real quick, we'll then get started pretty soon. Production has yet again ignored me, alas.
I'm going to take a sip of water.
I'm going to take a little bit of a water.
Be sure to stay hydrated, people.
Stay hydrated, especially in Colorado. I don't know how many of you are in Colorado right now, but I have learned that because the atmosphere is a little thinner here, you need to stay more hydrated for some reason. No one's told me the science behind it, but it's kind of important to keep the water going.
I mean, I think it's just generally good to drink water at these kinds of events as well.
Generally good
because you're just go,
you're
and
constantly
you're like forgetting,
going. Yeah.
Forgetting like basic human life things. Oh, make sure to eat enough, sleep enough. Sometimes sleeping is not enough, so drink caffeine to power through, but also drink water so you don't pass out. Very important.
Hydrate, man. Hydrate or dihydrate, as they say amongst the, I don't know, some community. I'm sure. I think that's just actually a phrase now people use. I don't think that's like a particular community phrase. That's just a phrase.
You going on that made you sound a little bit.
Yeah.
What about the kids say?
Oh, man.
Have we done any merch giveaways?
Oh, we have not done a merch giveaway in a hot second, I don't think.
We don't have too many people in the crowd right now, so I think we'll wait on
we'll
it.
give it a
But we can chat
If
about
anyone
it.
wants a merch giveaway, get your friends to come to the audience now. We're going to do a merch giveaway soon, but only when there's more people. You got to bring the people in.
Yeah, whoever cheers the loudest. I need passion, okay?
It's actually so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what we like to hear. The audience just gave us a big cheers.
Our contestants coming onto the field, fielding their robots. Looks like we're able to get a view of, let's see, is this Caliber?
This is
NUS?
Caliber on the blue side. Yes, that's NUS on the blue side. And then Washington University at St. Louis is on the red team.
Nice.
But looking at these robots out the gate, you know, NUS's Sentry actually, last year, very fun Sentry, would just spin around really slowly. And then would lock onto a target, and that target was killed instantly. There was no chance of survival. There was no chance of escaping it unless you were Udub or TAMU. You were dying right then. And the TAMU standard specifically, the hero got hit a lot of times. Yeah, so NUS's Sentry has always been really good on the CV front. I haven't seen it move personally yet. I would like to see it move because it'd be really awesome. As I always say, and I hope that the people at home are not tired of me saying this anymore. Sentries that move and shoot are the best robots on this field, and your second best is always your hero, so you got to prioritize that hero as well. Speaking of sentries, as we see on the red team here for Washington University St. Louis, they do have a sentry fielded. I don't think it has a gimbal, which is really funny. I don't think it shoots at all.
Right.
But even just spinning it is important. You need that health. Otherwise, if you're going on without a sentry, immediately base health is your criteria, and it's kind of impossible to make up that deficit without a sentry. You need something to defend your base, and the enemy team will just take their hero straight to your base and go, hey, it's free real estate, and knock it all the way out.
Yeah, any way to buy yourself a bit more time so you can head over towards the other team's base and try to take that down is very, very important in terms of making sure you're opting for the best strategy and giving yourself the most amount of time to do that.
Yeah, would agree. We've got about a minute on the clock left. What are you most excited to see from this particular match? Oh, now we're close-ups. Close-ups time. I love the close-ups. All right, yeah, now we're seeing Washington University.
Okay, yeah.
They're checking
so yeah,
the
it
VTM
does look
delay.
like it's just a drive base.
It's just a chassis, just a little bit of netting. I kind of like that. It seems like it's their standard chassis repurposed in a way. Here we see the standard red 4, and we're also fielding a standard 3, it seems like. So no hero on this team. That is a legal configuration for anyone at home. It's an interesting configuration to say the least, because as I said, the hero is one of the strongest robots. It's the only way you're really breaking through the base. But if you're going for sentry health and you plan on just playing defense the whole time to get their other hero away from your base, 2 standards always beats a hero. It's kind of impossible for a hero to be able to just have enough shots, especially early level, to take out 2 standards. There's just too much movement going around. They're slow firing. They don't have a lot of fire rate. But yeah, so we're going to see here, and we see Austin, our wonderful AV production man. Oh, and look at that spin. That's a fast spin.
Oh, yeah, they're ready.
From the Washington University of St. Louis. They're ready to play. 7 seconds before we hit the initialization period. I am excited. This is going to be a nice match. I always love watching a good NUS match. I think it's a good time.
Honestly, yeah. I'm definitely excited to see NUS again. I've only been seeing them in 1v1, so
yeah. Let's
see how they do in the 3v3. Oh, coming into a technical timeout right now.
I'm assuming there is maybe... Oh, no, we're good. We're going right into a referee system initialization.
These loading screens always make me feel like I'm playing a video game.
No, absolutely. I think it's well designed. 90% of them fail, 100% of them gain.
This is true.
True. Thank you.
All right.
In 3, 2, 1, and we're off. And immediately, Red Center 3 makes it over the bump. Red Center 4 is struggling a little bit to get out of there. Both of the NUS robots have made it over the bump now, and NUS Sentry, we see that's kind of slow spin as it's looking around.
Like you were talking about earlier, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun time. And also, another thing about their gimbal seems to deactivate while they're looking around, and their camera is just kind of experiencing. They just have it like in an off, like weird position. It's kind of cool. We're already hearing some shots being fired onto the red Sentry, it seems like, from the blue standard. Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna go for that sentry first.
Taking a bit of damage on the sentry there. We've got 30 hit points taken off the sentry. Another bit of fighting happening. The blue hero is fighting the red 3 infantry, and we're seeing a little bit of damage there. The overheat coming in for the blue standard here. They're just focusing on the sentry now. Ooh!
Oh.
First blood. Looks like that was an overheat kill, and a single shot from the standard was able to take it out. Red standard 3 is out, and now this red sentry is at 160 health already. That was only... NUS didn't even have to go back to reload for those shots.
Yeah.
NUS is just taking it to the town right now. The red standards cannot match this blue standard by itself. The blue hero hasn't really even done much. 60 health left on the sentry for the red team. You're at a pretty big deficit right now if you're...
Oh, and that hero last shot takes out that sentry, and now they're heading towards the red base. Taking down that HP, tanking it.
Hero's just tanking the damage back, doesn't even care. And are we going to see the base destroyed? No, the hero runs out of shots right at the last second. Unable to finish it off. Standard comes back. Maybe it could just take it out. You only need, what, like 10 shots, 20 shots to kill it at this point with the blue standard? All right, red standard taking some hits on that sentry now, to try to make up any amount of deficit, but you are quite a bit far behind if you are Ursa Works right now. You're definitely a little bit scared. Oh no, they're getting caught in, and now they're losing health. Their chassis powers exceed the limit. They have 8 health left. They exceed one more time. It might be over for this standard.
Ooh, bumping in with a physical
Get some
shove.
healing done, though. I'm hearing some firing shots on the red base. Blue standard now also taking hits at the base. 90 health left. 1 hero shot is all it needs. We're seeing this blue standard here lining up the shot right now. Will they take it? There we go.
And that is a win for NUS.
A fast win indeed. That round was not slow at all. Neither blue robot going down at all during that match. If you are Ursa Works, you're definitely going, ooh, that was a bit of a unfortunate showing, but I think you can make it up. I think that wasn't too bad. I think you just lost in a key specific areas, the fact that you lost your first blood first and let your base invincibility expire, and that no one was coming to the defense of that sentry robot when they were just kind of shooting at it.
Yeah.
I think that's where you really lost out right there. You should have been right up next to them in their face, being like, hey, you can't hit my sentry. I'm here, right? At least
you got to kind of play a little bit more defensive when it comes to battling against NUS here with their standard and hero.
Absolutely. They're just too consistent otherwise. Exactly. And we can see here, actually, the total damage here, 2,308 versus 320. All almost on the base alone. Very few skirmishes taking. NUS was really focusing the objective in this match, which I think is a really important thing for teams to learn. A lot of teams, I feel are still kind of trying to play they have the Overwatch effect, is what I like to call it, where in Overwatch, you're with your team. In Overwatch, when you're with your team, you're playing Overwatch. Oftentimes, there's this bit of a skill issue here where you're not playing the objective. You'll hear this a lot in Overwatch and other esports like League of Legends, stuff like that. You're not playing the objective. You got to play the objective, right? I feel like a lot of teams, especially the newer teams, haven't quite learned it doesn't matter if you kill their standard, if you guys are equal level, necessarily if they're a little bit higher. The point is to get the objective. So you should be trying to focus in on their sentry. Put them into bad positions so they have to go aggressive against your infantry, right? And that's what NUS does so perfectly well.
Oh,
and
look
if you
at those
don't take the
googly
bait,
eyes. Sorry, I totally interrupted you.
No, that's so cute. You're right. I didn't know that. Wait, can we get the NUS driver to just wave at us real quick with the googly eyes? No, it's so sad.
Can they even hear us?
So cute. Maybe we'll see.
Oh.
Can we get a nod? Can we get a nod from the googly eyes?
That was kind of a nod.
That was kind of a nod. I'll take it.
Oh, we're getting that POV.
Googly eyes, googly eyes.
I think we're seeing some. Oh wait, no.
From their POV, is that a shirt? What are they putting down?
I think
they're covering it. Oh, the shoot. Okay, I was I thought they were taking off the googly eyes because we pointed it out. I was like, no, I like. Yeah, let's go. We love the googly eyes. Too cute. NUS
Austin
googly
is
eyes,
smiling.
amazing.
He's being waved at.
But yeah, absolutely love that.
I love when teams do that.
No,
the robot from the outside looks so professional, almost kind of intimidating, and then you just see those little googly eyes. It's
it just kind of reminds you of the culture we have here at RMNA. We obviously we engineer. We're engineers. We want to take the game seriously. We want to play to our best.
Right. But let's have fun, let's embrace the fact that we're all here coming together from all different parts of the world. We gotta enjoy it, you know what I mean? Even if some teams
are. The hero also has googly eyes.
Oh my goodness. It looks like it has a third eye.
Kind of actually, yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Too cute.
I love this. Just by the way, for any teams who don't already know, there is an aesthetic award that I'm awarding at the end of competition for the best aesthetics. Oh my gosh.
It looks like a hammerhead shark.
Actually true. I do love a good shark, you know. That's actually, so the way I introduce myself to most people, I say, it's like shark, but you cut the K off because it's char.
Ah,
yeah, so I do love a good
cool.
shark. Shark is my gamer tag. But yeah, like I was saying, speaking of gaming,
yes, Overwatch.
I am awarding an aesthetic award to the team that has the best aesthetic robots. At the end of the competition, you get some merch, you get some cool highlights, etc. So yeah, I'm really excited to award that. And as it stands, those googly eyes are definitely a plus. So if you got googly eyes, put them on your robots. I love that stuff.
All right, let's get initialized for our next round of this match.
Next round. Last round of this match in 3, 2,
2, 1,
and we're
go.
off. All
right.
Immediately both sentries into play. Red Standard 4 and Red Standard 3 finally both made it out of the base this time. So that's good to see. Oh, you could actually, Red Standard 4 took a little bit of power damage. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Like, just take the hit.
Yeah,
you need to get over the base, and they'll heal it back up instantly. Look at that. Already back to full. Haven't even bought projectiles yet. One thing I like to point out in terms of the econ here for the bullets, the blue hero is only taking, it looked like, 6 total shots, and the blue standard is taking all the rest of the econ for their firing purposes in order to get, like, just do infantry engagements and take out that sentry early, right? One of the things that's really important to keep in mind is that the sentry itself is way easier to hit with the standard than with the hero.
Yes.
And you really kind of want to save your hero shots for, like, the objectives in the base,
Right.
stuff like that.
It's a strategical play. You need to kind of be conservative in terms of that sort of
Absolutely,
economy.
absolutely. All right, so we've got some skirmishing going on here. No team has really, like, lost out too much, but again, Washington University just not protecting their sentry very well. You know, sentry's already at 170 HP. We've already got a huge deficit in that objective.
Right.
You've got to start playing a little more defensively and getting some hits on their side at least. Like, push them back, you know. You got to play a little more
Seems like their heroes sort of coming around, pushing towards the sentry.
Sentry is down already.
Oof.
And look at that level advantage. NUS already at a level 8 standard. Red Standard 4 is down. Red Standard 3 is unable to engage with this blue Standard 3 here. NUS's standard just has so much more level advantage on them. It's kind of hard to like make this up right now. You know, you don't even have central buff. Difficult situation to be in if you are Washington University.
Seems like their heroes back up and running though.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can go back and heal in time to be able to come and support.
Gotta go buy some ammo as well on the new side. They're out of ammo currently. Red Standard 3 is now moving around to try and take some shots at the sentry, it looks like. Hopefully they can land some because they got to make up the sentry deficit. Currently the base, you haven't lost it yet, right? But you got to make up the sentry deficit here. And then you got to keep Noose's hero engaged for the rest of the match.
Oof. Yeah, their standard just, unfortunately.
Yeah, the new standard is just so strong now. Look at the way that it's able to just
lock
unload and lock on. It's just it's so many projectiles launched at those red standards. It's just, what can you do? All right, we're lining up the shot now for the hero, hitting the base directly. That's 2, 3. Do we have any more ammo? We're backing up 4. Only a couple more shots.
Might be testing.
They're testing their ranges.
Distances, yeah.
Interesting thing that happened there. That shot did not have enough velocity to register as a perfect hero shot, so it didn't do nearly as much damage. That's why we're at 493 now instead of at a clean 100 round number. Oh, here we go. Blue Standard 3 is now taking out these red standards have been locked down into their reload zone. Kind of hard for them to get out right now and hard for them to even get to level up at all. They're still level 1 standards versus these nearly maxed out infantry and hero. Red Standard 3 is just running away, just trying to say, hey, get off me, and gets killed out in the middle of the field. An ace for the blue team. And now we're seeing the base go down. One more shot, and that should be it. Wow, what an amazing showcase from NUS specifically. Washington University also played really well. Their standard shot moved around like against anyone else, that was more than enough. But against NUS, you know, just such a powerhouse team. Like, you got to have more than just working robots. You got to have perfect strategy. You got to have the ability to adapt so fast. And it's just, you know, as a newer team, you know, you just don't have that yet. And that's fine. Like, you'll gain it over the years. We're really excited to see them play in general. They did well. This is better than most teams would do against NUS.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, not able to get even a single enemy kill. It's rough. It's hard. It's hard to do.
But hopefully they learned some things in terms of strategy and figuring out how they want to spend their money within the system. And sort of, I mean, each match you're learning something new, right?
Of course.
Like the quote from earlier, like 98% of teams fail, but 100% of them gain.
Yeah. You got to get the gains.
Exactly.
I love the little like inspirational quotes that we have now. I don't think I've ever like read them truly until today, but reading that one specifically just like it awoke something in me. I'm like, these are funny. I need to like read these out to the chat now.
It's not like funny. I think they're good messages.
They're good messages.
Good.
I agree, but it's also just like, I don't know. It just feels so. Because like some of them are like tips about the game, right? Like actual things you would see in like a video game. It's like, oh, this is gonna be the just remember, you can buy with the button B, or the sentry goes down, then the base's shield expires, things like that. And then you see the quote that says 98% of teams fail, but 100% of them gain, and you're like, I would never see this in Overwatch. I would never see this in like Valorant or whatever other game people play nowadays. So
I mean, that's the whole point of a robotics engineering competition.
Yeah.
You know, it encourages people. But let's take a look at our upcoming matches. So we got Ascension and Texas Aimbots, so TAMU versus SFU.
Yeah.
So that's
Aggie Mom in the chat. Your boys are coming up at 4 p.m. or 4 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 p.m. your time. If you're living in the TAMU, in the Central Time, God's time zone as they call it. So
they say that. Oh.
The thing is, everyone who lives in whatever time zone calls it God's time zone. So if I lived in Eastern time, I'd say that's God's time zone because everyone else is wrong and I'm right.
Oh,
yeah.
How interesting. I've never heard that in my life.
That's so funny. Maybe that's just me and my friends. Maybe we just make fun of each other for that. Maybe I've exposed myself too much in this case.
Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, so next up we got TAMU versus SFU. TAMU as well. They've been having some issues with some of their robots, as you mentioned in 1v1. Their standard suspension exploding itself, essentially. So
they made it work.
They made it. That's the thing. TAMU is scrappy. They'll make it work. They've gotten to top 3 almost every single year just by scrapping together. Like I feel like every year I've watched TAMU, which has been since 2021 now. They always have one robot that's just like something is wrong and they can't fix it, and they still win their matches and go forward. They're kind of like that team that just driver diffs and has strategy, etc.
I feel like that's like kind of what shows, like, because they've been around a while,
They've
right?
been around a long time.
Yeah,
yes.
so that like extra experience and that sort of veteran, like, you know, like they know the game, they know how it works. And they're able to make I mean, they do well.
They do well. They do well. We're excited to see how they do this time because the other teams have kind of caught up now on some of that experience. You know, experience is not enough anymore. You got to start getting that engineering prowess in there as well. You got to get some of these teams are coming with like NUS, for example, right? Coming in with like these crazy strategies as well. Virginia Tech also always a consistent strategy team. TAMU has struggled with them before. You know, I just listed off the top 4 actually of last year, funnily enough. But yeah, even CU, for example, like that Sentry goes crazy.
Yeah.
Like when it fires. It didn't fire last time, but it usually goes crazy. So it's like those kind of situations where it's like, you know, how is TAMU going to adapt? You know, other teams have also gotten scrappier, have gotten crazier robots. Designs keep improving. I'm interested to see how they continue to adapt as well, and continue to adapt on the TAMU front especially. But yeah, SFU specifically, I haven't seen much. Have you seen SFU in the 1v1 at all?
I believe so, but I can't really recall anything off the top of my head.
Real. So then we're going to be in for a nice surprise from SFU. I'm excited.
Yeah.
New teams are always so exciting. SFU, I believe, this is their first year competing in 3v3 and 1v1, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, I think so.
If I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, hey, even more impressive in my opinion. But yeah,
I think SFU is a first-year team overall. Yeah. So that's really exciting.
SFU is a first-year team, which is super exciting. Competing in the 3v3 as a first-year team is so hard. So being able to even show up, if your robots even drive, I am more than impressed. Yeah. I am already like, you guys have done so much more work than I expected. This is a kind of a competition, unlike you know, some sister competition like First Robotics, etc.
Yeah.
This is a competition where it's like you have many years to iterate on these robots, etc. And like we said, those experienced teams, they have like these, like Udub, for example. Crazy robots that they've kept around and they keep improving on. Like that Sentry, for example, is basically the last year's Sentry with some improvements here to the CV, some of the mechanical. I guess you would know. You've been working on it for the last whole year. But yeah, so it's exciting to see like some new teams come in and actually give some people some challenges here. So
yeah, no, they're bringing in new innovative designs as well. And also, I think a lot of it is due to like a lot of the community that has grown through more and more teams being a bit more open about like how they do things, how they run things, like kind of like giving them a little boost to start out, just so people aren't left in the dark and just showing up with like nothing. It's like a lot. It's very nice to see that sort of like collaborative aspect, and you know, like at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. So why not bring up the competition a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's an awesome time. I'm glad that we've got all of our veteran teams are very nice in helping out, like you mentioned, and getting the teams to be functional, getting cool matches on. And that makes it better for you, dear viewer. You get to watch better matches for that. We love our viewers.
For sure.
We love our viewers.
Yeah, and honestly, if people are interested in starting a RoboMaster, if you're watching and you're interested in RoboMaster, but you don't have a RoboMaster team at your school, start one. Reach out to us, and I'm totally down to like help more people.
I've got a lot of information. As you can see, I'm just giving you free strategy and engineering advice on stream. You come DM me directly, I'll give you even more. I'll be like, so you want to build a robot? Here's the deal, kiddo.
You want to become a RoboMaster.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Yeah. So here we have our schedule. Yeah, so our next match goes on at 5 p.m. This is one thing about being in charge of scheduling that I've realized, is that I'm apparently a little too good at it, because we keep running early, and now we're sitting here being like,
know. I mean, it's good to like schedule for a little bit of, you know, wiggle room, and we can kind of chat, you know, have some fun.
Absolutely. But yeah. We were actually talking about merch, weren't we? We should probably showcase off some of that merch that we want to give away to get people into the audience again, in case they're not watching.
So, here's one thing. Everybody here, I'm a little invisible right now because it's green. It's for my volunteer badge. But this is a RoboMaster lanyard. It's got their official sort of mascot.
Yeah, it's a carrot. I didn't know that till like yesterday, that we apparently have a carrot as our mascot.
I know. I feel like you wouldn't expect it for RoboMaster, but very cute. Love the cute branding.
Wait a second. Is that where Taproot gets the carrot from?
You know, you might be right. Huh. Well, there you go, folks.
That's where Taproot gets the carrot from. I'm gonna run with that.
We're gonna try to get a close up here. Yeah. You can kind of.
You gotta see it. It's a little bit getting a chroma keyed out because there is green on it. But yeah, overall, really cool lanyard. You get to put your ID in it.
Yeah.
Ooh, it stretches. It's got a little bit of a stretching factor. Yeah. If you want that, come watch matches live. If you're in the pits, if you're in this venue, if you're even in Boulder itself, and you're just kind of like, it's a slow day on Saturday, I don't really have much going on, come watch the matches. We'll be doing giveaways all day. And the more people here, the more likely we are to give out, and the more things we are able to give out. But yeah.
And we got also, once again, plugging the merch.
Yeah.
Check out these shirts, you guys.
Wow, I don't have the shirt currently, but yeah, look at those shirts. Yes, showcase that shirt. Look at that. So the RMNA hand just grabbing the trophy.
I know.
That's mine. I am the RoboMaster.
Do you want to be a RoboMaster? You need this shirt.
You need this shirt. Here's another close-up view in different colors.
If you don't like this gray color, you think it's a bit too plain, it's a little too, like, you know, okay. We got blue! And I'm pretty sure we have green as well.
Yes, but green doesn't show up on a green screen, so
yeah,
you can't show that one. That one would just be the design. Oh, Preston's got it.
It's our boy Yibo!
It's our boy Yibo! Yeah!
What does the sign say? Okay.
Oh, it says go RMNA. It does say go RMNA. We can confirm.
You can see it. It's like pretty faint. But he is supporting from afar.
We love Yibo. Yibo has been running our events with us for years. He wasn't able to make it, sadly, this year, so
he is our
supporting us.
RoboMaster.
He is our RoboMaster.
Be like Yibo and become a RoboMaster yourself.
True. Definitely true.
Too good.
I love this. Where did we get this from? He did it recently? That's awesome. Love that. But yeah. Anyways, so while we're waiting for this next match to play, I guess I just want to talk more about, like, let's go into the bracket again real quick. I want to see the groups again. I want to talk more about matches I'm excited for, because I'm always ready to talk about more matches. So if we can get the groups, please, pulled up from production side. We'll see if they... Oh, my gosh! Wow, what a segue. Thank you, production. Yeah, so as we stand right now, we've already mentioned we're going to be playing TAMU next versus SFU. On top of that, we've got PSU and Thornbots, which is RHIT. We're back into Group A then. And then McFalcon's Artemis from Group B. I'm very excited to see what happens in these different groups. I think one cool thing about the group structure this year is that we've got a lot of very funny matches that kind of happen coincidentally. So for anyone who doesn't know, groups are done randomly, right? We seeded the first 8 teams, and we had them kind of like randomly get selected into the Group A, B, C, D, and then everyone else was just kind of added in. So for example, TAMU versus UT Austin, not planned. That happened completely randomly, and it was the funniest thing ever. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that happen. I was like, of course that would.
Yeah.
Of course that would. And of course, like UW, UC, UW, CU, and RHIT all being in the same group as well. We've seen amazing things from all 3 of those teams this year.
Right.
It's going to be so sad to say that one of these won't be able to make it to eliminations. Like, all 3 deserve to. It's crazy, right? That's the coolest part about this group structure. And then Group D as well, I wanted to highlight, because we've highlighted Virginia Tech, we've seen NUU, Torino.
Right.
Torino. A crazy team. They bring a balancing robot every year, and this year I feel like it's been doing decently from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Solid
for
balancing
sure.
robot, and
I feel like their driver knows how to drive a balancing standard.
Yes, they've been
You know what I
practicing
mean?
it for 3 years now. That's kind of what we're talking about when you get this experience. Like, the more you play, the more you learn, the more you come to competition,
Yep.
you're better and better. You start to become a team that we recognize, and we're like, that's a good team. They will be able to
Exactly.
make it out of this possibly. But yeah, there's a lot of possibilities, chat. And so I just want to remind everyone that, you know, we're going to be running predictions as time goes on throughout all of these different events. And when you see a prediction pop up on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, you'll get to vote and gamble your channel points around. We should actually probably get a prediction going for the next match
how do I
for
do
TAMU
that?
versus SFU.
Start a prediction?
Yes, start a
Okay.
prediction.
Oh.
And then, yeah, so
Oh, wait,
before,
no,
let's edit this real quick on this side. Yeah, this one we gotta end that prediction real quick, I think. And then we can hit that summary button.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And then
Kitty learns how to Twitch.
we're all learning how to Twitch right now. Just hit the start prediction button, see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
there we go. Cool.
Okay. So, who do we got next?
We got TAMU. So TAMU, Texas A&M Ascension.
Oh, wait. Okay, wait, here. Okay, so
TAMU.
TAMU versus
SFU.
SFU.
Yeah.
Round 1.
Yeah.
Prediction.
Woohoo!
All right, outcome 1. Yeah, okay. Cool. I'm going to put 2 minutes on there. All right. Oh,
let's get it going for the next, 10, actually, because then the match will start and we'll get
Oh, gotcha.
We'll get to see it for the next 10 at least, yeah.
Wow, we're giving them a lot of time.
Yeah, actually,
Okay.
let's call before you get...
Yes.
Let's call it TAMU and SFU. So that way they know which side is which.
Oh.
Because if we just say yes and no, they'll be like...
Yeah, you're
sure,
so right.
that will
I
probably
just said
happen.
yes. Okay,
Round 1 will probably occur.
Yes.
But, you know, I don't know. That's a good prediction, I think. If that was what we had done, I would have to award everyone the yes, and they would get hundreds of channel points. No one would vote no.
Too funny.
But yeah.
Okay.
All right, awesome. We've got our TAMU versus SFU. If you're on Twitch right now, plug it in. TAMU, SFU. Who do you think's going to win?
We could also ask the crowd here.
Yeah.
So, everyone here, listen up. Raise your hand if you think SFU is going to take the first round.
I want to hear you scream! Awesome, awesome. If you're here for supporting TAMU, I want to hear you scream!
Okay.
TAMU's got supporters. TAMU's got supporters. Yeah, we have the Yibo picture now. Hit up. Yibo's supporting us live. He's got Go RMNA.
Amazing.
If you want to support Yibo, let me hear you scream. Yibo! Yeah! Let's go, Yibo. Yeah. As it stands, actually, the round 1 prediction, SFU at 99% winning the prediction to 1% TAMU.
Wow.
TAMU might have the support here, but SFU has the support at home for sure.
I mean, I feel like that makes sense because they're in Canada, right? So they're not having to cross an international border to come support.
Yeah, TAMU just has to cross the Texas border, which is not that bad. I did it literally a couple of days ago. So, yeah, they're very doable. Very
We're getting
doable.
a few more.
Yeah. We'll let that prediction run for a couple more minutes, and then we'll talk about it. But yeah, the teams are now lined up. We're going to see them on the field quite soon. I'm excited to see this match. Yet again, as I mentioned, we got about a couple minutes. We got like a minute or two probably before they get on the field. We start talking about their robots more.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the one fortunate and unfortunate thing I think about running on time is that, you know, stalling for time gets a little bit harder. But on the flip side, we're on time, so there's no problems, right? Yeah. Yes. We've been asked to give a quick shout out to Dylan from CU for making these awesome trophies, by the way.
Gorgeous.
Look at how gorgeous these trophies are. Do we know which one's 1v1, which one's 3v3?
The smaller one is 1v1.
This is the 1v1 one. It actually says 1v1 champions on it, but you probably can't see because it's reflect. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I don't know if you can read that, but that says 1v1 champions.
Small, but
and then on this side, we got 3v3. Oh, and I've been cut off because we are starting the match setup time now. SFU getting onto the field, and TAMU also bringing their side onto the field as well. I'm seeing their hero, their standard. TAMU sentry getting laid down now. Love the Johnny Bravo mohawk on the sentry. I think that's hilarious. They called it a Johnny Bravo mohawk specifically, so I had to shout it out. But yeah, apparently inspired by Johnny Bravo. It's got a Manny from Diary of a Wimpy Kid drawn on it too.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
Really, yes, if we get a close-up with that when Austin goes into the field and shows us around.
Now, I need to see this.
I need to see that close-up, absolutely. I'll definitely hope to show it to you.
Too good.
Man, we got Derek on the 3v3 field. Oh, interesting. Derek, our 1v1 referee, currently in the 3v3 field. That means 1v1's probably done with his draws for now. Interesting.
No.
No, apparently 1v1 is delayed for a little bit. I'm sure we'll catch up again soon.
It looks like a little yellow little boat sitting on top.
Yeah, let's see if we can, if we zoom in on it soon. I hope to see the Manny face.
Yes.
The Manny face is so funny. But yeah, this is another round where I'm like, let's see if TAMU... Okay, so TAMU's on the blue side, so it's unlikely they shoot their own base this time. This is a problem TAMU consistently has on the red side. They keep shooting their own base because whenever the bases are invulnerable, it's a purple light.
Right.
And TAMU apparently does not have amazing purple detection versus blue detection, which is fair. Purple and blue are very hard to tell apart in CV. For anyone who's familiar with CV, you would know that's quite difficult. But yeah, you know, so usually you do like a height rejection thing because the base plates are higher than the smaller, the lower to the ground robot plates, and you usually don't want to shoot at the bases the first 30 seconds. So you do a little bit of a height rejection. But in this case, you know, TAMU does love to just say, "Hey, Sentry, just light up my base real quick. Just showcase the people what we can do if we were on the other side."
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry to flame you guys, TAMU. I love you guys. Love you guys with all my heart. Shout out Nathaniel Speed, my man. He's working volunteering. He's from TAMU. Love the guy. But yeah.
Looks like our round 1 predictions pretty evenly split, but SFU has 56% versus TAMU with 44%.
The people do not believe in TAMU. The people do not believe in TAMU at all. That's so funny.
I mean, the people here do. But
the people here do believe in TAMU, but the people at home are like, nah. That TAMU team got nothing on SFU. I'm excited to see, chat. If you guys are right, I'm excited to see how good SFU is. You guys are hyping them up to me a little bit. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end that submissions to the prediction now, and we'll choose the outcome once the match is over, we can let the people get their points.
Right.
But yeah, so we'll keep that up in the area, and we'll just click off of here in this X right there. Yeah, and then we can look at the back of the chat and see what's up. I bet 1,000 for SFU. They win these. Let's go. That's Theo in chat. I love you, Theo.
Too good.
1,000 for SFU. I believe you, man. Obviously, TAMU. So true. So true, Aggie Mom. Aggie Mom Holly saying TAMU. Shout out to Aggie Mom Holly. Who is your kid on TAMU that you would like to support? Who would you like us to shout out?
Maybe it's Aggie.
It's just the Aggie. Yeah, you know, the Aggies. All right, we're in referee system initialization now.
Follow your inner voice and ignite your enthusiasm for growth.
Thank you, RoboMaster.
Thank you, RoboMaster.
3, 2, 1. The match is going. Let's see if these teams will follow their inner voice to find their growth. All right, immediately we see SFU does get off of the base. Standard 3 and Standard 4 are both out of the base now.
Nice.
On the TAMU side of things, we've got no visual currently on them, but they seem to be leaving their reload zone and heading for the red sentry. Yeah, here we go. Blue Standard 3 going for the red sentry right now. The engagement's happening in the middle.
All right.
What a spray from Blue Standard 3 out the gate. Red Standard 4 and Blue Standard 3 both spraying at each other, doing some damage. Overheat's really what's causing the Red Standard 4 here to take some damage. Mostly overheat, actually, at this point in time. We got 2 standards dueling, a standard and a hero. SFU currently in the life loss at the moment. TAMU having the life lead here. TAMU also is currently on the center buff point, but it is not activated. We got 6 more seconds before that's activated, and that becomes a relevant fact to this particular engagement. But TAMU's taking a lot of space here, and space is really the name of the game in RMNA.
Right.
This hero, though, is going to need to go back, it seems like, to get some health. Unable to do much damage to either objective currently on either team, which is a good thing. That means that both teams have been able to hold their defense properly. That means we're going to see some actual infantry engagements as SFU is rocking the 2 standards versus the hero and the standard here.
Seems like TAMU's sentry has taken a little bit of damage as opposed to SFU, so...
I think that the red standard snuck in there and got a couple of pot shots on it.
Nice. Playing the sneaky game.
Yeah. Oh, I'm hearing a flywheel beep. That beep is not a good sign. That means that one of the flywheels may not be working anymore on one of the team sides.
Oh, no.
Both of the standards on SFU's side have gotten an experience buff. TAMU's hero is down. Oh my gosh, blue base invincibility is expired. The sentry is now taking a bunch of damage. from SFU's standard 3. And SFU is now with the defining lead at 440 health for TAMU's Sentry and 600 for SFU. Base is also vulnerable now. You can hit that with your hero. TAMU needs to get a kill here if they're going to get their hero involved at all. Their hero is only level 3 at the moment. Oh my gosh, SFU kills their hero again. SFU's standards are so high level now. TAMU's standard like trying to get any amount of shots on. I just saw a ball whiz by my head, almost hit me. Has SFU's Sentry moved? Like, when did it move? I didn't see it.
I think it's just spinning around and adjusting angles.
Yeah, I didn't know SFU Sentry moved. That's kind of awesome. Both of their Sentries actually have moved into the corner area to get out of the way, I guess, to be a little bit harder to hit. All right, as it stands now, the teams are quite even. SFU has a slight lead on TAMU. The hero has not been able to do much on TAMU's side, and the econ value as well. The infantry has no ammo, needs to buy a bunch more. SFU at least is like cycling their infantry ammo a lot better. Their standards are able to cycle that well. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen.
They're neck and neck right now, though.
Yeah, they're neck and neck on the Sentry side, but I think that the econ-wise, SFU has a slight advantage with these two standards actually being involved in the match, right?
Right, and they're leveling.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, but here, as I said that, TAMU takes a couple shots on the SFU and gets the Sentry at a lower health now. This is the thing I was talking about. When you have these experienced teams, they just play the objective here. SFU needs to go back to playing the objective. You've got 2 standards. Bum rush that Sentry. You can defend your own afterwards. You got to keep that lead. You're losing the lead now. Oh my gosh, I just got smacked in the head by a projectile. Hit my mic right in the face. Almost got me.
That was for that comment on TAMU earlier.
TAMU's trying to take me out.
They heard you.
They heard me. Either way, though, SFU now at 120 health on their Sentry and TAMU at 320 health on their Sentry. Close game still, and SFU can bring this back, but they've got to try hard now.
They got to push on to that Sentry.
Push.
They got to, because that's going to be the
this idea of body blocking, but it's too passive in my mind.
Right.
I think you want to take this engagement. I'm assuming.
All right, there they go. There they go.
Now they're taking the engagements.
Less than a minute left on the clock.
TAMU playing for the objective. This is what I meant about their strategy and their ability to just adapt.
Right.
TAMU, 40 health with that Sentry. A couple more shots will knock it out. And we're seeing those shots land. 43 seconds on the clock. Will TAMU be able to knock out the Sentry and take a defining lead to get their hero back into play and actually worth it in this match? TAMU has to go back to reload, it looks like, or unjam, either physically.
SFU's got to really put some pressure on TAMU now.
Absolutely. SFU's taking some time to just relax, take a little bit of a second to breathe, heal up, no more engagement.
But at this point, with only 20 seconds left in the match, it looks like TAMU...
The base is no longer invincible, and now
they're
base.
Just obliterating
No way to body
thing.
block that. Oh my gosh, taking it directly to their head. They're trying to body block with their size of their head here. That's an amazing strategy. I did not know you could even lift the robot tall enough.
1, and
TAMU takes the first round. That round was absolutely SFU's to win originally.
Yeah.
And then they just didn't push hard enough. And this is what I mean when I say TAMU is scrappy, man. TAMU is absolutely scrappy.
That was a good match, though. Like, they were pretty neck and neck for a while.
Neck and neck. Absolutely.
I definitely see what you're talking about, though, when it comes to, like, that sort of veteran experience and, like, that scrappiness that we're kind of chatting about.
Yeah, absolutely. TAMU's scrappiness wins it for them again. I need to know what's happening with TAMU's hero. This happens every year. TAMU's hero is just like, I'm not going to do anything this match. Just one match they choose. They're like, I'm not going to be useful on this match.
Right. But they still managed to pull through, putting enough pressure on SFU here and taking out their Sentry and then just going ham on that base.
One thing we didn't mention, actually, during the match, I want to point out now when we're looking at the stat screen here, look at that Occupation Central buff point. TAMU won back all the experience they lost by losing the hero over and over again by just occupying the central buff point. They took that space. And that's why I say, when you're winning, you need to take space. You need to be aggressive. You need to keep pushing to the objective directly. Because you let them take those central buff points, the standard was no longer at a lower level. You no longer had the advantage level-wise. Means that you lose the match because you're no longer able to duel it anymore. You didn't go to take out the objective.
Yeah.
Also, Aggie Mom Holly, shout out to Ben if you're here. Ben from TAMU. Let's go, Ben. Woo, TAMU.
Go, Ben.
TAMU supporters have now ended up showing up in the chat. They want to showcase off what they're doing here.
Oh, how do I? Oh, choose prediction outcome.
Yeah, so TAMU wins that first round. Let's go run another one for round 2 as well.
Yes.
Complete that prediction. Let's start a new one for round 2.
Okay. Let's see if I can do this a bit quicker. Okay. TAMU versus
There's my
SFU?
absolutely handsome face.
Round 2. Oh, round.
Shout out to the audience. I see you guys. What's up?
Sorry, I can only focus
Yeah,
on
you're all good. While you're getting the prediction going, audience, I have a favor to ask of you guys. One quick favor. Are you guys enjoying RMNA this year? Surely we can be loud. Sorry, these headsets are a little bit noise canceling. Are we enjoying RMNA this year? Yeah, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Absolutely having a stellar time. Yeah, so as we're seeing, we're going to go into round 2 pretty soon. We're waiting for the teams to kind of go through and see what's going on. Apparently, maybe, and I kind of think I saw this too, it seemed like the VTM was lagging a little bit when we were seeing it on streaming. That could possibly be an issue here. Haven't gotten anything from our communications about that, but we're waiting to see what comes up. A couple of questions going on when it comes to the field itself. So while we're waiting, I guess we'll just kind of, yeah, I guess, Preston, you want to swap in? Yeah, let's get you in.
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Yes, go to the restroom.
I have
Sounds
been drinking my water. So.
Staying hydrated, exactly. We're gonna get Preston up on the stream. All right, thank you so much for coming by. It's great to see you, Kitty. And now we're gonna get Preston. How you doing, Preston? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Bro, that was wild.
That was awesome. I'm so happy SFU was able to put up a good fight, and I'm telling you, man.
Okay, fair. But A&M can't keep getting away with this.
They can't keep getting away with this.
You can't keep getting away with this.
Saying this.
SFU had the advantage early. Their sentry's doing better than A&M sentry is. They had the double standard strat, which we know is the early team strat. They could have just bum rushed A&M's non-functional sentry, pushed so far ahead, gotten a nice lead. You can't let A&M get all the way to nice level 10 standard. You can't do that. We've got a match and a half before a dinner break, I think.
Yes.
So I wanted to hop back in. Plus,
absolutely,
these A&M ones, my phone is currently being used as one of the game cams, so I can't be talking mad trash in the A&M Discord, so I got to be here in person.
You got to tell it to them live so they can hear you.
I do. Guys,
all
come on.
across the venue,
on.
on the stream. But yeah, I think that was an absolutely hilarious match. Because I was exactly what you were saying. I was saying the exact same thing. TAMU Sentry was not shooting bad.
Yeah.
Just push. Push. Come on, guys.
Yeah, SFU's
got everything
SFU
behind you.
Has got to take that advantage and move forward.
Absolutely.
Getting kills onto A&M standard is nice, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the time what we're seeing is the double standard teams they're getting a small lead, and it's usually the less experienced teams.
Yeah.
And then they'll just chase down the kills. They want that KDA to be real nice.
They want a good KDA, but again, it's all about playing the objective. That sentry help is what matters. Especially when you're a double standard, you cannot compete against a hero standard when it comes to base health. You have to take the sentry early and force them into a defensive game. And keep the hero locked down at the whole time. If that hero gets out, gets to your base,
I think
how do you pick it up?
I think if you're a team like SFU, you actually don't worry about the hero until your sentry is low.
I agree.
When your sentry is above 100 HP, above 150 HP, then you just push.
Yeah.
As soon as your sentry falls, that's when you need to have a bit more game sense. You'll need to reevaluate the game state and choose a change, right? Because if then you need to start worrying about getting backdoored by the hero and all of this.
Gotcha.
So there's going to be a delay due to 1v1 appeal.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Wait. Like an appeal about one of these two teams in the 1v1. No.
So apparently a
the
1v1
head ref,
match.
Gotcha. The head ref is occupied talking to the committee about a 1v1 appeal.
I see.
If you need to know more about the drama, if you need the tea, go on over to RoboMaster North America on YouTube. Check out the 1v1 stream. Apparently scroll back like 10 minutes probably. And you'll get a nice look at what in the world is Sam and Carmen San Diego doing with 1v1 robotics.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Kind of funny that the 1v1 is now is delaying us now. Come on, guys. We got our schedule really tight. We're so early. I was just talking about
That's
the
okay,
iJinxed us.
because maybe if we talk loud enough, SFU will partake of the wisdom, right? Because they should have won that.
You should have won that.
That game was theirs.
It was theirs.
It's a meta change, right? And they didn't throw it away. There have been a couple teams who threw away the lead.
Absolutely.
But when you're fighting against a standard hero combo, and you have a great sentry like SFU has, you take your two standards, you try to get first blood by going 2v1 versus the opponent's standard, Yeah. Because the opponent hero
will not be able to hit
Number
you.
one, it's A&M, so there's like a 40% chance it doesn't even fire projectiles.
Exactly.
And two, if it is firing projectiles, just stay a little bit away.
Yeah.
Keep moving.
Keep your Beyblading.
Keep wiggling. Yeah.
You're unlikely to get hit by that and tapped in like a way that will knock you out instantly.
Yep.
So.
Yep. That's what Yibo would say if he was here. So
we're channeling Yibo over
the
here.
wisdom of Yibo. Down to SFU. Congratulations. Great. First-year team. This is absolutely incredible.
You guys are doing awesome.
We'll have to have one of them on for an interview later in the tournament.
Absolutely.
Maybe if there's a gap in our next round or something, we'll get one of those guys on to talk about what the secret sauce is.
I would agree.
A lot of people in Twitch chat ask every year, I want to join a team. How do I start a team? And we always say, go start a 1v1 team.
Yes.
Learn how to play the game. Learn how to build a standard. Take a couple years. You might not get to participate because it's college, but, the next generation, SFU was like, nah, dog.
Nah, man. 3v3 and 1v1. We got it. Got it unlocked. And they truly have got it quite unlocked. I saw moving. I said it was already an achievement to just see them moving after 1 year only. They're moving and shooting.
Who's the other big boy in their group? Is it Purdue?
TAMU and SFU. I think it's TAMU and US.
Oh, goodness. All right, so SFU really needs to win this round.
Yes.
Because A&M and NUS right now are relatively even. You see A&M dumping out all of their 42mm projectiles. That's indicative of a jamming issue. If you have to, or they're just doing work on the bottom of their robot. And that's two options here. Based on the footage you're seeing now, I'm going to say probably an issue on the bottom of the robot.
Makes sense. All right.
But NUS didn't seem to have, SFU, right there at the end of the first round, it seemed like one of their standards jammed. He was stuck at 66 projectiles remaining for a solid minute and a half. A devastating time for that to happen. Obviously, reliability of projectile launching, one of the hallmarks of a good performance at RMUL.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see that standard also jammed a little bit, and they started using it as a body blocker instead for the sentry, which I think is a smart play, but they did it too early, in my opinion.
Well, sure, and just pretend, right? Pretend you're in a world where not only is it body blocking, but it's returning any sort of projectiles.
Yeah.
And then Shazam, that's really, really competitive. We've got some in-person people walking up to check out our Yibo poster. Yibo is here, the RoboMaster. He's, we love and support Yibo, and because he loves and supports us, we're so grateful for all of the help. He's been calling us all hours of the night for him in China, watching these matches and helping us out. So can't shout them out enough.
Love Yibo. We love all of our RMNA and just RoboMaster in general community. You guys are the best. We love talking to you. We love being able to stream these matches for you.
This is why we need to commentate together. You can say all the nice things that I do mean and feel.
Yeah, exactly.
But
we're the duo.
Come on. Watch the
duo.
games, listen to the podcast, understand the meta. When you have the advantage, you got to push. Get with it.
You listen to me and Preston. We give you guys such free strategy advice regularly.
Obviously, the only reason that Shar and I don't have our own team that wins every year is just because
we're old.
We're old. Yeah, we're done with college. That's the only reason why.
Yeah.
Obviously. Otherwise, would be number one every year, of course.
We should start a team.
Ignore our team history from when we were on teams.
So true.
That's irrelevant data. Throw it out. Outliers.
Hey, my team got better when I was on it.
Yeah.
So that's good enough for me. Yeah. We got 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and end this prediction for round 2.
Ooh, 100% of the channel points going towards TAMU.
I think that's a little bit of a throw for those channel points after watching the SFU game. I think it's possible.
I don't know throw, but 100% doesn't seem like a fair analysis here.
Not at all.
That's for
at all. I definitely think it's going to be a lot closer than 100%. I think this is honestly a toss-up match.
10 seconds left to go. I do see, obviously, one person here. Austin, we're having some weird glitchiness. I'm sure you're on it. Cool. Yep.
All right, referee system initialization. No glitches, at least on the field. Wow. We're going into referee system initialization. Have you been reading these, by the way?
For young engineering elites. That's so true.
Right?
Now that I'm in engineering industry, I'm like, dang, everyone that I worked with in RoboMasters is at all the big boy companies. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Off.
Texas A&M versus SFU. One of the more challenging matches that A&M is going to have in their bracket.
Absolutely. I think it's very interesting that TAMU Sentry seems to move like slowly away from the box. It's been really funny to watch it. SFU Sentry, though, is not spinning or moving at all, which is...
It's devastating.
Oh,
it's awake.
It's awake. It's alive. It just took a second. It just wanted to be awake. It just needed to, take some coffee, get it
A&M thought it was going to be on easy mode, but they've awoken the sleeping dragon. SFU, the Sentry here on patrol.
Interesting strategy. I wonder if it wakes up when it gets hit.
Maybe that would allow you, if you could see it drifting slightly.
Yeah.
You can get penalized if you drift out of the box before the game starts. So that would be a way to ensure that you don't accidentally penalize your own sentry.
Yeah, absolutely.
SFU doing a good job this game of getting a little bit of damage down onto the sentry of Texas A&M, 570 to 540 here.
Yeah. Not a big lead for either team right now. It can still go either way.
Really, gold going to be the limiting factor with both of these teams here at the beginning.
Absolutely.
Texas A&M trading against
here.
SFU in the resupply zone. Now it's 2v1 standards.
And this is the strategy they need to employ. They need to chase that standard down together and just fire at will, you know. The hero's currently not really an issue at the moment.
A&M continuing their long-standing tradition of having really good standard drivers, though. This driver doing a great job of retreating. Interestingly enough, putting all of the gold into that basket. Either the hero is not working well, but red standard 3 will go down for SFU. First blood going across. That's going to expose the base. The shield is still up, but is no longer invulnerable.
Yeah, so the hero can now get involved directly if they want to, but it's currently not for projectile. I'm assuming it's jammed. Because
well, it doesn't have any projectiles.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that's why they haven't bought any projectiles yet either. But they don't have econ either, so maybe we'll see it in action later.
Red standard 3 making the right choice, healing up. Red standard 4, 2v1 again versus Texas A&M, but A&M really able to engage 2v1 with standards and survive. Very impressive.
I think this is another thing that's really interesting here. Texas A&M has always captured the central buff point. You can see that's the hallmark of, like,
you know, Char,
who are
while we were spending this time talking up A&M, SFU went and got a lead on Sentry Health. Now 500 to 540.
Yeah.
Ascension in the lead with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go.
I still think the important factor here is that TAMU standard 3 currently way higher level at the moment.
If SFU just pushes here, there they are, taking some chip damage, both bots in the right place. This is the proper strat.
This is what
the Sentry moves,
the Sentry
A&M
move?
Sentry retreats. A nice touch. It can't launch, but moving, we'll take that.
It moves out of the way of harm. I say that's pretty solid. 360 health.
Less than half time to play. SFU in the lead. Heavy damage going back and forth between the two bots. Not a lot of risk of death as SFU's Sentry takes a volley or two from Texas A&M. Texas A&M pushing the issue.
These teams are now 10 health apart, completely even.
They're going to peek back up. A&M doing such a good job of taking advantage of SFU's ignorance of this position.
Sentry's at 160 health, and now A&M is in the lead. This is such a
Why are they
close
spending
match.
so long in the resupply zone? SFU needs to either attack or defend, but standing in the resupply zone and waiting for gold is not the move. Got to get faster at buying that menu.
Push. You've got 2 robots.
146 left to go. All of the robots on the field that are relevant. Level 10. 320 left still on the Sentry for Texas A&M. SFU got to go back and reload. Both of these teams had relatively low accuracy. Notably, SFU, I think, fired 1,200 projectiles only for 1,200 damage.
Yeah.
So they've got one of the lowest accuracy scores in the competition so far. But one of the best teams in there we go. Their Sentry defending itself a little bit right at the end. Unfortunately, too little, too late. As Texas A&M starts to chip away at the base. 88 left to go. It's going to be a base race, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Texas A&M. This is such a gamble.
This is such a close
88
shot.
HP. SFU, 1 minute left to go.
Why are you defending?
It's not a terrible play. They can't let them finish the base. They can't let this gap widen.
I love how they're trying to take the shots directly to the head. Have you seen this yet? They just stand right in front of it.
It is punishing. Texas A&M doing a good job of stick and move. 70, 60 health left to 50 health, 30, 20. And now the Sentry for Texas A&M down. SFU will be allowed to use both standards. Can they 2v1 the base?
Can they race
Texas A&M burning their barrel. SFU burning their barrels. That's a good move.
At this point, that's what you need to do. You have enough health to manage this. You just need to go
SFU has spent all of their gold. He should not be retreating unless he's out. He's out. Standard 3 has all the projectiles. He's got to just unload. 18 seconds left. Can he get a look at the base? 15 seconds.
Red base is
under attack. Texas A&M is there in a position. SFU, don't end this game with projectiles in the hopper. Let them all out. There we go.
Let it all out now. Texas A&M taking more and more of a lead. It's getting harder and harder to close this gap.
And it will be Texas A&M in the 2-0 sweep versus SFU. Congratulations, Aggies. A close game. Base health, the deciding factor.
What a close 2-0. Both teams played amazingly there.
And SFU, that learning curve is steep, but they're climbing. That was much, much better played round 2. They did a good job of pushing the issue, taking the Sentry down. They moved on to that next objective in the game. At this point, right, it's probably, I mean, even their accuracy is similar.
About the same.
some of that damage that you see, I mean, yeah, probably accuracy percentage here about the same. So it's really going to come down to timing. So we saw A&M doing a lot of damage to the sentry as SFU unpunished.
Yeah.
They were able to peek and take it while SFU spent probably 30 seconds in the resupply zone.
Absolutely.
It doesn't feel like a long time because it's not a long time. But for these games where they're this close, that is eternity.
That's an eternity. Also, with the field being so small, you gotta make the plays. You gotta take as much space as you possibly can in these situations. But yeah, absolutely amazing showcase from SFU.
Excellent games from SFU and Texas A&M.
You gotta give them an applause.
Get all 3 bots going. But as a 1-bot team, they're still crushing it. How are they allowed to go 1v3 and still compete?
It's those standard drivers, man.
So
TAMU
impressive.
has such good drivers.
Texas A&M seeing how far they can push the 1v3 strat. Austin, if we can look at the bracket, I want to do some math with Shar for a minute. He's a bracket guy. I'm a math man. Let's take a peek under the hood. Just the groups, not the bracket. Yeah, that's my bad. We're going to take a look at those groups because I want to see what does SFU have to do to get out of groups.
Yes,
now that they've lost 2-0 to A&M.
Thinking about it now, I don't think NUS is in the group. NUS should be in Group B, and this is Group C. So we should be seeing someone
I think it's
else.
Purdue.
Yeah. I think you are correct. It is Purdue.
And I think SFU is competitive against Purdue.
Would agree.
So let's do a wee bit of mathing.
Absolutely.
So Texas A&M has now won both of their matches 2-0.
Yes.
So they have 6 points.
Yes.
SFU just lost their first match, right? Purdue has been playing well.
What did Purdue get versus Polystar?
I believe Purdue went 2-0 versus Polystar.
So they're at 3.
3.
Yes.
Purdue's at 3. And then UT Austin has 0.
Should be 0 currently, yes.
And then SFU is at 0.
Yes. And Polystar should also be at 0 because there's been 3 matches played. So
Yep. All right, chat. We're not going to spend too long on this because you're not going to be able to see the numbers that we're thinking about.
Yeah.
But SFU probably needs to take a round against Purdue.
They need to tie with Purdue and beat UT and Poly, which I think is definitely doable.
So I think they can beat UT and Poly unless UT steps up.
Which
UT has the option.
It could be possible. It's not out of the question
Yeah.
UT steps up. UT didn't do terribly against TAMU, but again, TAMU wasn't fully functional either.
If SFU goes 0-2 against Purdue, then their fate will no longer be in their own hands, and they will need either UT or Poly to take a round off of Purdue to have a chance at getting out of groups. So SFU, they would have been in a really happy place to take a point from TAMU and keep TAMU at 4 points.
I agree.
But in lieu of that, they still have a chance to get out of groups as a first-year team.
Yeah.
I am just so pumped for them, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to do that.
And if they beat Purdue, it's guaranteed. It's a guaranteed done deal, and that's not necessarily out of the question.
Oh, okay, not guaranteed. If they 2-0 Purdue, they still need to have a winning record against UT and Poly.
And Poly, yes, of course.
But that would set them up.
We've got the scores actually right here.
Oh my word!
For Group B, can we get
you
to Group
can access
C,
this
please?
yourself at home by going to RoboMaster.live and checking out the RMNA region.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we get to Group C, please, instead of Group B? Because this is our Group B scores currently.
We're going to take a look. We're looking at all of them. It's also nice to take a peek at B.
Yeah, B is
catching
going well
up.
as well.
NUS
Similar.
killing it.
Yep. NUS just played the last game as well before this TAMU match. And
you know what? When we had first started, everyone was saying it was going to be NUS and McMaster. Then McMaster's Spiderbot bust. And now Group B kind of has an opening.
Yeah.
McMaster has a robot down. They're limping, literally, no pun intended.
Yep.
They're limping through groups, and now there's a chance for a WashU or an Alberta or an NYU to get out of groups, which is really exciting.
Which is incredibly exciting. Looking at this, so the TAMU match hasn't been updated here yet, but it would be 6-3. So what we calculated here, 6 for TAMU, 3 for Purdue. And then, SFU would need to beat UT and Poly, and then tie with Purdue, or get a game off Purdue or beat Purdue in order to continue forward.
Very true. All right, chat, we're about to start our last 3v3 match before dinner, and that will be the Thornbots versus McKitney.
Yes, that's going to be RHIT versus PSU.
This one is super exciting to me because it's a bit of a toss-up. RHIT performed so much better than I had thought they would. I had hopes for them. I love RHIT. They're one of the more popular teams just around because of their fun-loving nature and their involvement in the Discord. Everyone loves to chat with them. But because they forgot about the bump, we kind of thought this year was scuffed.
But they were able to figure out how to either solve that in software or in hardware, however they did. They were able to figure it out. They're able to get over the bump now. And that puts them in a lot better position competitively, I would say, because their robots are not bad. They're shooting, they're moving around, they're doing decent amounts of damage.
And regardless of how they end up in groups, I'm so excited for them because that means that this season will have been fun, right? You come to comp and you get that reward. You've spent so much time. They get to reap that reward. They're having matches against teams like Udub where they are in the mix, and it's super exciting. And so now against PSU, this is when they have to 2-0, and that goes vice versa. In Group A, you've got CU and UW. Basically, if you want a prayer of getting out, you need
beat one of those
you've got to 2-0 everybody else. And then you've got to take a round somewhere. So RHIT has a chance, and so does PSU here to kind of get that train started. Frankly, whoever loses this match is probably not getting out of groups.
I would agree. This is a very defining match for both
probably
sides.
the defining match for Group A.
This is given, obviously, that CU and UW don't throw somewhere else, don't lose somewhere else.
Yeah, sure. There could be some tragedy. Like, I'll just make up some totally fictional event that would never happen. But, for example, if your cars got broken into and the robots all disappeared.
So true. Or if your hero runs into a wall and its head falls straight over.
Sure. If your hero decapitates
These things
itself,
happen occasionally.
They would never happen. No,
Sure,
not
actually,
to a team like UW or
never to
CU.
UW or CU. This has
Never.
never happened in the history of RMNA. We did not see this yesterday, even, possibly.
Yeah, no.
No shot, no possibility.
But just in a serious note, this is probably one of the most important matches until UW-CU for Group A. This will kind of set these two young teams on a path to either get out of groups or just really enjoy their time at RoboMasters.
I would absolutely agree. And I think another important part of this match especially is that it's like, this sets almost a precedent of how strong Group A is, actually. Because all these matches in Group A have been pretty close, is the thing. They've been, really interesting matches to watch. Even the UW versus RHIT, that was, a good match to watch.
It was great.
It was an amazing match to watch.
RHIT
starting off the day.
Such a good performance.
Yeah, and so I'm excited to see how they'll do in fair in this next round over here against PSU. Yeah. We should be...
Sorry for the confused look on my face, chat. I was making sure someone was moving one of our cameras, and I was making sure it was Christian. So otherwise, I'd start throwing things in their general direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's doing a great job. Shout out to Christian, our producer. So Austin has really helped set everything up, and you've seen him commentate as well. He's always in the mix, really leading the AV side here for RMNA. And then Christian, the last year or two, has really stepped up and helped us get this AV production off the ground and continue the production quality. Now in its third move. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, sounds awesome. Can we take a quick look actually again at the let's actually get the merch out real quick and show off the merch again real quick. We plugged this about an hour ago, so I want to plug it again real quick. Buy the merch if you're in person. Hello, people in person.
If you're not in person and you're like, that merch does look super dope, but I didn't get to go this year in person, hit up your teammates, have them buy it for you, Venmo them. They're $27. So when your teammate tells you they're 32, they're not. You don't need to tip your teammate for picking up a shirt for you. $27.
$27.
There it is. And there's also 17mm projectile earrings.
Yes,
we'll have to get
I've
a pair
seen
so
them.
we could show you on chat.
Yes.
On stream. They're
they look
crazy.
really, really cute. I think Kitty was actually wearing them when on stream as well.
Perfect.
But yeah. So we're just going to take a little second to wait for this next match coming up. I think we are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is why we're currently waiting for them to get onto the field.
Yep. Here comes
too early.
My traditional Twitch plugs. Guys, if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch or RoboMaster.live, please go to Twitch, give us a follow. YouTube, go give us a subscribe. That way you know when we're going live. We stream on these same channels each year for RoboMasters. Maybe you're like, yeah, but I'll be there. Okay, but 3 years from now, you won't be on a team anymore. You'll have graduated. You'll be at some awesome job making $1 bajillion. How will you remember that it's RoboMasters weekend? You'll get a notification popping up on your phone telling you that we're live.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we have RHIT in the red versus Penn State in the blue. Rose-Hulman, Penn State. Two of our smaller teams. I believe this is the first year for RHIT to be 3v3 solo. Really exciting to see all three robots on both sides. It used to be an RMNA that newer teams didn't have a sentry and it would put them at a built-in deficit, but that's no longer the case. These newer teams like SFU and RHIT doing a great job of having an initial showing. And I love that. It makes these matches more engaging, and also it allows for the teams to have a bit more fun as Nikhil hops back in the booth.
Hello, everybody. Did you miss me?
They said yes.
Let's go.
Telepathically.
I'm happy about that.
All right, so Shara and I just went over the importance of this match. Basically, whoever wins this has potential to get out of groups. But because the Group A is so difficult, whoever loses this basically cannot get out. They would have to beat Udub and CU, which is a task where, like, if you can beat Udub and CU, you probably win this year.
Yeah.
So
there's some of the strongest teams that we've seen so far.
It would be like a whole Cinderella story just to make it to knockouts. So a lot at stake. We'll see if that influences these teams' strategy. We'll have to keep an eye out. Very commonly in like esports and in RoboMasters, when there's a lot on the line, we see the teams play very passively because they're scared to be that person that drives out there, gets solo killed on the other team's side, and then kind of gives away the snowball.
Exactly. So there's going to be a lot lying around the strategy that they use, right? So a lot of good communication has to go between the two drivers as well.
Yeah, I think we made some upgrades to the headsets last night after the warm-up matches. Which is a great thing about the warm-up matches. Lets us test out all the hardware. We upgraded the headsets for the drivers, and I think it's been working. We've seen some really coordinated moves. For example, we saw SFU using one standard to body block while attacking with the other and keeping that same coordinated procedure. And that's really impressive. It allows them to have real strategy and not just, solo children's soccer.
Exactly.
In a non-offensive way, right? Where everyone just chases the ball.
Exactly. Ball
you don't have to
chasing.
do that.
Yeah.
You can have positions. You can have roles.
Oh, and we've started.
Ooh, RHIT. That's a bit of too big of a circle. They've got to stay inside that square. But they do have 22 seconds left still.
Oh, you can test stuff during this time?
No. But basically, the Sentry was trying to stay in the square. It did not stay in the square legally. So they had to kill its power, and now he's seeing if probably a wheel was jammed. It was orbiting, right?
Yeah.
So probably you have a roller stuck on an Omni wheel or something, and instead of spinning in place, that means you're going to orbit that broken wheel.
Yeah.
And with a robot this size,
that's a pretty big.
It's going to keep you out of the box.
And we're getting right into the game.
We should not be getting right into the game. I believe this is going to get to the end of the bar, and then. Oh, they fixed it. We're great.
Fixed it.
Maybe it'll spin now.
All right.
Looks like RHIT had to disable their spinning to avoid a penalty there, but
and they seem to be stuck on the bar.
Come on, RHIT. This was
you guys got this.
When they were able to make it over, they had such a good showing. There we go. Their standard's over. Their hero taking a little bit of damage there, but not too big of a deal.
It's not too big. They made it to the supply zone, so they heal up. And
notably, on the blue side, PSU, you can see their health bars going down before RHIT even purchases projectiles. That's because of, I believe, power limit issues. They're able to do some chip damage onto the Sentry of RHIT, so they are now in the lead with 30 seconds in.
The hero seems to be in position to try to take some
They have loaded it up, and I believe we're in the cockpit right now of the Sentry. You can see them returning fire onto the Sentry. We're in a standard, damaging the Sentry of PSU, chewing the Sentry of PSU. RHIT takes it down to 60 health.
And they took it down.
The hero coming in to finish it off with a hit projectile. RHIT showing that if they can make it out of the base, they can make it all the way.
Yeah, now they just have to rush the base at this point.
Yeah, their Sentry, obviously, because that wheel issue wasn't spinning, they had the confidence to say, don't use our timeouts. We'll just let it sit. We think we can outman them. And it was a good call. Their hero lined up. It was able to fire at the Sentry.
And it seems to be firing at the base.
6 projectiles is all it's going to take. There's 2.
There's 2. I think a few might have missed, actually.
Well, they've landed 2. So now it's at 1,100 health. Yeah. They definitely fired a few more. RHIT applying pressure with their standard. Standard now hitting level 10, 5 levels ahead of the standard for McMitney.
That's going to give them a crazy advantage, actually. They can just kind of soak up all the damage that the standards are giving.
Yeah, PSU taking some long shots and dealing chip damage, but chip damage is not going to protect you from the hero of RHIT.
The hero comes back, just lining itself up with the base for RHIT.
So one of the things that I'll say, I've noticed this quite a few times. If you're a hero driver and you're not taking damage, stop spinning when you're shooting at the base. You'll have a lot better accuracy because you won't be drifting. You won't have some of those typical Beyblade issues. But this hero is taking damage and escapes with 1 segment of HP remaining. and interestingly decides to use the center buff. He didn't need to retreat all the way because the heat stopped. RHIT, the standard's looking clean.
The standard is just melting away a little slowly.
This is exactly what I was just saying about the hero. You should keep an eye on your health, but just ignore the other bots until you get half health. Does a great job of focusing down the base. Now 600 HP remaining for PSU.
They have no economy right now, so they're just waiting for them to get paid so that they can get more ammunition and just finish the job.
PSU can use this gap. Their blue standard 3 has some projectiles at the very bottom of your screen, but is not launching.
They're not, they seem to not want to take out that sentry, which is interesting.
They have done a great job of surviving, right? They haven't been dying a lot, which means they've been getting passive XP, so that level gap has disappeared as the hero for RHIT lands another. They need 3 more projectiles. That one counted as a standard, so they're still going to need 3 hero shots.
And they seem to be missing the base, RHIT.
A little bit. It's very crowded over there. They were spinning. It can be quite problematic as you see the standard for RHIT chipping away at blue standard 4, which is almost knocked out.
But PSU is doing a pretty good job of defending right now.
They're doing a great job of deciding when to leave the fights as well. They're defending as best they can. Standard 4 got out with 18 HP that time.
Again, this is like an econ match right now because RHIT is just kind of waiting for more money to drop in.
And that's going to be that accuracy issue that you've identified with RHIT's hero. They're spending a lot of gold on those hero projectiles that they're not able to utilize. PSU doing a good job now. They need to aim a little higher. They need to aim a little higher still. There we go.
They got it.
And now it's a base race. 45 seconds is plenty of time to take down a base.
But at the same time,
RHIT, can they finish off the base? Do they have the projectiles?
Or is PSU going to defend?
They've got 0 projectile allowance. They have to retreat, but the standard there to finish it off as RHIT gets their first base kill of 2024.
Wow. That was a really good match. It kind of really showed RHIT's ability when they can get out of the
that's
base.
Standard. I would love to know, chat, if you have been following along with 1v1 confrontation, how is RHIT doing in 1v1? That standard was impressive.
Exactly.
In the 1v1 confrontation, they start at higher levels and they stay. Yeah, and they stay that level. And so teams like RHIT who have some issues at lower levels, yes, will really thrive in that environment.
Yeah, so I feel like RHIT really did just have to work on the accuracy, and once they get that accuracy down, their econ will be improved. Everything will be improved, so they could be basically a force on the battlefield.
Their standard was so good. I would encourage, if I was their captain, right, I'd be encouraging the hero not to spin when firing at the base, and to allow the standard to kind of defend them, right?
Yeah.
So the standard will do the robot combat to try and shove off any defensive robots from a team like PSU, allowing the hero to fire those projectiles. Notably, PSU did an excellent job of choosing their fights. You can see only 1 enemy kill for RHIT, or 2 enemy kill for RHIT, which means that PSU only died twice. Very impressive in this game, right?
The damage dealt on both sides is about a similar amount.
Pretty good. It's between 2 and 3 damage per projectile for PSU, which is on par with what we're seeing this year.
Exactly.
That damage a little bit higher for RHIT per projectile, but that's because they're using a lot of 42mm projectiles. I like that they've got it split. I enjoyed that they were willing to use the hero projectile. And as screams of elation come from the crowd and the players, you've got to remember that RHIT did that without a sentry.
Now it seems that their sentry is spinning right now, if we can get that cam. So we might be able to see a sentry working for RHIT this time.
Yeah, and if their sentry is firing as well, I think PSU would have a real tough time to come back.
Exactly. So this time, PSU really needs to be a little bit more aggressive, especially when they have the econ advantage and the ammunition advantage at some points of the match. So, and they just need to get that chip damage off on that sentry a little bit earlier than they did.
Chat, very brief reminder. I need to keep track. I don't know if it's the same 40 or 50 of y'all that have been here all day, but thanks so much for hanging out in the chat on Twitch and the chat on YouTube. We've got even more over there, and then RoboMaster Live, all over the place. But this will be the last round before we break for dinner. You can find the schedule right here on our stream. And then once we're busy eating dinner and helping the teams get their dinner and such, there will be a nice little banner instead of our cute faces. Or you can go to rmcolorado.org and find the full schedule updating live thanks to Shwar, one of our commentators.
Awesome. When does this image get here?
Oh, that's Yibo.
Oh.
It's our main man supporting us as always during RMNA.
Awesome.
All right, so RHIT versus PSU. I'm looking forward for RHIT. We did some of the math, and even if RHIT goes 2-0, it's still a really tough group to get out of. They probably got to take a round off of CU, which is going to be a tall task. So when we're watching RHIT, I'm thinking, what needs to change for them to be competitive amongst even higher ranked teams? They're doing great.
They're doing great. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more of just a driver practice, honestly, because they're a 1v1 team, so that's why their standard is just so good right now. So they just need a little bit more practice with their hero, and I think they'd be on par. They could maybe snag a round from a CU when they do that match.
Hey, in-person audience, does anyone want a flight day bag or a luggage tote with the Robo Carrot? Which one? I saw you raise your hand in the front. Which one do you want? I'm going to hug it to you. No one's answering my question, so there goes a luggage tag, and here goes a flight day bag. There we go, guys. If you're in person in the arena, maybe you're in the pit, maybe you're hanging out somewhere else, come hang out in person with us by the field. We're throwing out free merch. We're tossing RoboMaster branded things at you. These luggage tags are super cute, and they will help you never lose your luggage, because if you find multiple people with RoboMaster's tags, you didn't lose your luggage, you found a friend. Yay. I was just giving them a minute to let that saturate. It was a real cute moment for them. All right, 40 seconds left to go. RHIT doing a little bit of dentistry on the Mechnum wheels of their hero. Hopefully nothing too big. I think all of the robots maintained functionality throughout that whole round.
True. It's just probably just a way to check to make sure that they could get out of that.
The sentry for RHIT is not only spinning, but is scanning.
Yeah.
If this starts launching projectiles even in the general direction of blue,
it's going to be scary.
Some other teams have got to be on notice.
Yeah. Oh, and they also have the staggered plates, making it harder while spinning.
That's true. It's a good call out, Nikhil. The teams are given a range of heights that the armor plates are allowed to be in, and a lot of teams will stagger the bottom line of their armor panel so that if you're firing, you've got to kind of move your pitch as you fire to be able to hit more than one armor panel.
Which a lot of robots struggle with already, so that just makes it a little bit more difficult.
3, 2, 1. RHIT versus PSU, round 2.
All right, RHIT already starting off fast into the supply zone.
That's great. Getting your standard out there will let you get levels. Your hero probably isn't super critical at level 1.
Yeah. Oh, but it is taking a little bit of damage.
Yeah, a tiny bit, but PSU struggling there with some barrel overheat and some power overdraw.
Oh, yeah,
both their robots dropping very low.
But I like how the standard came to protect that hero while it's getting out of the outpost.
Yeah, first blood coming across for RHIT.
Nice.
Some big cheers from RHIT coming across. I don't know if that was for the first blood or if we missed something awesome. But now their standard in the field taking out the sentry. Man, this standard is just so impressive. And the objective focus. Look at this. He's monitoring his health. He's not super worried. And he's taking the whole sentry out. He's moving on to base damage. This is going to be a burner of a game.
Oh, and the hero's positioned perfectly for taking out the base.
RHIT said, Nikhil, you think we need to work on economy? We can win the game with 400 gold total.
Yeah. Prove me wrong.
It's the best thing as a commentator.
Exactly.
All right, RHIT obviously doing super well here. The spinning protecting their sentry. PSU doing a good job of pushing up. They're trying to make the changes they need to. Taking out the hero for RHIT, firing back. There we go. Great job, PSU. Standard on standard combat there. One of the PSU standards continuing to fire at the deceased hero. That's one of those things that comes with experience as a driver.
Yeah.
Negative 13 projectiles allowed. That is not a glitch. When you're launching projectiles, once you hit 0, your flywheels, everything coasts to a stop. so you will fire some projectiles past that final limit.
So would that just be subtracted from what you buy?
Yeah. So you saw them then have 87 the next. And you know what else has 87? The health of PSU's base as RHIT chews through with their standard. The hero now coming up wants to get involved in the fun. 8 projectiles left to go. He's not spinning. He tried to listen to me, and it was terrible advice. Why would you listen to President? He didn't spin, and now he's toast. He did land 1 projectile, 200 damage dealt.
And while this is happening, PSU is slowly chipping away at the at RHIT's sentry. It's about at half health, but the spinning is really making it difficult for them to get some shots off at.
So true. RHIT doing great here, looking better and better every round. A little piece of their robot now spinning around in circles, but it's probably just a bumper. It looks very concentric.
Yeah. So it's probably just a bumper. Does it violate? Do they get a yellow card for this?
No.
No.
They're fine. Pieces of your robot can unintentionally come off during the round. They can even unintentionally cover an armor panel, and you won't get penalized as long as it doesn't look super suspicious. Like you have this big flap that just happens to fall down in front of your robot.
Oh, and there we
go. 2 more hits will take it out. RHIT victory! Rose Holman 2-0 in their first 3v3 solo match.
Wow. That was some great performance from RHIT.
PSU put on a pretty good show as well. They were able to fight back. Look at that, 1,200 damage. That's no slouch. Still averaging 2 damage per. But really the efficiency here from RHIT, roughly 8 damage per projectile.
Which is, that's some of the best aiming that we've seen so far.
That is some of the top tier accuracy that we're seeing out of the likes of a CU and a Texas A&M. Obviously that slow start really going to be difficult against a Udub and a CU, but RHIT, a menace amongst the non-seeded groups in the bracket.
I'm saying when we see RHIT versus CU, it's possible they can snag around, especially
they
with
need
all this
a round.
experience.
Yeah, that'd be tough. We'll see how it goes. But excellent job from RHIT. Thank you so much for putting on such a great show and all their hard work. Penn State also doing a great job. I've really just treasured these matches this year. All of the teams having such functional bots makes this a wildly enjoyable experience. As you can see on our menu, no, menu's not the right word. I got dinner on the brain. On our schedule, it's dinner time.
It's dinner time.
We will be back at 6:30 for the McMaster McFalcons versus Artemis from the University of Alberta.
Ooh, that's going to be a fun match to watch.
Yep, make sure you followed and subscribed so you know when we go live. We will be staying live for this and probably just putting up a "We'll Be Back" screen with a big old schedule. You can find your own version of the schedule at rmcolorado.org. You can find the current group standings at robomaster.live.
Awesome.
Thanks and gig 'em.
Thank you.
而且红色方的上海交通大学已经开始对对方的前哨站进行调色了，效率非常之高。
哇，直接是一波推掉对方前哨站
，30秒钟的时间。
叫洪任新，我是上海工程技术大学木源 Bodyboard 的队长，我在队里负责队内管理、运营、进度管理和超级电容的研发。就是今年有很大的突破，靠我们队伍有一个很强的凝聚心吧。每天晚上熬夜修车就可能是最大的挫折吧，但是最后结果是好的，就是好的。在16进8或者8进4，前2年都会碰到一些很强的队伍。然后都会差一步，然后踏进更高一步的排名。其实我已经在这个队里3年了，然后有很多老队员离开，有很多新队员加入，但这个过程中，老队员会一直帮助我们很多东西，然后就让我们队伍越来越壮大，然后越来越有凝聚力。
大家好，我是来自上海工程技术大学木源战队的1号操作手周雨欣，我是今年才刚刚入队的，因为在高中的时候一个偶然的机会，能够线下去感受到了 RM 的氛围，所以就一直抱着对 RM 的期待来到了大学，并且一直在为能够 进入 RM 的赛场而努力。我觉得这是我所喜欢的比赛，喜欢的事情，所以我会一直做下去的。我们的战队其实相对于其他老牌强队来说是一支比较新的战队，所以进去之后能够感受到所有的东西处于一个上升期。我们作为新队员，其实还是需要更加的努力，让我们的队伍能够走得越来越稳。
大家好，我是东南大学 CSC 战队的队长肖浩宇。我们队伍从15年建队到现在已经有8年了。21年我们拿了一个中部分区赛的殿军，我们全国赛由于疫情被挡在了深圳的春节体育馆外面。接着22年，由于队里的一些问题，包括我们自己做的不够稳定，22年输得比较惨烈。然后希望他们上过赛场之后，带着这股冲劲，再一届一届的传下去吧。首先，我觉得我们的队伍的凝聚力会比去年更高一些。然后其次呢，就是我们把稳定性这个问题虽然没有很好的解决，但是我可以说解决了个60%左右吧。我们现在基本上摸索出了一条做新技术的一个路线，就是从我们的制定这个预案到研发，最后到上车，再到最后调试。然后现在我们基本上把这个路线摸清楚了。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的项管项安黎。说到队史，就必须提一下我们的老队长，建立我们长空御风战队的一个老学长，他是16级的研究生，然后他是一手把我们这个战队建立起来，然后就他制定了一套我们完整的培训体系，然后还有一些精神的内核吧。每一个年级联系都非常的多，像我们今天就来了特别多的同学，有上至16级的，下至22年级的，就是从创队历史到现在，就所有年级的都在。21年的时候就是一个断代比较严重的年，然后当时就是输得比较惨，心里也有很多不甘心。然后当时我是大2嘛，然后大4就回来就继续带队了。就是每一个机器人相比于之前都有不小的进步吧。
我是来自南京航空航天大学长空御风战队的队长蔡志豪。要去控制一个物体去空间中的旋转，你靠用遥控去控制各个关节转动，这很不直观的。但是如果你能够通过一些运动学结算方法，然后给它同一条关键电极上，就有一种把矿石拿在手上的一种感觉，减少操作手的负担，使得操作手的这个操作更容易上手。是大2开始参赛了，现在也是大4。当我踏入这个赛场的时候，当那个现场的氛围就已经深深的感染我。这种比赛所带给我来的很多这种非常有实际意义的这种收获，我觉得。RoboMaster 的有一句话说得很好，98%的队伍在这里被打败，然后变得更强。我觉得这句话也深深激励我，就是暂时的技不如人并不可怕，我觉得知耻而后勇方为丈夫。
它是安装了一个激光测距的装置，然后在它的那个底盘那个位置，然后我们有个自动跳跃模式，开启这个自动跳跃模式之后，然后主动靠近台阶，它就会自动上距离，然后自动在合适的位置起跳，然后完成一整个跳跃工作全是自动完成，然后跳跃完成以后就会退出模式。
比较特殊的是在去年寒假，因为一些原因，所以我们队伍提前放假回家，然后我个人就把平衡步兵的初代版通过邮寄的方式带回家里调，在家里的近2个星期内，这个平衡步兵由一个还没有任何功能到一个完全站立和能够顺地流畅的移动，以及能够实现一些小的跳跃和一些稍微复杂的功能。
相对在19年的老RM实弹第一台全向人工步，然后他在19年的时候就是被我们一个学长给设计出来， 就现在这一版是经过迭代和那个不断优化，然后才变成这样的。当时设计出来之后呢，在我们蓝梦消音战队第一次打进国赛，然后还打到了8强，然后非常的强大。
初心高于生活后面还有一句话叫成长胜于输赢吧。我其实对于这句话的感受是更深的就从我个人来说吧，当然从什么都不会到一步一步跟着队伍一路走过来，真的说实话，在这里面成长经历了特别多的东西。然后那颗初心的话，怎么说呢？我觉得也是永远没有改变的吧。就是你不断的去面对不同的挑战，然后你不断的尝试去解决它，然后你一步一步的成长起来。我觉得这是这个比赛带给我们最大的意义。初心高于胜负成长胜于输赢。
怎么穿着华南回去？我说我不是你今天没在群里说官方要来啊，我还选了选呢。我说今天穿件黑的。
参赛队伍在检录完成后，需要进入候场区等待。工作人员将在候场区核实场地队员身份，并发放队长袖标。不符合要求的队员将无法进入赛场。参赛队员可以在候场区做最后的赛前准备工作。当临近比赛开始时，将有工作人员引导参赛队伍携带机器人到达战场入口附近待命。此时，参赛队伍可提前给机器人预装弹丸，但不可提前上电调试。比赛开始前，裁判询问参赛队伍是否准备就绪，若准备就绪，边裁放行。在进入3分钟准备阶段后，参赛队伍需将机器人放置在对应的初始区域，为机器人上电。裁判将尽快为机器人连接裁判系统服务器，需要注意哨兵机器人需放置在哨兵启动区内。在准备阶段内，场地人员可继续为机器人装载初始弹丸。机器人如需进行发弹测试，需使用氢弹带，测试时需注意安全。在此阶段，场地人员可在对应的机器人初始区域进行机器人的其他调试，如有问题，及时需求裁判帮助。准备阶段还剩1分30秒时，裁判会提醒操作手进入操作间检查确认机器人操控以及官方设备是否运行正常。操作手进入操作间后，请尽快检查官方设备以及设置赛事引擎选手端。若官方设备无法正常运行，操作手需在准备阶段还剩15秒前提出。准备阶段还剩30秒时，战场内所有机器人需上电，未上电的机器人需搬离战场，战场内人员有序离场，到指定区域观赛。佩戴队长袖标的队员在准备阶段倒计时15秒前申请参赛队伍技术暂停，申请时需说明时长以及原因。参赛队伍技术暂停一旦发起，无法取消，期间双方均可进入战场调试机器人。时间耗尽后，恢复准备阶段倒计时。需注意，准备阶段结束后，场地人员需将哨兵机器人的遥控器放置于战场入口指定区域。首局准备阶段，裁判会确保所有裁判系统正常工作。次局准备阶段，裁判会确保机器人能够正常连接服务器，机器人图像能够正常传回操作间。如参赛队伍需更换裁判系统模块，可向裁判提出申请，借用裁判系统进行更换。准备阶段结束后，将进入裁判系统自检阶段。自检阶段期间会自动检查所有系统模块的状态。裁判系统自检时间进行到最后5秒时，会有明确的倒计时生效和现场动画显示，并锁定机器人控制指令。倒计时结束后，选手端恢复响应机器人控制指令，比赛立即开始。比赛过程中的所有机器人可进入补给区补给17毫米弹丸。补弹时，补弹员需佩戴手套、护目镜、身穿长袖，注意补弹安全。当机器人正确识别到补给区的场地交互模块卡后，操作手可通过赛事引擎选手端兑换允许发弹量。允许发弹量为0的机器人发射机构将无法上电。当一局比赛时间耗尽或一方队伍提前触发胜利条件时，一局比赛结束。如继续进行下一局比赛，机器人在准备阶段开始后回到初始区域进行调试。当一场比赛决出胜负或者结束所有局次后，一场比赛结束，请将机器人断电有序离场。队长需到裁判席进行签字确认成绩。 当比赛结束后，3v3对抗赛的参赛队伍需将机器人带至退弹区进行退弹、归还袖标、撕除 pass 卡。退弹时需注意17毫米弹丸需要退至无法打出为止，42毫米弹丸需将机器人弹链中所有弹丸归还。步兵对抗赛队伍在战场内完成退弹操作。
主要可分为2部分，在我们解算过程中，我们会提取我们能量机关的需要击打对象，也就是它的箭头指示部分，然后我们会对箭头和装甲板进行一个特征提取，以解算出我们需要击打的点的位置。在第一部分侦查的过程中，我们会把我们需要击打中心点的坐标解算出来，存储在数据中，并判断我们此时的模式是静止符、小幅还是大幅模式。如果进入大幅模式，我们采用的是一个最小2乘的拟合算法，得到一个我们需要击打的一个预测的角度，然后得到预测角度之后呢，然后我们就会通过一系列的坐标变化，然后得到枪口坐标的需要转动的 pitch 和要，从而达到击打符文的目的。
我是来自湖北工业大学21制造及其自动化的谭志康。我其实是从高中的时候就了解到了 IM 这个比赛，然后我报的湖北工业大学也是因为我了解到这个学校有能打这个比赛的队伍。因为大学对我来说是一种全新的开始，是我当时所处的不同层面的我的向往，所以说我需要一种东西去让我的热爱得到发挥，而且我觉得我们实验室的口号特别应和了我高中的想法，热爱我的热爱，不管是热爱还是责任感，我都觉得我在大学4年我应该要把这个比赛打好，我觉得这是对我的一种挑战，也是一种热爱。
我叫林鹏飞，来自中南大学 FIT 机器人战队，是 FIT 战队的队长。我主要负责是步兵和工程的机械，从15年到现在了，应该是时间最长的那一批，就是从第1年开始一直打到了今年。我们有一个历届队长队员群，15年到现在学长学姐都在里面。像我们这次在长沙办比赛，就有好多学长都回来看了。当然是希望他们能够踩着我们走过的路往前走远一步吧。而且新一代的队员更有激情，然后肯定也更大。
我是武义大学 RMNA 今年的队长，就有那句话，那个初心高于胜负，是吧？因为都是本着初心来打这个比赛的，从一开始接触到 RoboMaster 这比赛，就是对他有一种特殊的那种 热爱吧。具体化一点就是我们师兄当初带我们一步一步走到这个，我觉得就是有传承，还有一种先人带着后辈的这种一种情感，然后再慢慢融入到这个比赛里面，然后就是一直让我坚持走下去的一个事情。然后传承这方面的话，倒不是说有多少的技术传承，反而是一种那种感情的传承，只是师兄师姐只是一个引路人的作用，真正热爱和喜欢还有坚持下去的，还是要靠自己。其实我觉得参加这样一个比赛，因为 RoboMaster 赛程很长，能够坚持1年下来，然后打到分区赛这边的话，基本上都是对这个比赛非常的热爱。所以说，时间就是证明一个参赛者对这个比赛的一个热爱。
我是来自武义大学 MCA 战队，我在战队中主要是担任相管，然后技术部分是负责哨兵电控和硬件部分。这目标都是能够更加有进步。备赛过程中也不是一帆风顺的，我们经常都会出很多问题，然后我们整个战队的初心都是一样的，都是为了完成自己内心的机甲梦吧，支撑着我们一直走到现在，一直从联盟赛到区域赛，然后但是我们都觉得这是值得的。
大疆的梦想起源于对天空和飞翔的向往。我们把自己的总部大楼命名为天空之城，它象征着一座精神家园，也是大疆人全新的梦想基地。
我第一次听到天空之城这个名字，就让我联想到我和 Frank 都非常熟悉的宫崎骏的《天空之城》这个动画。它可能代表的是一种非常有人情味的一个科幻，它也象征了大疆对着天空的向往。可能前几个比较早期的方案，从我们一些堆叠的积木方案，都有这种和天空的联系，也都有这种悬浮或者漂浮的感觉。我想这个建筑结构最大的特点就是它的悬挑系统，这是一个为大疆量身定制的一个空间系统。
这种悬挑系统的结构设计非常难实现，落地的核心筒需要承担所有的荷载，因此我们采用了钢结构支撑加强的设计。考虑到悬浮的体块最大挑出21.5米，我们在其顶部设置了悬挂横架，令它可以安全地附着于核心筒上。
从最上面的这些试飞空间，让同事们能够灵活地去测试、创造，到下面悬挑或者吊着的这些办公空间，非常的灵活通透。
值得一提的是，我们打造了一座轻盈的高空联桥，抛物线的几何形态、拉锁节点等，都有很多设计细节。我们还通过设置导流孔、透风栏杆等方式，确保了桥梁的分振稳定，最终呈现了独特的联桥形态。
这个联桥连接了塔楼与塔楼，也连接了人与人，也是从一个以人为本、连接自然的一个出发点。
这种理念也体现在大堂的设计上，你能够看到它的自然、简约、通透，它没有任何额外的装饰，更像是一个博物馆或者是美术馆。
我们在 体块之间也穿插了几个空中花园，让我们的员工有更多亲近自然的机会，能够接近阳光，能够摸到植物，能够在这工作休息，也提供了更多元化的一些空间让员工来选择。
我们在这里创造了一个好的工作环境、生活环境，对城市也是友善的，因为我们把这个广场的空间开放了给城市，这我想是大疆给这个城市最大的一个礼物。
It's a building about a vision, it's innovation, it's futuristic, it's humanistic, it's about all the desirable qualities of progress. It's truly exciting.
大疆天空之城建造历时6年，感谢见证它一路走来的所有人。天空之城的故事才刚刚开始，未来将由每一位大疆人共同书写。
一方面，我们这个平衡车在建模物理建模的时候就考虑把2条腿同时考虑进来，这样是一个更加直观的模型，并且呢，它的在不同情况下的应对不同复杂的环境的话就更加稳定。第二点就是我们借鉴了 MPC 的思想，对它的状态进行一个预测，这样子在它遇到某种突发情况，比如说打滑，比如说踩到小弹丸的时候，它能够自发地进行一个校正。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。Inspire 3采用一体化流线型设计，工业美学与飞行性能完美结合。全新超广角暗光飞行相机为飞手量身打造，拥有大光圈和超广视野，感光能力大幅提升。
The FPV camera on the Inspire 3 is absolutely phenomenal. The picture quality is exceptional with a very low latency in the video, which allows the pilot to fly very precisely through small areas.
得益于性能强劲的动力系统 ，Inspire 3的水平飞行速度可达94公里每小时，斜下降速度提升至10米每秒。全新 TB51电池的重量和体积均较上一代大幅优化，不仅带来28分钟最长飞行时间，且支持快充和热替换。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3仍可在狭窄空间内安全飞行。它配备 DJI 最先进的全向态式感知系统和全新自定义避障功能，飞手可进行更加丰富的设置，包括避障方向、避障距离等。避障状态还可在全新距离感知雷达图上直观显示。不仅如此 ，Inspire 3机身内置前后双 RTK 天线，可实现强大的定向能力，进一步提高飞行精度，并极大减少指南针校准频率。RTK 定位天线支持3类全球定位系统，借助网络 RTK 或 DRTK2 移动站，可以轻松实现厘米级的定位精度。
The Inspire, when we're flying today, has the new RTK that has centimeter accuracy that you could fly paths and go through obstacles that were just impossible to do before.
凭借厘米级 RTK 定位技术，航点飞行 Pro 的航线规划与任务执行也更加精准。其中，轨迹复演模式作为传统航点飞行功能的升级版本，不仅支持更多专业设置。还可让 Inspire 3沿规划的航线更精准地完成自主飞行和拍摄。使用3D 轨道模式，则能模拟索道、轨道的拍摄效果。摄影师可设计一条虚拟的空中轨道，并手动控制 Inspire 3在虚拟轨道上来回飞行。
I mean, with the precise movements of the waypoint, I mean, you can do shots that you could never do before that were just impossible. I mean, today we did almost a 13-point waypoint move, and it was just seamless. Wrapping around someone, taking off, and then landing in an impossible position, inches away from things, and it was just dead on.
在大多数航拍镜头中，无人机常聚焦在单个主体进行拍摄。聚焦 Pro 的升级让此类拍摄更加简单高效。云台相机可自动锁定主体，此时飞手仍可手动控制飞行航线。
I love that they adopted Spotlight Pro for the Inspire 3. It lets me focus entirely on the flight, while the gimbal just stays locked on the subject, so I can get these really complex shots, even if I'm just shooting solo.
Inspire 3配备电影及影像系统，搭载全新 X9 8K Air 云台相机，配备全画幅传感器。可直接内录全画幅 8K ProRes RAW 和 Cinema DNG 视频，以及 4K 120帧全画幅慢动作视频，满足顶级影视项目的规格要求。X9 8K Air 支持800和4000两档原生 EI， 并覆盖超过14档动态范围，能充分还原复杂光线下的明暗细节。
We have a dual native ISO, which means it can now shoot in low light really well, and then full frame sensor is now making the camera better than the majority of cameras out there already. So it's going to be comparable to a lot of high-end cinema cameras.
X9 不仅拥有超高水准的画质表现 ，DJI 电影色彩系统的运用也让它拥有卓越的色彩表现。
Working with this camera on the color side was very seamless. You can see all the highlight detail in the skies, and also you can see all of the shadow detail in the clothes. And usually we only see that with the very best of the professional cameras out there.
为了给摄影指导提供更多创意空间 ，DJI 新增 DL 18毫米 f2.8 超广角镜头，后续还将推出长焦镜头。配合原有全画幅定焦镜头，组成一套专为航拍打造的电影镜头组。Inspire 3全新的仰拍模式能带来更多创意拍摄角度。当起落架在下时，云台相机可进行最大80度无遮挡仰拍，彰显视觉张力。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3可和片场各部门实现紧密配合。支持10码同步功能 ，DJI RC Plus 遥控器，自带7英寸高亮监视器，亮度高达1200尼特。当内外置电池组合使用时，最长可提供6小时续航时间，并支持电池热替换。同时，影视级 O3 Pro 图传进一步提高了多人协同拍摄效率。飞手和云台手可在片场不同位置独立接收图传信号。飞行相机和云台相机均支持1080p 60帧稳定图像传输，传输距离远达15公里。Inspire 3可在一定距离内实现 4K 30帧超高清图像传输，满足导演监看和现场直播要求。在城市楼宇等强干扰环境中 ，Inspire 3可安装 DJI Cellular 模块，借助 4G 网络确保图传稳定性。除了连接2台 RC Plus 外，Inspire 3还可与一台 RC Plus 与一台图传高亮监视器配对使用。此时，高亮监视器作为 DJI 专业生态系统的传输中枢，可与 Ronin 4D 控制手柄、DJI 大师摇轮等组合使用。将 DJI 3通道跟焦器连接 RC Plus 后，焦点员还可在片场进行远距离的焦点控制和光圈调整。Inspire 3带来众多革命性升级。全新电影航拍与空间智能时代即将开启。
Yeah, we've been waiting for the Inspire 3 for a long time. It's finally here, and it's as good as you wished it could be.
After today and just seeing what it could do, I have, great confidence I can show any of the directors I'm working with new possibilities of new shots that we haven't been able to do before. I feel with this new precision that I can get shots that are supremely accurate.
This drone will improve our daily work in ways it's hard to even understand yet. And maybe the most important part, the image quality is unlike anything we've ever seen on a fully integrated drone.
I have a feature coming up, and there's some shots that I'm pretty excited about that I can get with this new i3.
我们设计 Inspire 3的初衷，是为全球飞手、电影人、摄影师开启新的创作天地，用 Inspire 3拍出永恒之作，探索见所未见的新宇宙。
好，恭喜我们的蓝方又一次拿下我们的一决。是的，机器人也在进行一个比较远程的一个攻击啊。好，我们的红方的哨兵也已经被摧毁了。
我们的一个非常迅速的被解决掉了，可以看到我们蓝方哨兵的一个自主反击能力。
好的，我们的英雄机器人又来到了基地。
是的。
好，瞄准，发射。
两发、
三发、
四发、5发，还有500滴，还剩最后2发。
让我们恭喜我们的华南农业大学争得我们本次高校联盟赛广东站的冠军。
对的，此刻今晚属于你们，属于你们华南农业大学。
参赛队前往检录前需自行检查好所有裁判系统固件是否为最新版本，机器人图传发送端是否激活，机器人图传基带是否升级成功。检录仅会检查相应模块版本情况，不会帮参赛队进行升级。最大初始尺寸为机器人变形前的尺寸，任意形态下满足该机器人对应初始尺寸即可。最大伸展尺寸为机器人变形后的最大尺寸，检录以机械结构能够延展的最大尺寸为判定标准，电控能延展的最大尺寸不作为最大伸展尺寸的判定标准。以 logo 的中心点正下方14.5毫米处为球心，70毫米半球内无电磁屏蔽材料。电源管理模块各状态指示灯不被遮挡，装甲模块需要稳固地安装在底盘上。3v3 对抗赛机器人 ID 需与装甲贴纸保持一致，步兵对抗赛的机器人 ID 均为5号，可不与贴纸一致。机器人需要按照制作规范中的要求进行接线，检录处会对接线规范进行检查。场地交互模块事关比赛重要机制，前往检录前请自行确认功能是否完好，避免现场更换造成检录时间浪费。请勿抵住装甲模块，以免造成装甲模块不必要的损坏。如测速模块安装规范示意图所示，以 logo 位置为球心，直径50毫米内不允许使用易被磁化的物质、铁骨镍制品和图传模块发送端散热风扇、工业相机机身等；直径100毫米内不允许使用除相机图传模块、工业相机机身以外的含有磁性的物质。校准时，旋转速度越慢，校准速度越快。场地交互模块异常将影响比赛正常进程，请慎重安装。自定义控制器需使用正规厂家生产的电池。单个机器人外观上必须带有2个己方学校校徽或队徽，分别贴在不同方向。不得设计或使用尖锐结构，以防造成场地破坏和人员伤害。机器人外观的光泽度不得大于30GS。
过了3次迭代，就是我们现在的平面部件。
我们是把这个机器人简化成一个模型，就是它是一个弹簧加一个是质量块，这样子的话，我们就研究这个弹簧它的固有频率之类的象性来进行控制，对这个它会分阶段进行建模，来获得每个阶段该执行的策略。
它可以自主的建模和导航，然后它的云台设计除了比较常见的一个大药斗的一个结构和一个 pitch 轴的结构，它还有一个小药斗的结构，然后它的作用是能够让在自描的时候它的结构相对轻量化，然后它就可以去更快的扫描到一定范围内的敌人。
中间是做创业的了。做创业这一块的话，你就可以看到，
这是一个带3轴位移台的一个大视野高分辨显微镜，然后 XYZ 的位移台呢，它可以移动它的平面的位置 ，Z 轴位移台呢可以实现它的自动对焦，然后使图像能够更加清晰，减少人为的操作。然后下面有一个灯板，它这个是一个 LED 的阵列光源。它提供一个多角度的信息去照射这个样品，然后我们将这个多角度的图像呢去进行融合，就可以得到更加清晰的图像。
因为这台机器的话，就是当时整个这个机械结构设计的话，也是我们自己 RM 战队的学生就是完全就把它设计出来的。
这个是我们现在这个赛季我们要打算用这个3D 的雷达嘛，然后我们就用一个 MID36灯安到这辆车上来进行一个自动循迹的一个测试。
对我们来说，我们队伍坚持到现在，大部分还是同学们之间的兴趣和学长之间的传承。就是一方面，这个比赛本身是好玩的，是有意义的，是有作用的，那么自然会有同学来参加。那么除此之外，就是一届一届打完的学长会看着你的眼睛对你说，明年就交给你了，你一定要好好打呀，我们今年没打进去，你们可一定要打进去啊。不管是好是坏，是上压力还是真是有积极作用，但是确实有这么个事情，所有人，你上面的所有人希望你做好今年的事情，这个肯定有一部分。我们平台其实这么多年还是因为有老师的坚持，因为确实这个竞赛还是比较需要蛮多资源的，所以老师的坚持也是我们的一部分。
以 RM 来讲的话，如果他只是坚持1年的话，因为这个确实有这样的情况，你纳新第1年是最多的，那1年的话，他可能就是收获了一点基本的工程实践能力。但有些学生走到了这个赛场，他坚持到了最后，那在大2这个阶段，你是能就是他只要是把这个完整的赛季走下来，那你就会感觉他在整个这个认知是非常非常完整的，整个实践是非常完整的。在团队协作方面，也会明显的就是感觉到特别大的提升。在大3这个阶段，有一些同学还会留下来做，那你就会发现他有一些领导力，有一些倡导的这种能力。还有大4的同学，他会把一些毕业设计融入到咱们这个机器人竞赛当中了。那你就会发现他其实就是说，他能提出一个新的算法，他可以是发自内心，而且这种是没有压力的，他是自己去 主动的去朝着某个感兴趣的，哎，我觉得这个方向我可以优化一下，做更好一下，那他可能会产出一些相应的一些学术成果。但是我想强调的是，这些是自然而然发生的。其实我特别反对，就是说我们为了什么功利去培养学生，基于结果化或怎么样。虽然我们最后的结果是可能呈现出来是真的很好，但是在跟学生来做这件事情的时候，就是我们要把它做完整了，我们是把这些问题解决了。至于说它产生的成果以及你看到的成长，你会发现不同的人有不同的成长，它都会有不同的闪光点，但是都是自然而然产生的。
每个人对飞行都拥有想象与渴望，现在所有人都有机会开启飞行旅程。唤醒梦想，发现新的热爱，这就是 DJI Avata。新一代 DJI Goggles 2，更小、更轻、更舒适，能带你瞬间升空，并且支持屈光度调节。让你全然沉浸在飞行快感中。无论你是飞行新手还是资深玩家 ，DJI 穿越摇杆都能带给你人机合一的体验。连接后即可飞行，扣动扳机，一往无前。转动手腕 ，Avata 随之转向，指哪飞哪，飞行就这么简单。每一次飞行都能收获超高画质影像。一体化的相机系统搭载更强大的传感器，155度超广视角带来充满张力的视觉效果。使用4K 超高分辨率拍出高品质画面，或用高达120 FPS 的震撼慢动作视频冻结时间。开启超强增稳，即使拍摄俯冲的运动镜头，也能保持画面流畅稳定。还有地平线增稳，让你稳稳拿下动感画面。DJI Avata， 轻巧灵动。还自带桨叶保护罩，在狭小空间中穿梭时更有底气。当 Avata 触碰到物体时，它会弹开，并保持原有高度，随后还能继续飞行。只需按下急停键，飞行器即可悬停空中。在你准备好的时候，再次出发。如果 Avata 反转触地，你可以激活反乌龟模式，它将自主翻转归位，继续飞行。为了进一步提升安全性 ，Avata 配备了下视障碍物感应和自动返航功能，每一次飞行都有可靠守护。DJI 旗舰级 O3+ 图传带来高清的实时画面和超乎想象的低延时。凭借18分钟的持久续航和远达10公里的图传距离，你可以飞往更远的地方，自由探索，释放想象，实现梦想。只管放胆去飞 ，DJI Avata。
学分、
成绩、GPA、
创业，找个什么样的工作，你的排名下去，保研就轮不到你。
我妈让我考研。
天哪，我大一都干啥了？好像大一1年什么都没干似的，然后就觉得好失败呀，我感觉。
既然作为一个成年人，我应该去找到一件 自己该去做的事儿。这件事不是别人说的，而是自己给自己的答案。
人如果没有梦想，跟咸鱼有什么区别？
每个男人心中都应该有一个机甲梦吧。
观众朋友们，欢迎回来。
The largest university level competition in the entire world.
エンジニアこそが世界で一番かっこいい分とか。
经常有什么问题，我都一脸懵逼的，这是啥意思呀？他说什么呢？这什么玩意儿啊？
画图也不会，装车也不会。
要让我做好心理准备。
就觉得自己突然过来有点突兀的感觉。
开会了。
今天的例会主要给
各个机械的把你们的车待会搬上来。
进度现在拖了不止一点点。
这个零件有几个？
不能之后再说，这个事情已经出现很多次了。
今天也就和你们算一笔总账。大家有没有把这个给我倒回去？
对自己要求怎么这么低呀？
我可能要花3天不睡觉，我才能把它做到，但是就是要做到。
自分の中で生活の多くを占めているのがロボットですね。
那段时间，差不多感觉整个人都要散架了。
压力很大，
一直都在质疑，
感觉很孤独，感觉说让队伍让大家给抛弃了。
父母也是不理解，觉得别的人都已经出去工作了，你为什么还在做这个比赛？但我每次都在说，我说爸妈，我就想把这个事情做出来。
太想赢了，
但是今天输了，很不甘心呀。
输了，其实队友也要跟你一起背锅。因为你做的不好，然后队友也会很不好受。
当然，整个队里来啊，该哭的哭，该伤心伤心，
真的感觉很心痛，你知道吗？
包括现在，其实有时候想起来都挺难释怀的。事情已经过去1年了。
前几届学长的希望都在我们身上，对吧？学校的荣誉也压在我们身上，对吧？输得起吗？比赛很残酷呀，
要拼一把。
我就想用我自己的方式去表达自己的感受，告诉人们什么是工程师。
自分が本当にやりたいことを突き詰めてやれるっていうところに魅力を感じて。 我就那一刻，我看着外面，觉得啊，我好像真的属于这里了。
最大的收获就是感觉能让我自己心无旁骛的去做一件事情。
我感觉那个时候就自己更像工程师。
I don't care whether they win. I care that they build things that work and they're in the competition.
We hope that he has chased his dreams
by doing what you love.
我觉得我对他那种喜欢，就是一种对技术和对这种团队的一个执着，一个热爱。
All the effort you put in this team, I will make sure it turns into some kind of either credit hours on your academic work.
他们甘愿牺牲自己的东西，来为这个团队。
所有人像兄弟一样。
我很庆幸我曾经加入了这么一支队伍，然后现在又带领了这么一支队伍，也很庆幸遇到了你们。
我们团队所有人的梦都是为那一个金灿灿的RoboMaster而建。
恭喜你们！恭喜你们！恭喜你们！国赛见！国赛见！
即便不是同一个学校的同学，也要为他们加油呐喊，要为他们拿到冠军而开心。
能够来到RM的赛场，把你日夜辛苦赶工做出来的机器人展示在这上面，我觉得每一个对手就值得尊重。
做工程师一路上绝对不是风雨无阻的，他有一颗敢于创造的心，去影响、去撼动这个世界。
也就是我们在做大三的，可能就剩就是这2次参赛机会。
就算我们只有这1年，就算我们也只做了1年，
只要没到最后1秒，我就要做到最后。
去享受这个过程，然后不要忘记我们是为了什么在做这个比赛。
我们希望你们能走得更远。谢谢。
有没有时间？
哦，这是我的青春。
能看见蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。中心增益点是的，
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的，能看见，是的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟，3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得胜利。
我要挑战一下。
这个比赛远没有我们想的那么简单，它要求我们去有一颗真正的工程师的心。
大的梦想吧，也谈不上当一个世界的一个工程师。
这个比赛就是为我而生的，我想做不一样的工程师。
我的梦想是当一个出色的工程师。我觉得就是出色和优秀不一样。
有的时候也可能是一种职业，就是想尽力去把这个东西去做好。
你会发现他眼睛当中都是闪光的。这个里面可能这个机器人做的不是那么完美，但是每一步都渗透着他所有的心绪和他的那种对未来的期待。
会时不时的怀疑自己，感觉很孤独。
你从对面上面都闭嘴！人们都追寻过你，都曾把你当作唯一，最后却无能为力。
我决定，我只要把我自己能做的我都做了，即使到最后，输得很惨，我也很认可这个事。
很多队伍其实他们的努力都值得尊重，即使你输了也好，胜了也好。
我觉得我们队的最大的特点就是从没放弃过。我要带着我的队伍取得最好的成绩，尽最大的努力。
他希望大家在机器人队这一年学到的知识技术，那么我觉得他学的不够。
我也希望他们能够遵循自己内心，去做自己想做的事情。就像 我选择的一样，选择做 RoboMaster 是让我一辈子难忘的事情。我也希望他们会有这么美好的回忆。
RM 这个比赛，它让我们明白什么叫团队。
你自豪，我是自己的队，因为这个队我自豪。
所有人像兄弟一样去完成这个备赛，挺酷的。
计算代价，为了你可以纵身无敌悬崖，像条歌，更像一个笑话。也许我很傻，但我不会怕。我知道，只有不断出发，才能够击碎你从前的步伐。就算是海角之天涯，相思也不放，只等着你回答。我愿意啊。
我们有同样的时间，当时我们选择来到这里。其实我也很感谢大家，因为拥有同样时间的你，选择了当一个机器人工程师，选择当这个队伍的一员。
这个纸也好，或者是最后这个冠军也好，它只是一时的，它能改变这一个人，或能改变一批人，才是这个比赛的真正意义。
我觉得这和 RM 还挺像。同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
角度怎么还行？
是，飞得挺稳，轨迹飞眼的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。
啊。
对，现在就按照这个轨迹。大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师 Carson 毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷。这么帅的一个系列的产品。记得我第一次看到雾3这个产品的时候，就是我们当时的一个小 demo 的时候，我就被它震撼到了，因为它的外形已经非常酷，然后就像一只展翅的雄鹰一样。当我第一次看到它变形的时候，就感觉这只鹰像活了一样，非常的帅。对我来说比较困难的一件事就是，在设计雾3这个产品的航点功能和轨迹复眼功能的时候，需要我们定位算模块提供一个稳定的飞机的航向和我们的位置，这么一个需求。但是我们当时遇到的一个困难是在这个航点飞行这个模式下，和我们普通用户手拍的手动拍摄这个模式下，我们要提供的这个航向的 准确性有一些冲突啊。后来我们是经过了一些算法的重新设计和测试，然后最终把我们这个2个模式下对航向精度的要求，都达到了我们想要预期的要求。最有自豪感的一点就是我们经过了比较长的研发周期和遇到的各种困难，最终我们都是把它克服，然后实现了我们最终想要的这种产品效果，然后做到了稳定的性能交付。
走，吃饭。
行。测试这个机器，可能他们也要负责去。就是我们专门有个部门去负责飞机的。其实来到 DJI 的 RMNA 会比其他同学要多一份熟悉感和亲切感。其实我们当时参赛的时候，其实每个同学和自己的研发的机器人都是形影不离的啊。然后我们来到这里工作的时候，其实也是每个人基本上人手一台机器，然后放在自己的工位旁边，然后不断的调试，不断的测试。对，其实跟我们在做比赛的时候差不多。现在参与到每一个项目中，就像我们之前在比赛的时候每一次上赛场一样，只不过当时我们面对的是赛场上的对手，而现在面对的是我们所有的用户。来2个月了，感觉怎么样？
大家好，我是牛锦鹏，现在在大疆做算法工程师。我是去年通过 RM 专属招聘通道进入大疆的。
你知道这点啥吗？
我觉得参加 RM 的话，首先在技术上得到了一个非常大的锻炼，它给我们提供了一个学以致用的机会。然后除此之外呢，在非技术上，我们也学会了怎么去在一个团队里面找到自己的定位，去和自己的队友一起去技术攻关，去实现技术突破。参加 RM 呢，也让我认识了很多志同道合的朋友，他们也是我在这个比赛里面得到的非常重要的一笔财富。来到大疆之后呢，我觉得身边的同事都非常厉害，他们工作都很认真负责，专注于把自己负责的部分去做到最好，做到极致。来到 DJI 之后，我也发现身边的同事很多都是参加过 RM 比赛的伙伴，这样我觉得有回到赛场的感觉，和大家一起拼搏奋斗。
之前参赛的经验其实对我们现在的工作有很大的帮助，因为在当时做比赛的时候，我们整体从一个团队的人，从一个产品的想法，一直到它的一些设计方案，最终到设计方案的敲定，然后一直再到我们亲自动手把它实现出来，把它组装出来，然后最终到我们的调试，然后调试到一个我们想要的完美的性能。对，这个整个过程，其实在我们现在工作过程中，这个流程也是非常的相似的。然后之前的一些经验，包括一些合作的经验，包括一些遇到困难解决困难的经验，其实对我们现在工作来说都有非常大的帮助。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准。一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。
雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的，因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么多么好，画质多么多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪，也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中， 当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RM比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验一样。
大家好，我是加碧，我现在 DJI 是做算法工程师，是在飞行系统定位相关的一些算法。然后我之前很早的时候，大概在2015年也参加过第1届的 RoboMaster 的比赛。我们可能面对的开发的项目的实体也不一样，比如说 RM 是可能我们更关注车，然后我们进到 DJI 过后是在飞行系统做的是飞机，但是具体的落地的产品不一样，但是竞赛带给我们更多的是一种团队合作的一个氛围，一个让自己怎么去和他人沟通，怎么去把控这个进度，一个对于项目，对于做技术的一个态度，能够在比赛中，我觉得能够带给我们真实的体验。
大家好，我是 RHIT， 我现在在 DJI 是一名算法工程师，然后我现在是景鹏的 mentor。因为我之前其实是有提前了解到他是通过我们 RM 那个渠道招聘进来的，在上手工作的过程中，我觉得他的一个速度是一个比较快的一个过程，在培养他的过程中，就是我其实几乎不需要特别多的那个去做特别详细的一些指导。景鹏在做这些那个测试的时候，就发现那个功能上面会有一些那个比较细小的问题，他都能够把这些问题那个认真的给它挑出来，然后去做一个逐个的一个优化。DJI 的这个飞机就是起飞的架次的话，可能非常的多。就是如果你就是只满足于比如说一个60%、70%、80%一个成功率的话，那么其实就是我们的飞机的话，就是故障率的话还会变得非常的高。就所以说我们 DJI 就提倡一个那个积极进制，把一个东西给做到一个极致。但我感觉那个景鹏应该是一来就具备这样一个意识，我觉得这也是一个非常不错的一个点。
在 RoboMaster 这个环境里面锻炼的这个团队意识，就大家一起针对一个工作进行，或者说针对一个复杂的问题进行一些分工，然后把复杂的问题拆解成简单的问题。在实际的工作当中，我们无论是某个产品还是某个技术难题，它都是一个复杂的工作。然后我要负责做的事情，可能就是针对这些问题做一些分析，然后和我的小伙伴一起。和我的团队一起把它拆解成简单的问题，然后各个击破，按照一定的节奏去做产品的交付，或者技术的攻关，或者是一些质量的保障。
最近我发现，其实研究生的同学做 RM 可能更多的是把知识和实际的问题相结合。那这种把工程问题和研究成果，或者说我在学校里面学到的一些比较前沿的知识相结合解决具体问题的这种经验，其实在学校里面也比较难得。对，因为你像来大疆之后，其实我们也是把前沿的技术做成我们的产品，然后卖给我们的客户。那这个技术怎么跟工程更好的结合起来，做成一个大家喜欢的产品？那这件事情其实更多的是靠你的工程能力。那工程能力的锻炼，其实在 RM 的比赛也好，在我们的这个夏令营也好，其实都是很棒的一个机会。
同学们，我想告诉你们的是就是当你们像我一样进入公司以后，仍然可能感受到现状和自己梦想的现实有一些落差。在这样的时候呢，其实我仍然希望你们保持对梦想的热爱和对梦想的追寻，因为世界终将是你们的，美好的未来也需要你们去实现。其实在这里我有个祝福其实我想祝福大家永远保持对世界的热爱与好奇，然后永远保持对让这个世界发生更美好改变的善良的初心。
你好，我是来自东北联大学竞技机器人队的，我叫吴岳峰，是负责飞镖的机械部分。去年我们的目标就是通飞镖来击打强化站， 今年我们的目标是更多的放在了用飞镖来击打基地。当然由于我们的那个测试场地比较有限，所以我们也一般就是等到晚上比较晚的找一个没有人的地方去测试我们的飞镖。我觉得就毕竟比赛场馆，我记得有一幅海报，他说7分钟的飞时源于7000次的尝试。我觉得这句话就很符合飞镖的那个定义，因为飞镖的话，它其实它不像工程，不像步兵有那么稳定的一个效果。飞镖可能它就是运气成分占很大的程度，你可能这发中了，下发你就中不了，或者说你这发没中，下发就能中。所以它这个东西你很难说把它量化，但是就只有多试出最好的效果，然后把它带到赛场上。我从大一开始，今年是第3年，它已经成为我这个大学生活的一部分了吧，可能已经不可或缺了。
我叫尹浩宇，我是24战队队长，然后现任是3号步兵操作手。困难那可是太多了，感觉最大的困难还是在于规则的变动吧。这边战队一直都是自己去找问题，自己去进步，很难说就是有人去硬性要求你。我们也是说把这个人员最大利用化一下，所以后期就是我们人员这边分配上比较合理，才能说以我们这种小团队的能力做到最大程度的努力吧。
我是陈立峰，是2023赛季浙江大学 Hello World 战队的队长。今年首先无人机是一个非常大的突破，今年无人机加上了机动枪管，我们还给它加上了自瞄。
南方是呼叫了空中支援啊，看看能不能在这个时间点先压制一波前站血量，或者说直接打爆。
我是李启顿，来自浙江大学的航空航天学院。我是负责无人机的机械工作。去年一个比较明显的问题是无人机的动力系统冗余过大，冗余过大的话就会导致飞机超重，所以今年选择了一款就是更加适合无人机的动力系统。首先跟调研也有关系，就是我们参加分区赛的时候，首先试飞一下我们的飞机，在试飞的时候发现飞机的动力似乎有点过于冗余了，就是飞机降落之后，飞机的电机甚至还是冰的，然后我们觉得这有点不太合理。然后在调研了一些其他学校方案之后，我们发现我们电机不太选型不够科学。还有一个进步可能是我们对那个飞机的弹路进行了优化，然后让飞控安装的位置更加合理。后来就是在今年这个赛季刚开始的时候，我们决定就是要修改那个弹舱的位置，然后花了大概1个月的时间，就是画好了新飞机的模型。后来再进行了少量的测试。
大家好，我叫刘新豪，我是太原科技大学的 McMaster 战队的英雄机械。其实我们还是传统的下弓弹英雄，但是它的底盘的自信悬挂跟去年相比，我认为效果更好一点，打得更准。今年也是传承学长的更多的测试，然后才敢在场上远距离吊射基地。其实我们机械结构在家里训练了4、5周，该出的问题都已经解决了，然后到场上就不会有那么多磕磕碰碰掉东西啥的。
这边英雄完成一波飞坡，他能不能成为救世主呢？1000点的血量差距。
我叫田硕，是太原科技大学接下来是 McMaster 战队的一名英雄操作手，同时兼英雄的机械。
稍微有一点极限，还剩下最后的10秒钟。南方这边也是无人机，无人机已经起飞了，双方人的血量就差一点点，就差一点点，来不来得及啊？
南方能不能去换对方基地？换不了了，比赛结束，让我们恭喜东方太原
科技大学。
这场比赛我们最后是以50滴血量的微弱优势取得了胜利。那种情况下，我当时就在想，我必须得把对面基地磨下来，要不然这把就输了。因为那个哨兵1000血的话，光靠2步兵，那么一点时间是磨不掉的，根本没有取胜的可能。我就得用那个大弹丸去打基地的穿装甲，这才是获胜的唯一可能。当时操作的时候也是挺稳的，但是操作下来，比赛结束之后，手一离开鼠标就整个手腿就抖得不行。打小组赛的时候，英雄的电容就是在第2场掉线了，就是整局没有电容，那个功率就很慢，甚至爬坡都很难。然后在场下的时候，我就会跟他们说电容什么时候掉的，然后那个 UI 的状态是什么样的，以及那个车的状态，就来分析问题，然后找问题，见识到更强的队伍，才能发展自己的战队，然后从而让自己更强大。
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中第3发，我们回来了。
蓝方这个攻势局势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头。啊，又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛的节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈罗沃的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀，
红双成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，我们好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学库的战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 RHIT 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会啊！来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击为1。
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式继承白流子弹，
步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
继承都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是好消息。
杀了蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1发2中，1发2发，3发都打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
遍布4大洲，数百支高校战队报名，8700余小时研发时长，超过35000名青年工程师参与。这就是 RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛。RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛是专为全球科技爱好者打造的机器人竞技与学术交流平台，是机甲大师系列赛事中规模最大、参与人数最多的比赛。每年5至8月，近200支参赛队通过区域赛、复活赛层层选拔，决出的32强战队进入全国赛，争夺总冠军奖杯。
5、4、3、2、1，比赛开始。
好的。
作为全球首个对抗类机器人比赛，RoboMaster 机甲大师超级对抗赛采取机器和人为操作相结合的方式。红蓝对抗双方通过操控各自研发的7种不同的机器人进行射击对抗，以击溃对方基地为终极目标。
应该要带走了。
每局比赛7分钟，比赛结束时，基地剩余血量高的一方获得胜利。极具观赏性的比赛过程得益于大疆自主研发的官方赛事系统，从机器人与场地的交互，细到每一颗弹丸击打所造成的血量伤害，在确保公平公正的同时，让比赛更加好看。每支参赛队伍投入数十名研发和运营人力，进行长达1年的备战。参加比赛不仅可以对机器视觉、嵌入式系统设计、人机交互等众多机器人相关学科有创新性的实践，同时还能够培养团队协作、项目管理等综合能力。
RM 对于我们来说是一个最大的舞台，让我们展现给不了解技术的人，让他们知道技术很酷，机器人很酷，工程师也很酷。
在 RoboMaster 这个科技竞技场里，年轻的科技怪咖们被塑造成明星，粉丝们可以看到全程比赛的现场直播，选手们不同阶段的准备日常被拍成了纪录片，还有热播的同名原创动画作品。高人气的选手甚至会获邀参与真人秀节目。
实际上，作为机器人的人才，我们在它的培养目标上，首先把它定位成一个复合型的人才。因为机器人的技术，它是一个集机械、制造、控制、计算机多学科应用的一个综合体。
通过举办这场比赛，让每一位参与 RoboMaster 的青年工程师都能够成为拥有实干精神的梦想家，从而推动整个机器人行业的技术发展。极致者可敬，创新者无畏。未来，这些从赛场走出的青年工程师，能否借助科技创新的力量来改变我们的生活呢？时间会给出答案。
这一个就是我们的哨兵机器人。它跟普通的步兵最大的一个区别就是，它在这两边有一个激光雷达，然后它这个是一个2维的激光雷达，它的基本的原理就是激光测距，然后激光测距不断的测量出这一个2维平面上所有障碍物的距离，以此来构建一个地图，然后再在这个地图上面进行导航以及定位。然后我们为什么会选择把它放在这个舵上呢？主要就是因为当车身倾斜的时候，激光雷达是相对保持平稳的。另一个的话就是，往年在使用2维激光雷达的时候是跑那个开源的算法，今年是相当于把原本的定位方案重新推导、重新做了一遍，用激光雷达跟地图的数据进行匹配，来重新实现了一遍它的定位的功能。同时，对它的传感器的利用也是做了比较多的改进。我们现在是用了它慢滤波把里程计和 IMU 和激光雷达通过匹配得到的一个坐标信息来做融合。当它有其中一个传感器出现问题的时候，它还能够相对来说比较正常的运动，就是它起码能够回到自己的家里面。
一聊到技术的时候，我会整个人会比较的兴奋起来，或者说是更想要去表达。
为什么慢了这么多？刚刚我们现在有初始化吗？切中二板的时候，其实这一台哨兵机器人是由我们几届的学长3年来一起努力、一起进步，才得到了现在的一个效果。
原来，早在2020年底 ，RM 在规则上就发布了自动步兵这一新兵种。不过，因为是选做机器人，大多数战队并没有进行研发。但从那时开始，华农 Taurus 战队就为此成立了导航组。
我叫吴耿乾，是21年华农 Taurus 战队导航组的组长。从21年开始，我们就开始着手研究这个自动步兵的自主导航系统，能够从一个点跑到另一个点。22年的时候，就由22年的一个组长梁乐斌跟国豪他们2个人去做这个定位系统的改进，把定位系统提升到一个比较好的精度，在这个基础上再把规划还有决策这部分做得比较好。最终23年能够上场，其实就是我们的哨兵机器人已经是迭代了，可以说是几个版本的一个效果了，所以它会有一个比较好的表现。
所以，其实我当时是觉得非常期待能有一台全自动步兵能够上赛场，能够实现这一些功能的。只是当时其实没有想到这一等就是3年。
哦，没碰到。
如果将时光幻化成碎片，当抉择的齿轮转动的那一刻，这些坚持便会自动形成一个时间轴。当我们回首这3年的研发之路，才发现唯有热爱可抵岁月漫长。
我觉得未来是一个人工智能的时代，但是它可能会需要比较长的一段时间。全自动的机器人跟有操作手的机器人，至少在比较长的一段时间，它还是有比较大的差距的。但是我觉得这种全自动的机器人，它是可能是未来的一个发展的趋势吧。也随着最近 大模型等的一些人工智能模型出现，这也是会是未来的一个热点吧。同时，我自己也是非常的想看到这一类全自动的机器人能够进入到我们的生活里面。
便的相机云台备受创作者的青睐，但便携与专业性能往往难以兼得。如今，一切都将改变。这就是 DJI RS3 Mini， 全新轻量型旅拍稳定器，启迪你的光影灵感。RS3 Mini 的机身仅重795克，重量和尺寸都仅为 RS3 Pro 的一半，可轻松实现单手操作，灵活超乎想象。全新双层快装板采用挡边设计，进一步牢牢固定相机，让你放胆去创作。它还内置蓝牙控制功能，可以通过机身快门键直接启停相机录制，精彩来袭快速捕捉。搭配符合人体工学的前置波轮，你还能直接控制镜头的光学变焦或数字变焦，从此告别线缆束缚。RS3 Mini 拥有同类产品中最强劲的负载能力，创作者们常用的相机和镜头组合，它都能轻松承载。